Hello, everyone, and welcome back for another day of freestyle chess action here at the spectacular WEISSENHAUS Resort in Germany. I'm once again joined by the greats. We've got Tanya Sachdev, we got David Howell, and we got Levi Rozman to break down what is some very exciting quarterfinal matches. From 10 players down to 8. Important to note, those 2 that were eliminated from quarterfinal potential will still be competing for a 9th place finish. So all 10 players still playing today. But things are starting to heat up, y'all. In some ways, we kind of wipe the slate clean, Levy, as we move into the bracket stage, but now you have to put up or shut up.
For sure. I think the top 8 who are most deserving qualified. There was a chance yesterday that Fedoseev would sort of break out from Azkaban, but unfortunately the top were just too solid. Win, lose, it didn't really matter. They sort of consolidated. And then we had some really interesting overnight quarterfinals choices, which if the folks at home did not follow social media, they might not know, but we will reveal later.
No, I like where your head is at. I think we can go ahead and maybe pull up the pairings for the day because exactly as you say, we were trying to theorize ourselves coming off the end of the broadcast, which players would pick who. And as a reminder for you at home, the top 4 players in order would get to pick their opponent from the next 4 players, 5 through 8th positions. And so, Tanya, look at this. We had some questions around who would Sindarov go for, and of all people, it's Nakamura.
Yeah, and that was the biggest shocker of the night. We were all sitting on the table there, and we were waiting, and I think everyone expected the Hikaru-Magnus matchup. Magnus expected the Hikaru-Magnus matchup, and then Sindarov just goes on and with full confidence, and, never let anyone know your next move, just announces Hikaru as his choice. And everyone was stunned at that moment. No one saw that coming. What a big day it is for Uzbekistan. Their 2 biggest superstars play against the world number 1 and the world number 2.
David, the collective oohs, ahs, gasps in that dining hall last night as the name was uttered. What did you make of it?
Yeah, I was actually standing right next to Magnus. There's some great clips on social media of Magnus being like, whoa. I think the relief to dodge Nakamura, to kind of maybe postpone that matchup for later in the event. But Sindarov, that shows big confidence.
Yes, exactly.
Will he be rewarded? That's the question.
I will just say, we kind of, it was a 50-50, right? Because 1, 2, and 3 were able to choose from a group of 4 players. We had a feeling that Alireza would choose Vincent, because if you just compare the rest of the field, there's no, 2 ways to cut it. Like, he's the lowest rated, but it's not by a lot, but it's the truth. And then you sort of say, okay, Java here has an option to play Nodirbek, which, might get him some fans and might get him some enemies. I don't think he's going to go Uzbekistan versus Uzbekistan. So it's either Hikaru or Gukesh. So do you want to play against, the young man who is the world champion, and also there's this Uzbekistan-India rivalry, or do you want to play Hikaru, who isn't maybe playing as much classical chess, right? Like, do you want to have this generational matchup? So it was 50-50, and he showed respect to the world champ, which Fabi didn't. Fabiano could have played Nodirbek and left Magnus to play Gukesh.
And what a statement it was when he announced that. He didn't say, I'm playing Gukesh. He said, I choose the world champion.
Yeah,
say his name, Fabiano. Say his name. What's his name?
Give him the title. I love that. Either way, I think one of the other big things that we should talk about, of course, is who hit the number 1 spot, Alireza Firouzja, because we came into yesterday with that tie between Yavokir and Fabiano, but it was Alireza who would kind of sneak his way into that top spot, David.
Yeah, we see some informed players already from the playoffs. We should mention the time control is totally different this time. Oof. It's classical chess. It's going to be long chess. But Alireza ended that one with a bang. So did Magnus and Hikaru yesterday, the 3 top scorers.
I think right there, that's another interesting point. How much does kind of the energy shift for these players moving from a rapid style game to a classical time format? And how does that ultimately change the approach of the players in the game? Where are we going to see more time spent than other places? I have to imagine it's going to be lengthy openings where we have heard the players time and time again say, my biggest fear is to blunder on that first move, and it's very possible in this format.
Yeah, it's a totally different beast, right? Classical with rapid. And this is something that Magnus has spoken about, felt so strongly that this is the element he wants to bring into Fischer Random, where the players get enough time to figure the first moves out, because that's what freestyle chess is about. And maybe that's the reason that Javakir also went with Hikaru. Hikaru is not playing as much classical chess. It's a choice between the classical world champion or a player who's an absolute beast, but perhaps slightly out of practice.
Now, I want to pull something fun up for the viewers here, a big picture look at what will be our bracket for these kinds of playoffs, because as we mentioned, while you will be eliminated from playoff contention as we go through with a loss, you will drop down and play for each placing along the line from 1 to 10. So, of course, we already have Fedoseev and Aronian playing for 9th place. But as players lose, they will drop down in the brackets and continue to play for placing, prize money, and points. And, of course, winners continue to advance along the top of that bracket until we hit our final table. Either way, as well, just seeing that Carlsen and Nakamura have now been split to other sides of the bracket because of some of those choices. We'll get into the action soon enough. The lottery is just about ready, so into the player hall we go to see what our starting position will be for our first quarterfinal match.
Welcome, welcome, everyone. It is super nice to have you here on our day of the quarterfinals of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in WEISSENHAUS. And right now, I would actually like to show you some of the highlights from yesterday. We are now done with the round robin. Unfortunately, had to eliminate 2 of the participants for the quarterfinals. But we are so happy for everyone that made it until now and wish you all the best of luck. This is the highlights from yesterday.
What a game day at the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour in WEISSENHAUS. On the second day, the best chess players in the world are once again faced with a huge challenge. Only 8 players advance to the knockout round, while for 2, the tournament ends. It's over for Vladimir Fedoseev and Levon Aronian.
It was a nightmare of a tournament. I've pondered more than throughout maybe the whole last year, but those things can happen. I was maybe playing too slowly, and then I was getting in time trouble and then panicking.
The huge sensation again on the second day, 19-year-old Caruana-Sindarov from Uzbekistan, one of the youngest grandmasters in history and definitely one of the young wild ones in freestyle chess, together with Alireza Firouzja in first place with 6.5 points.
I was played without pressure, but okay, I think I was played very good. I was a very good defense against Absatarov, and against Nakamura, I think I was played very well game.
The game between Magnus Carlsen and Gukesh Domarashu was also spectacular. The world champion against the #1 in the world. The king of chess, Magnus Carlsen, wins in an intense game.
Yeah, I felt like I played all right. I just had like a couple of weak moments. At the end of the day, I didn't make any headway, but it's nice to win a couple of games.
Everybody is now looking forward to the upcoming knockout stage.
I look forward to a longer format a lot, so that's what I'm really here for.
More creativity, more excitement, more chess. This is Freestyle Chess. Stay tuned.
Wonderful. After this exciting recap of yesterday, we are ready to start the drawing of the next position for today. So I would actually like to invite my husband, Jan-Henrik Büttner, to join me in this procedure and pick out the wonderful position.
Thank you. Are all the players here?
It's nothing.
Okay.
Position 381. Thank you so much, guys. Same procedure as every day, so all the best of luck.
Knight, rook, king.
That's there.
Bishop. Bishop, rook. Queen, knight, rook, or was it? Queen, knight, bishop.
Bishop, rook. Last four, can't see right.
Where's queen, knight, bishop, queen? Queen, knight, queen, bishop, knight, yeah? Oh, knight, bishop. Bishop. You can see from the side?
Yes. So I have serious problems here with a7.
But the knight b6 covers it very easily, right? Okay, let's say maybe f5. Knight b6 there's this kind of annoying.
What about f4, f5?
Yeah, maybe f5.
No, it's like
Yeah, basically
B3.
for b3. But maybe I can even try to sacrifice this way.
Okay, so let's say b6.
and then you want to set up with c6 or c5?
Probably c5. C7.
Okay, I guess
b3 maybe.
yeah, b3 or b3. Yeah, maybe b3.
Maybe c6, I don't know. But then d4.
Okay, but also then we have to understand that actually if we both take everything, that's something we like or not?
Well, I can also play b3 here, right? Why not?
Yes,
And white
but
plays
I mean,
b6,
for
right?
us, we basically accept this weird symmetry, with kings fixed on the lanes.
Can we avoid it from the beginning?
Yeah, just like
Okay, we could
And we can
theoretically.
also play
I think
b6.
b6 is not like, but this bishop on d1
But I mean, I prefer b6 to knight b6 kind of. Yeah, this knight I feel like it's tricky.
Anyway, c4, let's say. Or,
Okay, then we play f5 with the same position, right?
yeah, that's what I mean. Like maybe we don't avoid it unless we want to play f6 and.
No, I mean, I want to avoid that there's this bishop a7, bishop a2, which I'm not entirely sure we actually want to play.
Okay.
So we get some opposite color bishops, and our king is fixed. It's tempo
Yeah,
down.
could be dangerous as well.
Some quick e4.
Although this bishop is not like a very true attacking piece.
I don't know, some quick g3, e4, e4 after taking
Yeah.
everything.
Okay, let's say b6.
4 f5 bishop a2.
This is dangerous. I don't like b6.
Yeah, I think b6
So you want to play
is
f5?
dangerous for king.
Okay, what about knight b6? Is it b3 or d3?
Why not? Also a4 is some.
a4, knight a4 is b3.
Oh no, c4? Get a lot of tempo, right?
Yeah, but maybe these are just weaknesses. Knight b6.
c5,
Knight d5.
g3.
Knight 5 for example.
I have f5, and it's nice.
I think knight d3
And this, let's say, here, knight h4.
f5. And then knight e3, no?
Bishop f2 was coming also.
Ah, f5 is here.
Yeah, probably looks good, yeah.
Yeah. I think like queen g8 or something.
Queen g8, we will play knight e3 and bishop.
Bishop c6.
Oh, okay, bishop c6, we can probably just take this bishop.
a2.
Ah, yeah, a2 was hanging, yeah. a2 was hanging.
Okay, knight e3, then h4. Maybe.
Yeah. Okay, probably first h4 also, not bad, I think.
But this is so clear. I just want to understand. So let's say I go here.
Knight e4.
Ah, 94. No. Yeah, this I agree. But
And
take
bishop
e6. This is
e4,
slightly
bishop
worse.
e4.
Ah, bishop e4. Yes.
I think
d3,
probably here
d3.
d3, yeah.
Take d3.
Ah. And if he goes here,
Knight d4.
94. Yeah.
Yeah, then takes d3.
Can we analyze first move, knight b6?
Yeah. Let's do it.
e4.
Then a4, b4.
Ah,
if he
okay.
starts pushing
Ah,
this
yeah.
Then he is
Yeah,
more
and then you have another
flexible.
square. Yeah, absolutely. No, you're right.
b4 maybe first, and then knight b3.
Before
Are you sure about this?
overextended, like G5.
And you push with
G5 also.
Instantly check over
Yeah, G4 I think was diagonal is
A4, you play just C5, yeah?
A4 is C5.
And then B4 still you have
So A4 we can also ignore because like A5 1970 is a big deal. Take rook A, I don't know. But okay, A4 C5.
So if we play random move, he plays E5.
Which move for one?
Like, let's
Maybe
see, to have the
C2.
move.
G6 first or E5? Maybe we want to get the queen before doing that.
This looks okay for black.
Maybe E4.
Okay. Oh. Some
Take, rook takes, and maybe bishop G4 somewhere.
rook takes, yeah. Bishop E6.
I also
Oh,
have
then
bishop
rook E6,
D4, knight
E6,
D4 jumps.
This bishop is kind of...
Bishop on D8 is
Oh,
bad.
what's the big deal about this? Like, don't feel black is so badly prepared for this.
But if I play like f takes e5, bishop g5 will be possible.
At some point, I don't know which one.
Yeah.
Oh, this is...
Maybe
So
queen
it's-
takes.
it's
But we have to
maybe-
check the move orders, yeah? I'm not sure. This is already quite...
Okay, let me go back. F4.
So F4 you start knight B6, yeah?
Besides F4, people want to anything else.
I mean, F4 looks like the... I mean, you could go E4, of course. But E4, F5,
E4,
right?
F5,
Yeah, exactly.
So,
Yeah, so F4.
Yeah, unless people play knight B3 first move.
Yeah, knight
But
B3
I guess then we
is
can
I
play
mean,
F5, yeah.
but you
Yeah,
can't
they
go
play
F5
and
here,
get
right?
the
Or can you?
can, but we didn't see the advantage after. Like,
Okay.
And I was not entirely sure whether like bishop A7,
Yeah.
bishop A2 take and then some quick E4 is
Okay,
100%
yeah,
okay
yeah.
because we
Yeah,
have
yeah.
this stupid...
Yeah, it's hard also. You don't know, 'cause you could just lose.
It
If
could
you're
be
wrong,
quite
yeah, it could be really
bad,
bad.
yeah.
Yeah. So D3 makes the
So
most
here,
sense, right?
B3 doesn't make sense as well.
You need to go B3, C4.
And then try to get
it could,
D4.
It could
B3
make
you can
sense.
play. I mean, after D5 you go A4 then? So
Yeah,
I
actually
kind of like
D5
to put D5 here.
D5, I like this. Yeah, D5 makes sense.
I mean, unless A4.
What we do? Okay, worst case, you could just go here, castle to play, yeah?
It all depends if knight g6 is possible, yeah? Because he's going to try to quickly attack this one.
Yeah, I think probably h4 was with him.
h4, e5?
We cannot put.
f5 you want to play, yeah?
No, e5 you just take, queen h3, bishop h2, bishop g4.
Ah, yeah,
Yeah.
makes sense. And if I try with...
No, I think here you can probably give pawn. Yeah,
2 minutes to the start.
yeah, queen h3 was.
Queen h2, yeah?
No, yeah, queen h2 was also good.
e6, h5.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, looks logical, yes.
e6, you have always knight d4 also.
Yeah, yeah.
Or knight d5.
Yeah, this, yeah.
Good go, knight b3 now. Oh yeah, or e4.
Knight b3 to stop,
e4. Why?
to stop e5, f6.
But
e5 is good for us.
Probably, yeah, too.
Yeah.
But I'm not so sure. What about this stuff?
G4.
This is so sure.
It's very good form, no?
Yeah.
1 minute to the start.
Should be good, 93, yeah?
yeah.
Good luck, guys.
Also,
Welcome back, everyone, to Freestyle Chess at 2025 here in WEISSENHAUS. The players are continuing to work through some of their theories around this opening position, and then perhaps we'll do a bit of the same over here. I mean, immediately, David, as we always do, we're going to take a look at maybe some undefended pawns, weak pieces that we can target early, and that common cornered queen that we have had at this tournament so far. But I'm eyeing those two pawns over on the left side of the board sitting in front of the knights as maybe an early focus for either of our players.
Yeah, and we saw that reflected in exactly what the players were discussing there in the arena, in the playing hall. Most of the players were discussing what happens if white already on as early as move 1 attacks this pawn, and likewise black will get a hit on this white pawn. It's not just any old pawn either. There is a trapped rook sitting there. There's knights on the edge. There's queens on the in the corner. There's a lot to break down.
Not a single piece on its standard chess position in this one. Everything rearranged. I think the approach that you and James are looking at feels the most aggressive to me. Also, Levy, did you notice how in their pre-game sort of analysis, deep dive, there are certain players who are really proactive, bringing in the moves and the ideas, while some are observing what's being done.
For sure, and I wonder if part of it is also like the more you speak, the more you allow me to see inside of your head, or if they're just introverts. Like there could be the whole, over-analysis of the situation and psychoanalyzing how they behave, or just, some of them don't talk that much. But yeah, I think they're all very eager to share their ideas, at least for now, while all of this is a mystery.
Well, into the games we go, and we're going to kick things off with none other than the world #1 in Magnus Carlsen up against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who did have a bit of a rough group stage round robin, but did manage to squeak through. And I think that's the important thing again, David, is how does Nodirbek kind of calm his nerves, perhaps anything that did develop through that group stage, because this is the reset button. The scorecard is wiped clean. Granted, you are up against the Titanic Magnus Carlsen.
That's the thing. You can forget about everyone else. It's just you versus your opponent. Knockout chess, head-to-head. It's a totally different dynamic, but the fact he's facing the world's best player and the fact that Magnus has already opened very confidently with this move we predicted.
Did you see? I think he was looking around at the big screens, because inside the venue they have large screens, and part of that is to track, let's say, what move you're on. For example, you can offer a draw to your opponent, but only after 40 moves, and the players are not going to sit there and calculate that. But another reason is to look around and go, what did everybody else play? And, there was a discussion in the technical meeting before the tournament. Should there be a big screen? Should they set up a little tablet next to your table so that you know what move you're on, but you can't look at other games? And Sindarov was saying, no, we shouldn't put big screens, because then you can cheat on the test. You can look at what other people are playing and copy them. And then Fabiano said, yeah, but you have no idea if they're making good moves. Like, that's the truth. So I don't know. Which side are we on?
It's a tough question, because you're exactly right. You can go back to school, and is the person sitting next to you somebody you really want to rely on, right, as you're peeking over onto that test for their answers? And I think the uncertainty the players seem to have, even as they discuss the openings, is maybe all the proof I need to rest a little bit more on Fabiano's side of the argument, where sure, take that risk if you want, but there's no guarantee the person whose footsteps you're following actually has the right answer themselves.
That's interesting, because when Sindarov actually brought that up, that you can get ideas in your head even if you don't go for the exact same move order, I thought that made a lot of sense. And it was the experienced players, it was Fabi and Magnus who thought that wouldn't be much of a help. But to me, it felt that Sindarov did have a point. You see your game, you can see the number of moves. Why have the option to look around what anyone else is doing?
I will say, it felt like the young players in there just didn't have as strong of a voice. I mean, I'm going to be honest, as a neutral party, just sort of spectating, they found themselves on the losing vote quite often. But it wasn't, it wasn't like whatever, Magnus or Fabiano or Hikaru say goes. I think Hikaru wasn't there. I think he was sleeping. I think he was jet lagged. But yeah, they found themselves sort of outvoted. But okay, I mean, yeah, if you look around and you see what did everybody else play, it's not like you're going to copy it. But I will say, this has happened in classical tournaments where two people sitting side by side accidentally play the exact same opening, and one of them has to be moved. Didn't this happen at a Grand Swiss? Weren't you there?
I was there, Levy. I was literally playing 3 boards away, and 2 games. I think it went into a Sicilian defense. It was deep theory, and 20-plus moves in, they still had the exact same position, these 2 boards next to each other. The arbiter stepped in. They were like, clearly one of the players, I won't name him, but one of the players with black, he was literally just not thinking. He was not sitting kind of focused on his board. He was just waiting for the move to appear, because clearly he was out of book. He had no idea what was coming next. and they were like, okay, you're clearly waiting for the answers, mate. Like, let's move you next door. Literally separate rooms, and the games had to continue. They literally diverged that moment that they were separated.
It's a bit of a conundrum, right? Because, I will say, right, there was also the argument made that, fine, we could remove the screens, but there's nothing that's stopping you from standing up and going around and looking at the other boards as well.
But then somebody said, yeah, but like that would be ridiculous. Like that's not a strong argument. I mean, just
also less relevant and rapid perhaps because you don't really have the time to do that. But in classical, you can get some ideas into your head by looking around. But in any case, and Magnus does keep looking at other boards, wondering if F5 has been played or not. He was, of course, one of the players who said, it could be a bad idea to, in fact, check out and play some copycat chess because you really don't know if the decisions being made are right or not. I will say one thing. We were talking about Hikaru sleeping during the technical meeting yesterday when the matchups were being decided. Hikaru didn't even show up for when the players were picking each other because he was so sure in his head that he's going to be playing against Magnus. So it was a bit of a shocker for him when Sindarov chose him.
I think if that's not the perfect illustration of everybody's expectation and how expectation was kind of thrown to the wind there in that moment, it is exactly that he didn't feel the need to be present for the draw, assuming his opponent maybe waking up to a bit of a surprise at that. Either way, of course, as we are in classical time controls, we do expect a fair bit more time spent on a lot of these opening moves. And so I think while we did see this F4 push that a lot of players were talking about, and here it's met with symmetry by Nodirbek with that F5 push of the other pawn meeting in the middle, maybe we zoom out, look at all 5 boards just real quickly to see if there are any deviations or different approaches by other players in those first couple moves of the game. And right there, I'll take a look at the top left. We have Firouzja versus Keimer, and it will be that knight jumping out to defend that weak A7 pawn, as opposed to looking to match symmetry for symmetry.
Yeah, and I just want to mention that on all 5 boards, the move F4 was played, the same white pawn pushing forward 2 squares. So clearly there was some consensus there. The players agree that was the best move for white. 4 of the boards, black replied the exact same way. The black knight jumping out, we'll break that down very shortly, but Abdusattorov was the only player to copy and kind of copy the pawn push, go for the symmetry. That's why Magnus was looking over the screens. His game was the first to diverge from the rest.
And before we deep dive into one of the boards, I just want to point out, apart from the Alireza-Vincent matchup, each of them is also a battle of generations. Across the board, we've got Javokir against Nakamura, which, again, a clash of, styles and a battle of generation. You've got Gukesh against Fabi, Magnus, Abdusattorov, Levon, Fedosiev, they're fighting for 9th or 10th place. But in the knockouts, it's really interesting because it's experience versus youth. Which one will prevail in freestyle chess?
I think Sindarov wasn't born, and Hikaru was already like 2,700.
Wow.
Yeah, I think that just says more about, how old Hikaru is. But he's almost double his age, which is crazy, 37, 19. Yeah. So, in no other sport you're really getting like a near 20 age gap between the players. But and Hikaru's also... I wonder where he is. You think he's also looking around the boards and the screens?
I noticed an empty chair.
Yeah.
We should mention there is a confessional booth. Hikaru might be sharing some of his thoughts for later.
Which hasn't been used, right? Because there was no time in the rapid. Yeah, right. So confessional booths, you confess to certain things. I guess you don't have
sins.
Yeah, you don't have legal protection in a chess confession booth, but I think the players will go in, discuss the opening. And
I hope it sees some use, and hopefully we can peek into some of those nuggets of wisdom that players will drop in that confessional booth. As we see a couple, more moves placed out onto these boards, is anything jumping out to any of you that you want to zoom in on and take a closer look? It looks like, in a lot of ways, we are still finding ways to get pawns to match pawns and knights to match knights so far across the board.
And James, I think we need to go back to the Magnus Nodirbek board, and maybe, David, you can really deep dive into this first move, which was the F-pawn moving 2 steps forward. We saw it across the board. It came with a tactical idea. It came with a big threat. and Nordebek responds with a sort of a counter offense on it. Tell us what's going on, because again, it really relies on those undefended pawns, but it doesn't stop there, because there are more undefended pieces or hanging pieces.
Exactly, and just a quick action replay of the first move. So Magnus pushing his pawn forward. Most players here, actually 4 out of the 5 players as black, replied the most natural way, bringing the knight out, developing a piece here, but also blocking the bishop's diagonal. Only Abdusattorov ignored the threat and created a threat of his own. And this is, first of all, copycat chess. This is kind of reminds me of when I was a kid and, you know, I had no idea what to do against my opponent's moves, so I just try and copy them as long as possible. But the consequences here, specifically, are pretty significant because white can trap this black rook. Nothing to do, apart from continue to copy. Then this rook would be trapped if white grabs the black rook.
But here you stop. Here you don't copy.
You do stop. And take us through it, Levy, because if you do copy...
Yeah, let's just go through the whole sequence. Bishop takes rook, bishop takes pawn, bishop takes pawn, bishop takes bishop, bishop takes bishop, bishop takes pawn, bishop... yeah, just keep copying. You think this is going to happen, guys?
I mean, this would be absolutely spectacular.
But then here there's rook takes rook check, right? If takes, so I guess you don't copy the whole way, but that would be quite funny.
Okay, and there it ends in a nice victory for white.
Yeah, no, but you don't do this.
Incredibly, if black just finally breaks the copycat chess and takes this bishop, black has the advantage. Maybe slightly.
Interesting, and I'd like to think that this is why we are still locked after this second move of the game here, with Magnus giving a lot of thought to how he wants to continue. Does he want to entertain the idea of matching move for move, or will he look to kind of mix things up immediately here?
Yeah, and both sides have the opportunity to stop copying at some point. For example, if the bishop takes the pawn and black copies, as Levy mentioned here, black could actually just take a timeout, capture the bishop, because this white rook is trapped, not running away anytime soon, and Magnus would have a move to try and break the symmetry. The reason Magnus now looking away from the board, looking at the camera, is because if he wants to just avoid any complications, any mess, he could just bring out his knight, block the diagonal. Black will bring out his knight. But then the other games are basically following this path.
Right.
He wants to be creative. He hates, he hates following these well-trodden paths. So a dilemma for Magnus Carlsen.
It's also important to point out that Fabiano-Gukesh is this exact position, and then here Gukesh played his center pawn up 2 squares, protected by the rook. So, yeah, that is the current position in their game, and Fabiano is deciding what to do with the black pieces. So, yeah.
It also happened, this position, in the game between Sindarov and Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, who are even maybe one step further, having traded pawns. And then, of course, the rook is going to slide out.
Maybe we hop over there since they're making progress?
Yeah, I like that idea. Let's go check in on the youngster in Sindarov up against Hikaru Nakamura, throwing down the gauntlet last night in selecting Hikaru as his opponent. Could be very fun to see how these two match up.
Yeah, so there we go. Yeah. These boys decided we have no patience. We're, we bought the Flash Pass at Six Flags. I'm in Germany. Nobody knows what that is here. Okay, now we have these. There's no music here, right? We just hype them up.
I mean, this is the best way to hype them up. Gotta love the shots, looking cool. But of course, his opponent, another chess great, world rank number 3. This would be quite the victory for him to take.
Isn't he 2?
In live ratings.
Oh, he got demoted. Poor Hikaru.
So here, as you mentioned, we've already kind of accelerated beyond. They dealt with, that initial line that we were talking about, where the bishops would run rampant through the back line of each opponent's pieces by bringing those knights out. Obviously, rook out onto the field, nice development. I'm thinking, though, immediately that this is a piece similar to maybe an early queen coming out that I'd want to target and harass.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this rook this rook journey, I'm not sure where it's going next. Is it just going back? Because it can be hit. As you mentioned, James, there's a couple of ways to do that. A pawn could attack the rook. Probably I wouldn't recommend this one because just to put this on the board, once the white rook retreats, the pawn next to it, this e-pawn now is a backward pawn, struggles to move forward. But one very tempting option is to bring the bishop out, not just attacking the rook, but potentially pinning a pawn, tying the white queen in the corner a bit longer.
Yeah, I like that move a lot. Developing a piece as well, still guarded by the knight.
Okay. Interesting to see Hikaru think here, Tanya.
Yeah, and David, we see Javakir, he's going for that concept, right? Again, freestyle chess is sort of finding its own opening principles as we go along playing more and more games in it, where it's so much about breaking the symmetry and having that first move advantage. As black is playing copycat chess, white gets that first central break in, the first open line in, but it does also come at the cost of, well, the diagonal and making a major more vulnerable to attacks. I do like this approach from white. I think it's a very active one. The next question that Javakir will have to answer is what to do about the minors in the first rank. Do you think about bringing the knight out towards the center of the board, controlling more central squares? Or are you looking at first perhaps activating the bishop to that square, the d4, and pitting it against that black queen, making sure it stays in the corner? I really like it when a player is able to get that first central break in. It feels not only like a power move, but you control more of the board.
Although, what's interesting for me is that Javakir played all of this without thinking for more than 1 minute.
Do you think
he has 129 on the clock. Meanwhile, Magnus has the opposite. He is playing with white, but he has like 120 on the clock. So he's really, really carefully trying to measure all the ingredients before mixing, before putting them to bake. And Javakir is like f4, knight b3, e4, rook take, whatever. Let's just play. He's still in rapid mode. So.
Do you think this will trigger Nakamura? Not only did Sindarov choose him yesterday at dinner, but he's just blitzing at the beginning. He's not showing any respect to the more experienced opponent there.
Yeah, it's a good question, right? And for Javakir, it was a pick between Nakamura-Gukesh and Hikaru. I think we can delve a little bit into the dynamics of choosing Hikaru. We already touched upon that. Doesn't want to play his teammate, Nakamura-Gukesh being the classical world champion, also a very tough choice. There's so much psychology playing against your own sort of age group. And it's somehow not a very comfortable zone. So going for a player who definitely has the experience, but age is on Javakir's side, well, form as well here. I also want to point out, right, Fabi said, and I think, David, you were talking about this before we got on the broadcast, that during his practice games, he actually got a position that appeared on the board in the round robin. What are the chances here that Javakir randomly, while training, had position 381?
I mean, we can work out the...
I think it's 1 in 960.
Yeah.
The
He's
chances.
feeling sleepy as well, by the way. It's like, I've seen this before, 381 at the back of my hand.
He did tell me in an interview a couple of days ago, the game started at 1 p.m. He's been waking up at 12. Literally 1 hour before the games.
I mean, it all depends, I guess, when he goes to sleep. That really is what matters. I mean, you can... But, yeah, I think, look, he's young. And as you get older, you feel much more weight and anxiety with every move that you make. Like, am I really making the right pawn push in the center? Javakir's like, listen, I almost won the round robin. I'm undefeated in Bundesliga. I've won probably 80 to 90% of my recent games. Probably, the way I'm playing is normal. And, okay, I mean, still, Hikaru has 78 minutes to think, and Javakir will think later. Actually, David, you're our grandmaster. You've been 2,700. I've heard top players say things like, even if I know the opening, which obviously here they likely don't, I will still take my time. Because sometimes if you sit down and play really fast, you never get into focus mode. And then when it comes time to think, you're like not in the right shape. Is this a thing?
At least for me, that's true. Often there's a breaking point where you can also know a bit too much. So you know what all the options are for yourself. You have 2 or 3 very logical moves. One might lead the position a certain way, more dynamic qualities there. One might be a bit quieter. You know your opponent's strengths and weaknesses, so you sense you kind of sit there just mulling over the stylistic decision. That could be relevant here, but also you know that your opponent has 2 or 3 good moves. You're deciding whether to bluff, whether to kind of play those moves quickly. I mean, there's so much under the surface that we don't see. There's no just one kind of correct move, especially in the opening.
Exactly, and understanding that there's going to be no one answer for every player. I'm also curious how the time controls themselves and even the time remaining on your clock ultimately plays into your decision making. At the end of the day, you'd love to find the perfect move, but at a certain point, you have to make a move before the clock runs out. And budgeting your time is a skill that maybe is under talked about when it comes to chess. So is that something that you're thinking about from the get-go? How am I budgeting my time? Or is that something that doesn't come into consideration until you feel the time pressure itself start to creep up onto you.
You're asking the worst person in the world, James. I'm the time trouble addict.
Are you?
I can't budget in life or in chess, especially on the clock. But the top players do, right? Hikaru, Magnus, they never seem to be too flustered, even if their clock is ticking down. And we should mention the time control, Tanya. There's no kind of added time later in the game. It's just 30 seconds per move that you get extra. There's no time control. Normally at move 40, you get this extra hour or half hour on the clock. But here it's just to the death.
Yeah, the players start with 90 minutes. Every time they make a move, push the clock, an additional 30-second added. Our community is also asking, is this a one-game match? It's a best of 2. So the players will play one classical game today and reverse colors, new position tomorrow. If it remains at a tie, we will have the faster formats. We go into the 10+10. And then if that's a tie, then Blitz. We might even have an Armageddon to decide. And there we have it, James.
Yeah, so of course, we're right now in that knockout stage, classical 90-minute plus 30 seconds. We will have opportunities for tiebreakers if through 2 days any of these players ultimately are tied up in points. We go rapid, blitz, Armageddon in that order in order to end up with a victor in the end.
And I want chat to get involved because we've been talking so much about Javakir's pick of Hikaru Nakamura. What do you guys make of it? What do you think of it? Because I think very few predicted here. We were all expecting a Magnus-Hikaru matchup. And, I am not good with the Gen Z lingo, but to me, as the Twitchverse would say, it was a very Giga Chad move. Would that be the correct way to put it, Lavi?
Yes, please never say that again.
I will never say that. I apologize.
No, not because it didn't sound good. Just don't incentivize them.
Right, that's true. Don't give them that power.
Leave them in the basement.
I'm giving you all the power, chat. Come at us. What's the emoji for this power move by Sindarov?
I think it probably depends also on how he does. Like then the emoji will change. It might be a bit of a Papega decision, shall I say? If he ends up losing the game. But I know we're the community stream, but we're not like the DGen stream,
No,
we're,
by no means.
Yeah, or maybe we are, I don't know.
But also predictions, right? Let's get those up. Let's get our poll up on chat as well. What do you make of this match? Who wins? Do you think this will end peacefully? It's just the first game in their best of 2. Let's get you involved, and we'll bring up our results.
Something about this tells me it doesn't end peacefully. I don't feel like Javakir is the kind of player who wants to come away today with a drawish ending, right? I think he should have a fair amount of confidence based on his group stage play while he did suffer a loss right at the end to Alireza Firouzja. I'm hoping that he comes out with a more attacking-oriented chess and really tries to apply the pressure onto Hikaru.
And just diving back into the chess, I wanted to mention another peculiar instance of deja vu, because this position, this is the live position between Sindarov and Nakamura. This position also arose in Firouzja against Keymer, where Keymer has just pushed his pawn a few seconds ago to this square. The clocks were exactly the same, by the way. So both Hikaru playing with black and Vincent Keymer playing with black thinking. And now this move played. This was also the choice of Fabiano Caruana in his game against Gukesh. So that position arose in 3 different boards. And White's rook retreating, also the choice of Gukesh. Okay, it's copycat chess. This is also the position of Gukesh against Fabiano right now.
Yeah, but how about that? After a long think, Hikaru decides to commit the bishop towards the center of the board, force that rook back, and then bring the queen into a position where she can get active as well along that same diagonal.
Speaking of diagonals, take a look at what's happening on that bottom left board. Magnus versus Notterbeck, where it's fire on the board already. The bishops did land on that A-pawn. The weak pawns, rooks have been picked up. Magnus keeps looking on the side. No, Magnus, no other game is following this drama as yours is. What is happening here, David?
Yeah, I think we will dive into that Carlsen Abdusattorov game in a moment, but it is copy-paste, just to mention. It's literally Sindarov and Gukesh against Nakamura and Caruana. Their 2 boards just totally identical. It's rare to see.
I gotta love that. We'll wait for a deviation there. But I do think it's wise for us to check back in with Carlsen and Abdusattorov, because this is a kind of position I think that is terrifying for a player of my level. When you still have that bishop just sitting there eyeing the rook, ready for the taking at any moment. Maybe help me work through the thought process of when and where and why you would take that as opposed to leaving it available. That said, before you answer that question, we're going to dive in and get a word from Magnus Carlsen himself in the confession booth.
Realizing it.
Which we can't hear.
If I'd managed, let's say he had taken the pawn immediately, I go g3, opening up for the queen. He protects the pawn with pawn to d5, then I think I can probably give a check with the bishop, and then after he blocks the check, I can move the rook from b1 to d1, castling. As far as I can see, the rules allow that. So at first, I'm thinking, what is he doing? Because now g3, the thing is, his bishop was covering squares along the diagonal. So it seemed nonsensical to take the rook, and also tactically, d5 was hanging in some lines, or even if it was protecting e6. But I think that's what he was worried about. Now I think d5 looked very unappetizing without the light square control. So I think I'll be able to bring the queen out to e4, and I think it should be a little bit better.
Well, that a little top-tier insight from the players themselves, a peek inside the mind of Magnus Carlsen as he evaluates this position. Seems to be happy with the way things have played out for him so far, and as you mentioned, he's looking maybe to find a way for his queen to get involved, eyeing that pawn, of course, that rests on the e4 square.
Yeah, and James, you earlier mentioned when to take this rook. Magnus actually gave away the answer, so saving me from coming up with a solution there. He's basically saying that this pawn in the center that he's gambited right now, if it is defended by a fellow pawn, if black pushes his central pawn there, white can give a check to the black king, so developing with gain of time. So leaving the black king slightly vulnerable, I think, is the concrete answer. But maybe just for our viewers, an actual replay of the last few moves.
I think that'd be lovely. Yeah, let's remind ourselves how we got here, because the last time we did check in on the board, both bishops were still there, eyeing the rooks. And of course, we can go ahead and quickly blitz through these positions before we hear from yet another player who stepped into the confessional booth.
Yeah, so Magnus broke in the center. Abdusattorov took this rook. The white king simply recaptured, leaving the black rook hanging. A capture in the center, and rather than rook takes pawn, which we saw a similar move in the other boards, Magnus trying to get his queen out with gain of time. Very ambitious play by the world number one.
So that's how we got to where we are, but I would love to hear more from the players themselves. So as quickly as we can, we'll dive back into the confessional booth.
I'm not so unhappy with the opening.
No.
I think it's a dangerous position because my knight is a bit stuck.
All right, well, Fabi is currently in the confessional booth. We'll let him get all of his thoughts out. Perhaps we jump to his board then to get kind of a bird's eye view of it, some table setting for the wisdom that he'll be sharing with us in just a bit.
And there we see Fabiano isn't currently in the board. We know where he is. He's confessing his sins. Meanwhile, Gukesh is thinking, and as mentioned earlier, this is the exact same position as another game, Sindarov and Nakamura. It was Fabiano who first decided to put his bishop in the center as black. That's a beautiful bishop, and the black queen has just slid over one square. What do we make of this?
Well, what I make of this is actually that the time is different on either player, right? It's actually the white player here who has less time than the black playing player, where Hikaru is the one who spent more time thinking. But with that, I believe our confessional with Fabiano is ready to go. So let's dive in and see how he evaluates this position. Looks like maybe some audio issues. We'll sort out. Up the volume in there on the confessional booth to make sure that we can actually get the words that the players are throwing out there. But taking a look at this, do you find it to be confidence-inducing that, you know, if you're a player seeing a number of other players matching your position up to this point?
It's mind games, right? Some confidence because you know you're probably playing good moves and you're getting some support. But there is this itch to go your own way. I don't think any top player wants to be seen as the one copying their professional colleagues. And Tanya, I haven't seen Gukesh discussing with anyone in the initial position. So especially for him, head in hands, I don't think he'll be looking to try to kind of mimic the other boards for too long.
No, I mean, he's got his tunnel vision. You know, he's just concentrated on his board right now, and it's really a complex one if you look at it. Yes, he was the one to break that symmetry, get that open E central line where the rook is placed. But also Fabi's style, the last few moves have been so incredibly active. The queen from the side, the corner of the board, is now about to come, well, to even slide up one square forward, start targeting that F-pawn. The knight might jump forward. And right now what's going on in Gukesh's mind is how does he place pieces? Because, Levy, even in freestyle chess, right, the general principles remain the same out of the opening. You need to decide the setup that's the most appropriate, where do you put each of your minors, which pawns you push, and you kind of have to figure that out from the very start.
For sure. Like, for me, I want to put my knight into the center and target Black's bishop, right? Like, and then you have to think, is that a good move? Probably my opponent will retreat. And then what do I do? You know, do I move pawns? Do I move my knight? My bishop, which way am I going to put my king? Am I going to castle my king on the left side of the board, the right side of the board? Maybe that knight jump isn't good. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I should play with my pawns first. What does my opponent want? Am I hungry? Like, was the opening a good choice? I wonder what other people are doing. You know, whatever goes through a chess player, why am I here?
That is not Gukesh's brain at all.
No.
He's sitting down and calculating.
My biggest concern is that queen. It is my queen over there on H1 sitting in the corner. And how do I find a way to get her eventually involved into the game? As Levy mentioned, maybe the knight kicking the bishop away is one possibility. But of course, could always slide back, you know, one on the diagonal and continue that pawn pin. So then my other thinking, David, is, okay, let's take our own light squared bishop, bring it up here to the F3 square, and maybe offer a trade, but then we're opting into doubled pawns, which never feels good, especially since there's no opportunity to connect pawns on the other side of them.
Yeah, unfortunately, I just don't think you gain enough compensation for the double pawns. Normally, if you are about to wreck your pawn structure, let's just put that on the board like this, then, as you say, James, you need something in return. You need active pieces, you need targets in your opponent's camp as well, but these two are just isolated and weak. So, yeah, this is a bit of a dilemma for Gukesh.
Well, so then, but is it, well, a bit of a dilemma, but then I always go back to, is it a problem we even need to solve now? Yes, it's a long-term concern, getting our queen, you know, involved in the game, but is it something that we can say, I'll deal with that later and put focus elsewhere on the board, maybe try and create some kind of counter pressure of our own?
Yeah, ideally, if there was a way, but there's no obvious path, I would say here, Tanya, for white.
Not clear, which is why the world champion's taking so much time right now, right? And this is exactly the reason why the players really enjoy the classical format when it comes to freestyle chess. Standard chess, you'd be blitzing out the first 10 to 15 moves. It would be part of your home preparation, especially when you're playing against one of the best in the world, when you're playing against Fabiano Caruana, but not in this format. I also want to talk about this matchup a little bit because, yes, it's a clash of generations, you know, it's experience versus youth, but their story does go way back. In the candidates as well, at the end of it did come down to Gukesh and Fabiano fighting for that spot for the World Championship match. For these youngsters, it's always such a massive, well, opportunity or something that they're so hungry for all the time to play against the very best in the world. Fabi's been a beast at the top for almost a decade right now. But where these youngsters are in their career, it's no more an opportunity. They play to win now. You know, it's sort of that thing when your idols become your rivals for them. So it's going to be interesting to see how with the white pieces, Gukesh, who's always an ambitious player, he always wants to play more chess, doesn't let his opponent get into his head, approach these questions that we're talking about. Fabi, so far, I feel, has made all the principal choices. You know, he's getting his pieces out, that bishop nicely placed, also eyeing that e-pawn moving 2 steps forward at the right time, breaking the center. If the white knight was to step forward, hit that bishop after knight e3, the bishop would fall back, and Fabi has his own ideas to get some activity.
Also, I will just say that Gukesh has gotten the better of Fabiano the last few times they played. Like, he beat him in the Olympiad, which, you know, in chess is just about the, you know, the biggest thing that you can do outside of the candidates. Yeah, and in live, I think Gukesh is up to number 3 in the world. I think officially he's 5th, but it's Magnus, Hikaru, and Gukesh, right? I mean, what more can you say? Used to be Eric Icy, but he had this rough tournament a couple of weeks ago, and yeah, this is actually a low-key, pretty big rivalry in the chess world right now.
Maybe becoming less low-key by the day, right?
Yeah. Let's see how this match goes. Yeah,
exactly. But either way, maybe also having to add one extra slide to Gukesh's there, world champion as well.
You can say, you know, you just for the youngsters to understand, you can call Gukesh Sigma, if you will. Yes, indeed.
Dear
yes.
God, we're going to have to find a way to stop the Twitch chat trends here on the desk.
Just completely obliterated your train of thought.
You absolutely did, man. This is not, you know,
we need Generation Alpha, you know, board behind us. If somebody makes a mistake today, someone's going to have to unironically say skibbity. That is...
No. Stop.
Hey, you started it. I mean, you opened the door.
I nominate one of these two.
Levy's already said it. I mean,
that's actually, yeah. Did we get that? Can we clip that? Let's just put that on.
I can't believe they actually got Gukesh and Anand into a commercial, and they got them to say the word skibbity. That was...
And trip.
Yes.
That was an incredible piece. That was an incredible piece. A lot of personality showing through there for both of those guys, and you love to see... kind of the honor shared between the two of them, 5-time world champion and now the newest world champion in Gukesh.
A lot of riz there, that's for sure. But in the meantime, question for you guys. Who would you take in a kind of tag team battle? Would you take Gukesh and Sindarov or Hikaru and Fabiano? Because the two games following the paths of each other pretty much. The other game, White has just played, Sindarov has just played the knight to e3. Maybe Gukesh will copy. Maybe we'll see that game. Maybe we'll see the players removed from the room because that game, yeah, I don't know how long we'll see the copycat chess essentially go on.
That's a tough call. Making me choose between those two. I guess that's maybe where I would stick with the veterans for just a little bit longer, especially as you go, you know, deeper into a tournament. I think more so in the classical time controls and where less things are known. Maybe that experience, maybe that intuition that they have, the sense, the game sense that they have, might give them just the slightest bit of edge. But, you know, either way, I feel you could also toss a coin and be just as accurate in choosing between the two of them.
Yeah. It's just interesting, 2 younger players versus 2 more experienced players, and clearly the younger players think alike, the more experienced players think alike. Some synergy there. But what catches your eye, Tanya, as we see the 5 games in front of us?
Well, to your point, the differentiator is that Javokir picked the experienced Hikaru, while it was Fabi who picked the fire of youth, the world champion Gukesh in that one. And that's sort of a luxury to make your choice, but then you also have the pressure to prove your choice. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. But again, the board that keeps catching my attention is the bottom left one. You know, simply because, well, Nodebek right now, in that current live position, does have extra material, but we notice how Black's rook is trapped next to the king and can always be picked up. And it's interesting how Magnus keeps delaying that decision to neutralize that material deficit. He just says, I'm going to keep improving my position, bring my queen out to the center of the board, because I can capture the rook as and when I want.
The question is when.
And if.
Yeah, you're basically a move away, right? Because Black's next move could be moving the bishop out, offering a trade. Or even moving the bishop out, not offering a trade, threatening to castle. Threatening to jump the rook, you know, to the other side. Yeah, and so now we have this moment where Nodebek has to be very, very careful, because I think actually Magnus has completely mastered the essence of this position. If you actually go move by move through the computer, he is playing line by line a perfect game. So delaying the capture of the rook is completely the perfect thing here. And
Levy?
Yeah.
I just noticed, guys, we've got the heart rate monitors on today.
We do.
That is incredible. And Magnus is slightly higher than Norderbeck.
Norderbeck's young.
A little bit higher.
You know, he's...
Everybody's still in the comfort zone, though. Although, as we say that, we're just approaching triple digits for the first time.
Look at this. A chess player is moving to drink some water, and the heart rate is jumping by 10. Like, this is how out of shape we are. Like, I mean, my goodness. Yeah, 82 is quite impressive.
And you're talking about the most in shape.
Yeah,
I was told playing a game of classical high-level chess burns thousands of calories.
Who told you this?
I think it was you in a video somewhere.
Not only some misinformation,
I'll challenge somebody to go through the archives of Gotham Chess.
There was some article, about Fabiano, and yeah, I think the truth is, like in tournaments, you need a lot of fuel during the game. You can have like nuts. You can have. Some people drink energy drinks, but yeah, I mean, you can definitely burn a lot. It's like processing power. It's not exactly muscle twitching, but yeah, the brain is hard to fuel.
I mean, the position here, returning to the position looks good for Magnus, bringing this knight out. To me, David, it looks like, if I'm trying to understand his kind of strategy here, is to start bringing the knights over to the left side of the board, maybe support that bishop, even dive in onto the b6 square eventually. Obviously, right now, bishop protecting that, but looking for, putting continual pressure on that king. Interestingly enough, the a1 knight could effectively do the same thing as well if it finds a way to jump out here soon.
Yeah, and I'm expecting one of the moves Levy mentioned, maybe a bishop move here for black. Just to put this on the board to show everyone who hasn't been with us here in the first 2 days how to castle in Fischer random chess, or freestyle chess in this case. For example, I mean, you should take the rook now probably, but if you were to just take your eye off the board for one move, develop a piece, I do believe that black can, there we go, bring the rook over.
Which is apparently very bad.
I don't know why this is bad suddenly, but at least you save the rook. The materialist in me.
This is, like knight d5? Something like some jump into the center? Oh my god, that's not the move, but it's also not bad.
Let's just show the idea.
It's just forced checkmate in the corner.
There it is.
That's pretty sick. Yeah.
It's beautiful.
And I love how white's king can teleport to the right side of the board and castle to the right, because that's your rook. No, he moved it up and back?
Yeah, he took...
he moved it.
Yeah.
Okay.
He recaptured the black bishop.
Oh, sorry, the king moved, not his rook, right. Yeah. It didn't start there. It started on, on the bishop square.
So, of course...
This is not confusing at all, okay?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. What are we even doing here? So what is the best move for black?
It's a tough one, right?
Well, I do like that initial idea of the bishop moving forward and sort of forcing that trade of the bishop and the rook, forcing Magnus's hand to recapture material. You also place your bishop on a nice square.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you have to at some point, right? Because otherwise, I just don't like sitting with this kind of tension the whole time, right? And so
reminds me of family Thanksgiving.
Yes, exactly. Let's get the arguments out now, and then we can all enjoy a bit later. So let's trade the pieces now, and then we can settle back into a nice classical game of
Also,
chess.
to make it completely clear, black's the only one in this position who can legally castle right now.
Yes.
White has moved the rook, the other rook's off the board, but I don't think that luxury will be with black for too long, as Magnus, I think he's looking at recapturing the rook next to it.
Dare I say, if we are being super technical, black cannot legally castle at this very moment. But
that is true.
Yes, if there was space, he could. Magnus obviously this is like the happiest Magnus that you can see.
What?
He's in his element, rubbing his face.
Yeah, he's enjoying life.
Brainstorming. Yes, when you move the bishop, then you can castle. And I guess the thing that we were discussing is the threat of black actually castling is not a threat, but getting the bishop off the board is. The only reason Norderbeck is not doing that, I guess if we can just put the bishop trade on the board instead of this move. Let's back up and let's put the bishop on the b6 square, so captures the rook, king takes, and essentially what Norderbeck is looking at in that position is, am I happy? And what is Magnus going to do here? Because this is ultimately what chess is about. The players are given 90 minutes each to anxiously ponder over the hypotheticals of what their opponents can do to them. And there are no patterns here, really, compared to the regular chess format. So, like, what on earth does white play here, right? Does white get a knight out, take the center, try to castle, bishops are on the opposite color. There's so many imbalances. You have to consider one trade can leave you in a really bad position.
I'm tempted in this moment too, even maybe in this position, to swing the queen over all the way to the left-hand side of the board, even a4 if that's not improper, making before we bring that knight forward again, threatening the bishop, and just trying to throw pressure along this left-hand side towards the king and look for a knockout punch.
Yeah.
Computer's telling me I'm crazy, but...
No, not crazy at all, James. Definitely an idea. The white knight could come. The white rook might later kind of come up and across and swing over. Yeah, neither side totally safe on that flank. And I'm just really curious about the best move, so I have been a bit naughty here, turned on the engine. Apparently black should be pushing one of these two pawns, but I'm going to say that's not obvious for Nordebek right now, especially this pawn move. It feels like you're creating holes that white could jump into. For example, if black were to push a pawn, the white knight could start thinking about trying to jump in, and to me this is relatively unappealing. It does not look so natural, nor does, I mean, that's a British understatement there, very unappealing I should say. Pawn to d5 as well just looks so kind of foolhardy, I'm going to say, allowing some checks along the diagonal. Tanya, it's not going to happen, surely.
Yeah, it's a very non-human approach in this position, right? This is where the engine, it just shows, well, a different kind of understanding to how humans approach the position. Also notice how each of Nordebek's pieces are kind of set up for the next freestyle game. Nothing's left the back rank. Magnus has still managed to get all the activity, the queen and the rook on the open line, the knight moving closer towards the black king, the bishop nicely placed, ready to capture the rook. Well, optically, it does feel that if one had to choose, I'd pick white right now. What about you, Levy?
It's the hottest take of the day. That's, yeah, for sure. White's position is really nice. And when you ultimately get the rest of your pieces out, it feels like you can play. And he did move this bishop. Yeah, and you just said it's the human approach. He's not going to move those pawns. The only reason he didn't do this any quicker is because we gave him the time, right? Like, if you have the time, you're going to take it. But in a blitz game or a rapid game, he would have come out much faster. Yeah, he would have played it in probably 10 seconds.
Yeah. Well, therefore, though, I do expect maybe the next two moves, or next few moves, right, to be rather locked in for either of these players. Of course, as you just mentioned, Levy, they've got the time. They'll take the time occasionally to make sure they're not missing anything. And while Magnus perhaps takes a moment, we're going to take a moment to reflect on how yesterday broke down and how we ended up with each of these pairings as we reflect on all of those rapid games from just yesterday. A fierce fight for survival shaped day 2 of the WEISSENHAUS Freestyle Grand Slam. With 8 knockout spots available, half the field of 10 world-class grandmasters battled to stay in the competition. Tournament sensation Nakamura-Sindarov continued his commanding run at the top, while even world champion Gukesh wasn't safe until his final game, his first ever clash as champion against the GOAT, Magnus Carlsen. The day kicked off with Alexander Botez revealing the starting position. Early on, the two last places seemed nearly set. Levon Aronian and Vladimir Fedoseev both lost their first game of the day, falling 1.5 points behind after 6 rounds and facing serious danger of elimination. But Fedoseev, European Chess 960 champion and freestyle qualifier, wasn't ready to pack his bags. He fought back in the next round, defeating Aronian in a direct elimination battle to stay in the race. Heading into the final round, Fedoseev had cut the gap to half a point. Gukesh, Vincent Kaimir, and Nordebek Abdusatorov knew that if Fedoseev beat Hikaru Nakamura, he could catch them. A 4-player tie-break for survival was still in play.
Gukesh has made a huge slip. Now the white queen can jump in with a check. It's not just one check. She's going to pick up a pawn, maybe even come and pick up this knight the long way around. She's going to do a dance around the board.
Hikaru's favor for Gukesh, remarked commentator David Howell. Gukesh lost against Carlsen, but thanks to Nakamura's win over Fedoseev, the Indian chess sensation is still in it. Fedoseev is not. His comeback didn't have a happy ending. He and Levon Aronian are out. But the 2 eliminated players won't have to leave the stunning WEISSENHAUS resort. Good news for the audience. The nice week includes guest appearances from Aronian and Fedoseev as co-commentators on the live shows. Stay tuned for the knockouts starting Sunday in WEISSENHAUS. Welcome back, everyone, to the Freestyle Chess at Grand Slam here in WEISSENHAUS, where we're hopping over to Sindarov versus Hikaru Nakamura. Quite a different board state, just showing a different way that the players could have taken, or path they could have taken. And it feels like this one is a much more steady state, just in terms of maybe the pacing of the game, right? Because of the lack of sacrificing those early pieces and breaking open the left-hand side of the board. A much more stable feeling, at least to this one, for both sides of the board, from my opinion.
Yeah, I think stable is a good word, especially for Sindarov as he, I was going to say power stretches, but it's...
power yawn.
Evolved into a yawn, yeah. And just to recap the last couple of moves here, we did see this position just 2 moves ago appear on 2 different boards. Also, we mentioned the Caruana board against Gukesh. The white knight did attack this bishop. Hikaru retreated it, very surprisingly going that direction. We were discussing kind of dropping back here, keeping the tension with the white queen. Instead, the retreat has allowed the white bishop to jump out. Now this problem of the white queen is solved. You're going to push a pawn forward as white in the next couple of moves, and nice diagonal.
And now, admittedly, that feels a bit odd to me, because not only would we have been able to keep the pin, we also seem to have reblocked our queen from making an easy step out, maybe onto that very square that the bishop is resting on now, and threatening the pawn down the line on that F square.
It feels weird to me, too. I have no idea why he moved his bishop back there. I'm not saying it's not a good move. I guess he didn't want the bishop on the diagonal to be targeted by maybe white's other knight. Like, he felt as though if he had kept his bishop on the left side of the board in front of all of his pawns, it was an easier target. It's like when you're trying to escape a wrestler in a cage fight, but you run out of space, and then that's when you get taken. Maybe he's like, all right, I'm getting out of there completely, and then it's not so clear what white's next moves are.
And there could be another additional idea to what Levy just said, that with the move that he's chosen, falling back on that diagonal, he instead wants to use the square for the pawn in front of the king to move 1 step forward, and then vacate that square for his other bishop to land on, to kind of try and find some harmony in his pieces, and also create, well, this Berlin Wall, I want to call it, against the white bishop, because we're in Germany.
We're almost in Denmark, which is, I don't know, that was fascinating to me. I didn't realize how close Denmark was to us. Did you know that?
We're a short drive. I didn't know that coming, but somebody told me on the way.
Yeah.
Like,
we don't know.
They were like, you should stop over in Denmark, because I've never been there before myself.
And you were like, where is that? I feel quite out of place here.
I might have better than average geography for an American, but that's still probably subpar compared to the rest of the world.
They should quiz us one day, like flags, or we should do one of those commentators, like flag quizzes, or capitals quizzes.
Like, if you're game, I'm game, because we can both look stupid together.
Can you name the European capitals that start with the letter B?
Berlin, Budapest, Bucharest.
Oof. Killing it.
Is Brussels the capital of Belgium?
Brussels. I've run dry.
Yeah. Are there more?
I think so, yeah.
You think so? You don't even know the answer to your own question?
I know, I wasn't...
what kind of a test giver is that?
Bratislava?
Nice.
I think there's one more.
Impressive.
Oh, I'm going to start thinking about this. Chat, help us out.
I mean, a move is not going to be made. We might as well just solve this one, you know? Yeah, chat will help. They know everything. It's actually quite impressive.
Now, we talk about that pawn to c6 as a possible option to unlocking the bishop. I think it feels a little strange to me, though, just in terms of the pawn's positioning in front of the king, and then trying to figure out where the king is going to end up in the end game in terms of a point of safety.
Yeah, it's difficult to say. Again, white could actually just castle next move. The white rook from b1 hopping over to d1 would complete that little maneuver. But I think for Hikaru, it's very unlikely that he's going to go the long way, Tanya. Just too many pieces in the way here.
I just keep looking at the camera. Javakir really did not get much sleep last night.
What, he's yawning?
He's been yawning. At least 10 times since the game has started.
He will get a stern talking to after the game. Javakir, if you have to yawn, don't yawn. Sponsors are watching. We can look excited.
Is that annoying as a player? Because, Levy, for me, whenever I'm playing, if my opponent is showing, well, you know, he hasn't slept, but still confidently making the moves, walking around, yawning, stretching, I do feel a bit uncomfortable there.
I think maybe slightly. Look, I've experienced everything. I've experienced an 11-year-old child picking his nose to the point that it bled, like that was, and then getting it all over his hands. I've experienced, maybe these are just American children. I like a kid, like, went to the snacks area of the tournament, came back, and then was like sucking on each finger one by one.
Stop. Why did I ask this question?
Oh no, we can keep going. What's the worst that an opponent has done, in one of your tournaments?
Why would you put that image into our heads right now? Early morning, beautiful morning at WEISSENHAUS, incredible chess being played, C6 on the board.
Yeah, but I feel like, Javakir, if he starts getting snacks, and eating at the board is very bad, right? Like if you eat like an apple, just staring at Hikaru, just a power move eating an apple,
So is fake eating an apple on a broadcast also.
Yeah, so, sorry. Yeah. I mean, we have some fruit here. They gave us some fruit,
Well, we did finally have that C-pawn play.
That was your plan, bishop there. And
yeah, so expecting maybe the bishop to come out. Also could bring that knight forward to target that same pawn as well, kind of build up the pressure onto the f-pawn.
Delayed Caruana. Just want to mention c6, better late than never, Levy.
Yeah. Although I'm reformed now.
Oh.
I moved the pawn 2 squares.
You convince
like
a bunch of people to play the Caruana and then you go elsewhere?
I'm trying to explore new paths to let them know if they're safe or not.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
He's a trailblazer.
I'm PR trained. All right, you can't get one past me.
I can't stop thinking about it now. Did you win that game?
With the bloody nose?
Yeah.
No. I drew, and that kid now is like higher rated than me.
Wow.
He will go unnamed. I think I've named him maybe in one place, but yeah, now I see him and he's grown. He's like 6 feet tall. It's really hilarious. And I'm like, one time I had to call the arbiter because your nose was bleeding all over your hands. That was kind of crazy.
You'll tell us his name later off broadcast.
Yeah. I'll say it on broadcast.
The internet sleuths are already on it. I guarantee you that.
No, he's a strong young man, and we all have these crazy experiences in life. So.
I've played opponents where I'll go to the bathroom, I see them coming out, they'll run straight out without washing their hands, and I'm like, oh, what to do? Do I shake that hand?
Well,
later?
the best is when I've walked into a bathroom in a tournament, and a man was at a urinal with his pants fully down, like that, just fully.
You just said this is not a DGen stream. You're just going on making it one.
This is community stream. We're just sharing our stories. We have the therapist set up here. We have Dash and David as the therapist, and we'll have the Botez sisters here later. And the moves are coming in slowly in the States, so we have to make the audience laugh. I hope they're entertained. I don't know, maybe we can pull up the chat and see. Hopefully they're having a good time.
Rather
I'm scared
laughing
to pull
or
up the
crying.
track right now.
A good break in all of this discussion is to let the viewers at home know that we are currently running a prediction in chat, so make sure your voice is heard. Let us know who you think is going to come out on top in this one that we have before us. Is it going to be Sindarov or Hikaru Nakamura? Of course, drawing is always an option. Before we move ahead to tomorrow as well. That's maybe a good opportunity as well to refresh everybody on the fact that these are best of 2s, so it's not one and done today. Even if your favorite player does fall down in this first game, they will have the opportunity to strike back tomorrow. Another thing we didn't talk about as well coming into today is that the higher seeded player in each situation got their choice of whether or not they wanted to start as white or black. And actually across the board, we kind of had people making different decisions. Is that just coming down to pure personal preference? And at the end of the day, you don't know which positions are going to be drawn and where advantages might lie. So people may be looking to say, hey, I'll take the black side first because it's typically known to be weaker, but I want to end stronger, or I'd like to go out and maybe take an early win with the white pieces, and then I don't have to do much. The pressure's a little bit more off when it comes to playing black the next day.
I think in general in this format, well, frankly, in most knockouts of classical chess, you want to start with black, and then in the next round, playing with white is slightly better. Here, maybe playing with white is actually just slightly better off the bat because maybe there's a big enough advantage you can get randomly.
Well, and while I will want to maybe continue this discussion, as you can see, having some technical difficulties, a quick screen freeze. So we're going to toss you guys over to a quick video, the road to freestyle, how we got here, and then we'll return as we get things sorted.
The revolution of professional chess starts now. 10 world-class players, 5 unique destinations, 1 gripping and innovative format. changing chess forever. Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. Bringing a unique chess experience to iconic places around the world, only the world's best players will take on the Freestyle Challenge. During the 2025 season, players are awarded points based on their placement in each Grand Slam tournament. Over the course of the season, each player's points from all the tournaments are added together. And after the last Grand Slam, the player with the most points will be crowned Freestyle Chess Champion.
It really is combat from move one. This is so much better than classical tournaments.
All events in the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour will be played in the format of Chess 960. Each Grand Slam starts with a round-robin phase. All participants face off against one another in rapid chess. The two last-place players in the round-robin stage are eliminated, but will play for 9th place in a playoff match. The remaining 8 advance to the quarterfinals. From here on, the games will be played with classical time controls. Each matchup will be a best-of-2 game over 2 days, and in the case of a draw, 2 rapid games will be played. If there's still a draw, 2 blitz games will follow. And if the winner is still undecided, a final Armageddon match will be played. From the 7th to the 14th of February, the first Grand Slam of 2025 will take place in the luxurious WEISSENHAUS Resort on the Baltic coast in Germany. As it is the first Grand Slam of the year, all Grandmasters are eager to make their mark, with the top spot there for the taking. After 8 intense days of play, only one competitor will become the 2025 WEISSENHAUS Grand Slam champion, taking home 25 points and $200,000 in prize money. Let the revolution begin.
Yeah, versus the VO that I've done the last 2 days is off of like. Welcome back, everybody, to the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam here in WEISSENHAUS, Germany. Hopefully getting all those technical issues sorted for you so that we have a seamless viewing experience across all 5 boards of the day for some high-tier chess action. Kind of want to return to the conversation that we were having before around the choices of pieces and player confidence as well, Levy, because I interrupted you a bit in your spiel in talking about how perhaps, you know, coming out with a nice strong start is going to feel good, and then you just maybe have to look for a draw on the second day, something that maybe most players would feel more comfortable navigating towards and playing a defensive solid style on day 2.
Maybe that's all it came down to. They just wanted to start strong. And it does feel like generally White is getting some advantages. Like we see the position that Magnus has, for example. But it all does feel a bit random. Maybe it's just more comfortable to start with White so you're not, you know, scrambling on the defensive end. But, I mean, what do I know? This is just my theory.
I mean, what do any of us know in freestyle chess? I think that's, again, a sentiment that's echoed by the players themselves as we have heard them talk time and time again about their uncertainty around the first moves and their willingness to eat up the majority of their time in evaluating these early positions.
You know, to that point about picking piece color, it was really interesting because all the players who had to actually choose the color they start with, everyone chose white except Fabiano Caruana, who starts with the black pieces.
Exactly.
what do you think went on in Fabi's mind? Because to me as well, White felt like sort of the intuitive pick where you perhaps have the first move advantage. You know, you try to push. And then, yes, in the second game, you'll have Black, David, but taking away the opening preparation part of it, you know, you see how the first day went and take your approach then.
Yeah, I think Fabi, he still has this classical mindset where, you know, getting White in the second day, you have the advantage, then you choose how hard to go. The others just want to start on a high. Fabian is pretty confident in general, I think, these days. So having the kind of first hit with the white pieces isn't necessarily vital.
How many World Cups have Alireza and Javahir, first of all, played, and second of all, gone deep in? Right, because World Cup is one of the only formats in chess which is a best of two. And so starting with Black is actually not bad, because you get a draw and life is good. And if you lose, at least you can play White in the second day. So maybe it's just an experience thing.
Yeah.
Maybe Fabi's just experienced.
Or even in my head, I wonder too if like taking the Black position and playing against kind of the mindset of all the players who are choosing White or going to end up playing White. Given that they have the white pieces, that's where they feel they need to strike. And if you feel like you can play a solid game of chess with maybe one solid counterpunch when you identify that first mistake of your opponent, maybe it is kind of advantageous to say, I'm going to let them all play an aggressive style chess that is more mistake prone, and I'm only looking to capitalize. And then when I have the white side of the matchup, all I have to do is make sure that I'm kind of pumping the brakes every once in a while and checking myself to not, kind of show my hand too much or make that first mistake.
Yeah, fully agree. And I mean, with Fabiano specifically, he knows Gukesh. He's going to press no matter what. Gukesh just kind of doesn't go for draws. He wants to keep the game going as long as possible. So why not take the heat in the first game, and then second game, Fabi will try and dictate a bit more there.
All right, well, as you can see, still experiencing some technical issues, so we are going to say goodbye to stream for just a couple of minutes, throw you to a minor break while we get things sorted. We'll get you back in here as quickly as possible. See you soon. And has been touted at times as a player that really enjoys this format and has invested a fair amount of time in it. Maybe we could speak to a little bit of his journey as a chess pro in general, but what elements of his play lend towards a chess 960, a freestyle chess style?
Well, he's massively talented and creative on the board, and he has a hunger to win regardless of who he's playing against. The form and, you know, exactly the creativity that he showed in the plains was just fantastic. He took down some of the biggest guns in the chess world. He's a new entrant to the 2700 club. Massive talent from Uzbekistan. He was part of the gold medal winning team. It's been awesome to see his rise, and I feel somewhere freestyle chess, you know, it shows pure sort of your chess skill and talent from the very start. You're not relying on seconds, on opening preparation as much, on memorization. You've got this fresh position every time, and it's just about strategy and skill from move one. And I think having that motivation, ambition, hunger for a player like Javahir, this opportunity that he gets to play against the world number one, the world number two, the world champion, and all these greats, it's sort of he wants to prove himself, and that's what he's been doing in the tournament so far.
Yeah, and I mean, going back to Fedoseev and Aronian, I would say both of those two players who came out at the bottom, unfortunately, in the round-robin stage, they've got quite similar styles. They both have this, they put pressure on themselves to be creative every single game, every single day. But in the rapid format, yesterday and the day before, it was just 10 minutes each on the clock. I don't know if you have time to be super creative as early as move one. Often the best players, the players at the top, they were just in survival mode early on. And I think it's just that gear shift that they were lacking. And that's what means they're in this playoff today for the 9th and 10th spots.
If I jump to the other side of that matchup and speak just briefly about Levon Aronian, while I will make my best efforts and have been to get to know each of the players here, I've had the distinct pleasure of getting to know Levon over the last couple of days. And what a joy he is, just as a person, sitting across the table talking anything from musical theater to old classical movies to politics. He's just a wealth of information and levity, I think, in the way that he speaks.
I was going to listen. I'm a bit biased, but I will say that anybody who has a prefix in their name, LEV, is well adjusted, very normal, like quite charming, and full of great stories.
Oh, so humble.
Yes, and full of great stories.
Yes,
and brings an element of levity indeed. No, Levon is probably top 3 on the of the top players who are most beloved. There's like Vichy. There's always these interview questions like, who would you have dinner with? And it's always Anand, Levon. That's it. Yeah, that's it. No, these guys are great.
Anand again.
Yeah, and then Anand if Levon is not available. These guys are really just a joy. He has like a love for chess, but he has a love for you see players, they lose, they get upset, they don't do interviews, you don't see them at dinner. Levon's always there.
Oh,
he's always there.
100%, and really such humility, I think, in his approach to his own chess. Understanding that every day isn't going to be his best day, and these last 2 weren't. And so, while he would have enjoyed performing better, still had quite a positive outlook, looking towards this 9th place matchup today and tomorrow up against Fedoseev. Of course, up on your screens right now, we're checking back in with Sindarov and Hikaru Nakamura. David, perhaps you can help us understand just what we missed in that time where we are away. Doesn't look like too much, which is maybe the benefit of classical time controls, is not too many moves have been blitzed out.
Yeah, it feels like we've been off on a long adventure there, while in the meantime, in the playing hall, 2 moves, a grand total of 2 moves each have been played. Tanya, the main development in this game is that both sides have indeed castled. Normally, we would say to the queen side, we see the kings on the same square they started this game, but the rook's jumping over. And Javokir here lower on the clock for the first time in the game.
And I think we're going to see this quite a bit, and not low by a lot, because Hikaru is also touching the 1-hour mark here. Just the top players, the very best players in the world, how much time they spend for the first few moves. We saw it in the round robin as well, that in freestyle chess, you could be completely lost in the first 10 moves, even if you're Magnus Carlsen. So they have to be extremely careful. David, I think the position that we have right now in front, it says, our evaluation bar says, that Javokir should be happy with the outcome. It feels that the pieces are more centralized, more out. But I think it's just about Hikaru getting that central break in, Levy. Once he's able to push that e-pawn 2 steps forward and open his own lines, we're in for a real fight here.
I think at this point we can sort of safely say, after an hour of coverage, that the position was angled a bit for White to get an edge. It seems it's happened on almost every board, although, and we will pop over to this game in a moment, we are in Germany after all. At some point we should cover the local German hero Vincent Keimer. Like, Vincent is actually slightly better with black, is what I'm seeing, but every other board White is happy, which is generally how the numbers go here. Hikaru has just castled his king to the left side, so we're going to get a symmetrical battle there, but Javokir just simply has more space. But here, this is like a Dali painting. I mean, Firouzja is like just doing whatever he wants. He decided to bring his queen out, which apparently was the wrong approach, David.
Yeah, it looks like Firouzja, just this one thing that he's done with his queen is the main difference between the other boards we've been covering. Fascinating to see that Vincent Keimer has actually done pretty much exactly the same as Hikaru, while Firouzja, going his own way. And I'm not liking the fact that the white queen is lined up on a diagonal, stared down by the black dark squared bishop. But it is surprising to me that black has such an advantage. We see the eval bar there on the left of the board. Decent advantage, despite the fact it feels like Firouzja hasn't done too many committal things.
Yeah, so how did we get here? Let's walk it back, because it really is about the first time we're checking in with this Alireza Firouzja and Vincent Keimer game. And I want to understand, while 4 other boards are going the way of White, how it is that Keimer exactly found himself into an advantageous position. Of course, we could still wonder if he's aware that he's as well positioned as he is in this game.
Yeah, let's actually go back to the start, because believe it or not, this looks like a middle game, but it's only move 7.
Wow.
And let's trace it all the way back to the beginning. Pawn to f4 was played on all of the boards. We mentioned this earlier. The black knight jumped out just as it did on 4 of the other 5 boards. And, we saw a strike in the center from Vincent Keimer, hitting this pawn. Pawns were exchanged duly here. And this moves the Caro-Kann again. We mentioned the black bishop. This seems to be the key square, the key way to get the bishop out the way in order for the black king to castle. And to me, the most surprising move of the game, after the black bishop landed on this diagonal, Firouzja decided to happily walk into the eye line of that bishop. Very odd strategy there, I'm going to say. But, okay, black castling the king, and this is how we got here.
An odd strategy. Can you excuse it, though? Like, what is the logic behind it? Just that we need to defend that pawn. No, it's already defended by the rook. So why is it so peculiar?
Yeah, James, I think to your point, what you were about to make, that one idea or one explanation of that move is to fight against black's break-free idea of going e5. You know, that queen from h2, it is x-raying that central square. So you're getting more forces to stop black from getting space in the center.
Yeah, pawn breaks are the key here for black. I mean, the black rooks are perfectly poised in the center. If line's open, it's clear that Vincent's actually ahead in piece development. It might not look that way. Black's piece is a bit cramped, but the rook's already perfectly centralized, connected. That's always a key in any middle game. The black bishop's nicely poised, and if the black pieces can force a central break and get the knight and queen out, he's pretty much ready, whereas Firouzja still needs a lot of time to be ready himself.
It just seems like every player with white understood the role that time and tempo plays in their setup, meaning they have to get all their pieces on the right squares, and then they probably have to commit their king. But Firouzja did not somehow. Like, he used some liberties to push his side pawn all the way up the board, which makes sense. He's taking space. He's restricting his opponent. He brought his queen out a little bit. But he still needs all the correct elements of the position, meaning he has to get his bishop and knight out, and he has to castle his king, and get his rook out of the center. And he doesn't have enough time to do all of those things.
You know, Lavi, I hear you, but I also feel that from a human perspective, in this position, the bar can be slightly misleading. You know, Firouzja, like you said, the minors, that bishop can land on the center of the board. That harry the h-pawn that has advanced so far ahead can then double down with that bishop on that central square, push itself, start targeting a weakness there. While it looks like there is a bit of discoordination currently in Firouzja's position, I think this is just Alireza's style of play, where he's just extremely creative with his plans and sort of posing these practical questions to his opponent. To me, the bar can be a little misleading in this one.
I think the bar can always be misleading, right? But it just feels a little bit like an all-in play.
I don't think it's so misleading on the Magnus board, but continue, by the way.
That it can always be. Not that it always is, that it can, right? But to me, this feels all-in. This just feels like a bit committal from Alireza. The fact that we've got these two pawns as far pushed as we do. And
I'll let David take over the expert analysis. I will also just say that Firouzja has the lowest amount of time on his clock than any of the other players. So could be a bit of overthinking, could be a bit of just enjoying himself because he gets an hour and a half to ultimately, you know, think through everything. And yeah, for sure, if there's one player in this tournament that will make a fight out of any position, it's
this guy.
It's Firouzja. But sometimes you play with fire, you get burned. But okay, who am I telling that to? His name is literally fire, so
Firouzja.
Yeah, Firouzja, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I know it from personal experience. One of the biggest games of my career, Grand Swiss, on the brink of the candidates, he defeated me, broke my heart. But yeah, I mean, it's always the kind of early stages. Isn't his strength anyway? Kind of the openings. We saw it in the round robin here. He eventually rose to the top. But I would say in terms of normal chess, kind of traditional chess, compared to the rest of the guys, I don't think he's quite there in the opening phase anyway. So he's kind of taken away his biggest weakness. Yes, he's freestyling here, literally, but it's later in the middle game that his strengths really shine through. The trickiness, the tactical vision, the momentum play, and in the end game as well, his skills underrated if it's a bit more dynamic. So if he can get that far, I think that's the big question here. He hasn't done anything too wrong, so I'm on Tanya's side here. Yes, he might be slightly worse objectively, but who cares about objectivity? And body language aside, I think he should be okay for now.
Earlier, Levy, you talked about getting all your pieces on the right squares. In a position like this, obviously, my first thought in typical development of chess pieces is just kind of moving everything towards the center of the board, making sure that my bishops have decent, line of sight on pieces. Do you have a feeling, an inclination where each of these bishops and this knight that are still remaining on their starting squares deserve to be in their best position of development?
Well, you're definitely going to have to move the light squared bishop I was going to say f3. It's the only square that looks like it makes any sense. But also, actually, one square further isn't that dumb, because there's no way to remove it there, and you kind of control the diagonal. So that also looks like it is feasible. But mostly, I'm not even concerned about where my pieces are going to stand now. I'm more concerned about, like, how quickly is Black just going to slap me in the center of the board with the two center pawns? Because they will come forward. One of them you are luckily controlling, and the other one you're not controlling at all. It seems like Black's next 3 to 4 moves are a little more easy to pick than White's, which is sort of why I'm happy to let Firouzja decide rather than me. Like, you cannot move your knight, your remaining knight. You can't move it to the center because you leave your rook basically to die, right? But then if you move it out in front of the queen to the right side, I mean, what's the next move? So you kind of see the finesse by other players. They sort of like move the bishop, the dark square bishop up 1 square, and then they kind of use the knights. They didn't touch their queen. And it seems like now it's not really easy for Firouzja to make a move. But also, David, you actually have the moves in front of you. So maybe instead of the mystery, we can just say, like, what are White's next moves to not just be totally worse?
Yeah, again, we'll make an exception here. We'll check the engine, check what the computer recommends for Firouzja to do. The disadvantage is actually surprisingly serious, according to engines, saying it's already a 0.7 advantage for Black. And the best move here, or the best few moves here, to my eyes, are very illogical and very inconsistent. That is the main issue for Firouzja. Firstly, pushing a pawn forward, actually blocking this diagonal, but then you would kind of wonder why the queen
in no universe would I think to play that move.
Yeah, it doesn't improve any pieces, right? Piece development is so urgent here. The other top moves are retreating the white rook. Levy did mention correctly that rook is very vulnerable. So actually bringing it all the way back home, I'm going to say that's not Firouzja's style, to retreat and kind of admit that he's lost some time there. The third best move, apparently, is to bring the white queen forward. Moving it for a second time in the space of 3 moves, never going to happen. So maybe...
But I guess attacking the pawn, maybe that will somehow, And then what does Black do there?
Apparently leaves it. Black can leave this pawn.
Are you going to play Queen G8?
Oh, this is cool.
It is cool. Queen G8.
Queen G8, rook takes pawn, and this loses, I believe, to the move, or loses some material to the move G5. This is computer chess, everyone. But it shows the pitfalls of not developing your pieces. Because now the connection is severed, and en passant, which we should point out, walks into a knight fork. This would be...
And then rook takes rook.
Oh, wow. Rook takes rook. Just a recapture.
Firouzja's out of time. Now he still needs to move his bishop and castle, but he just can't do it. He doesn't have time.
And so if we actually roll all the way back to where the rook initially takes the pawn and Black sends the pawn forward, correct me if I'm wrong here, Levy, this is our classic concept of danger levels, threatening the queen with the pawn while the rook is under fire, and then, as you mentioned, disconnecting the two from each other as well, forcing White to have to respond to the queen being under threat before looking for a trade. Not exactly.
Not exactly, because it's the Black queen move tactically defends the threat. You're not actually you're not counterattacking.
Okay.
Like if rook takes pawn, the move pawn to G5, I suppose, is interposing, right? Like you block the defense of the queen. This is like absurd stuff. This queen move.
You're setting up a trap, right? In a sense.
Yeah, basically. Which of course Alireza will see, but no, this just shows you look at the position, you say, oh, the bar is like misleading, but then it's like, okay, make a move. And just like you guys asked me, okay, move the light squared bishop. It's very easy to move the light squared bishop, but when Black's next 2 moves are really easy to find, the position's quite unpleasant. That's why Firouzja is now down to 45 minutes. So he's really in the tank.
But to Levy's earlier point, I think, again, David, you said queen to h4, the move hitting that central pawn is one of the best moves according to the computer. But a player who's just moved that queen 1 step ahead with the idea of stopping a certain idea at the center of the board, right? The black pawn moving 2 steps forward. It's so counterintuitive to have this move on your radar, on your mind, that on the very next move or just 2 moves down, you replace the queen without it being forced to move. Which is why I think it's hard for a chess player to make such moves. Firouzja taking his time rightly, and while he does that, I really want to pull our attention to another game because it's getting pretty intense on the Magnus Abdusattorov board. I can see the evaluation bar in front of me. It gives Magnus Carlsen a huge advantage. should we check in with the world number one?
I think without a doubt, that's where we should go next. So over to Magnus Carlsen.
And it's on the board, by the way.
Wow.
It made sense. It made sense because you did say like it's you're not sure, but he has to do something. He has to make moves that create threats. Yeah, this position looks like Swiss cheese, or let's say German cheese, because Black's position looking very dicey. I have to say, like there's holes everywhere to jump in.
Wow, yeah, this position, I mean, there's already so many tempting moves. The white knight coming forward, for example, the white queen and knight, the kind of definition of a powerful attacking combo. Magnus looking up here, the white bishop can develop plenty of choice. And the holes that were mentioned, like Swiss cheese, mostly on the dark squares.
So yeah, we did ultimately, in this game, end up getting the queen all the way over to the A file. Obviously, one of the knights were traded off. Perhaps we can walk back through, show some people how a number of these pieces ended getting off the board. But it does look like a very precarious position for that black king to be at the moment, with still a lot of pieces sitting on the back rank as well, and not having too many options of defense.
Yeah, let's go for a quick action replay just of the last few moves. We left it with Black's bishop coming out, forcing the exchange here. We said, okay, Magnus is kind of delaying tactics, no longer relevant. Bishop takes rook, followed by king takes rook. So now back to level material after Magnus's earlier sacrifice. Magnus now brought his knight forward. Nordebek replied by activating his own knight. Given a question mark, maybe not the best move, allowing the white queen to slide over. An idea you mentioned there, James, from earlier, attacking the black bishop, which traded itself off for a knight. The black knight now leapt into the center, attacking the white queen, and after the queen moved, this is how we got here. And yeah, for me, it's mostly the queen placement. Like Magnus has done so much work with his queen already, maneuvered it clearly over to an important side of the board, whereas Nordebek hasn't activated his most important piece.
Yeah, so Nordebek launching a pawn forward, right, trying to create a little bit of tension and maybe a break of his own. But to me, as I play through what could be the pawn break, I feel like Magnus is happy to let that f4 pawn be taken and perhaps open up the file, as long as he can get his rook defended, or it is defended actually by the queen, actually, as I take note of that.
And do any moves come to mind here, Tanya?
Well, really interesting, because if we optically look at this position, Nordebek's 3 pieces are on the right side of the board, leaving the king alone. And to me, that's sort of like a red alert when you're playing, right? It means that white needs to look for a way to create some threats against the black king, because the pieces are so far away to defend it. And you've got the deadliest combination doing that, right? For Magnus, the queen is already aptly placed. That knight from b3 can jump even closer to the black king on a really nice spot on c5. The only thing that you really want to do in this position is get to that pawn in front of the black king to start threatening checkmate. Combine your queen and knight ideas to get there. There's one defensive piece on the position for Nordebek. It's the centralized knight, which makes me feel, David, why would you not want to try and push that out? Push that e-pawn forward, get that knight out of the way, create some squares for your queen to line up along that file against the black king, and coordinate it with the knight, start threatening checkmates.
Yeah, maybe we just show that on the board very quickly as a concept. And James, you mentioned that the white rook is defended here. That is key. So black cannot take this pawn. There are no tricks. This is not a pin. Because the white queen will swoop back. You win a piece here, basically forcing the black knight to retreat. No idea where's best to go. To be honest, if you go to the wrong side of the board, then you might just get punished by Tanya's idea. The white queen sliding in. The white knight now has 2 ways towards the black king, and checkmate looks almost guaranteed at this point. It's terrifying for Nordebek here, I would say, Levy.
For sure. I was thinking between e4, c4, and bishop f3. I mean, I like bishop f3 because you kind of get you actually threaten to capture and ruin the structure a little bit. But e4 also looks really good. Yeah. Everything looks good. I mean,
all the ideas against that one defender. Black's king is feeling very lonely right now on the left side.
Yeah, all of the moves, based on the same theme of eliminating the black knight, and fight might be over. But in the meantime, it looks like Magnus settled in for a long think here.
Yeah, well, maybe we can we do our best to reason a way out of this for Noterbeck? I know that obviously, the onus of the next move is on Magnus, but maybe we try to justify the E5 push at this point, because as we've explored, most of the responses feel pretty good for white, and yet nothing's done without a reason.
True. I think he just needed to break out for space. Noterbeck, he was in a bind anyway. The black queen couldn't come out, so if there is a capture in the center, the black queen at least has easy access into the game. But yeah, maybe we need to just find a mode of survival.
Yeah.
How does Noterbeck cling on if his knight is kicked away from the middle of the board?
I'm really struggling, and the whole idea revolves around creating a square for the white queen to combine the attack on that b7 pawn. You need a square on the b file, which is currently guarded by that black centralized knight, right? It's really hard to come up with a defense here for Noterbeck.
Super tough. Yeah, I'm, we're just thinking like meta. Probably just the opening was bad by black. Probably he needed to respect the dangers of the position. And Magnus in his confessional said that we had the audio on that one, right?
We did, yeah.
We didn't have it on the file.
He felt strong.
Yeah, he said he accidentally set a trap. And I mean, we can go back really quickly just to sort of show the trap. It was on move 3. So, yeah, in this position, Noterbeck took the rook and then took the pawn. And he actually should not have done that. He should have kept the bishop there. This is a very common pattern in freestyle chess. You actually don't take the trapped rook more often than not. Like, sometimes you think, oh, I should take it now because what if it, I don't know, magically teleports somewhere, or there's an in-between tactic. But no, actually, Noterbeck here was like, okay, I'm going to take the rook, and then I'm going to take the pawn, and great. But actually, that helped Magnus, because we saw he gained time. And yeah, Noterbeck actually could have lost this game in 3 moves, basically, which is the cruelty of this format. Like, from there, it was just all Magnus.
Yeah, and to show the trap that you mentioned there, Levy, Magnus did mention one variation in his confessional booth appearance earlier. For example, here, the white queen attacking this pawn. This is where chess gets tricky. This is maybe why Noterbeck rushed to capture the rook. If the black pawn now defends this pawn, there could have been a check on the black king. And when this is blocked, the white rook can suddenly save itself. Doesn't look like it can, but you can castle and swing the white rook over, leaving the black bishop looking silly.
But actually, black is better.
Yeah, this is optical illusion.
Because I guess, what is the move here for black to be better? Like pawn to g6? Ooh. Just rock solid, open the queen, maybe bishop out, yeah. Maybe it's not the fact that you're losing the rook for bishop, more that you've built a powerful pawn center here. So this is the small margins that top games are decided upon. Just one little idea, one little misevaluation as early as move 3, costing you later.
But alas, not the way this game went this time around, and so instead it's Magnus who finds himself in fairly solid position, but still trying to reason his way through the different calculations following this pawn push here by Noterbeck.
I think that's a really instructive point, though, right? Freestyle chess or standard chess, when you're attacking an opponent's piece and it has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, you don't have to rush to win that piece. You can wait. You can think about what more you can improve in the position and only really take it when it does have an escape square.
Yeah, it feels good to pick up material, and then it feels good to hold on to that +3, +4, +5, score line sitting on the side of the board. But to your point, it lies to you, because if you do have that trap piece on the other side, material is effectively equalized, and that's where we saw Magnus very happy to say, I understand that material is coming back my way eventually when my opponent puts me in the position of having to take it, as opposed to opting to take it at any turn sooner than that.
One person who has neutralized the white advantage is Hikaru. Maybe we can go take a look at that game. Here, yeah, it's basically Magnus's lunch buffet. I mean, he can choose what to put on his plate and whether to attack for checkmate or not. This is not a position Noterbeck really loves, but this position is completely different. I mean, the way that the Noterbeck position has so many holes and openings for Magnus to drop in his queen and his knight. This one is just a brick wall, and they have only traded 1 pawn, right? It was that early trade, and Hikaru has reached a level of stability here that will be much harder to exploit. This one will be a much more closed position based on the fact that they both have 7 pawns on the board. And, Javahir is going to probably try to move his knight that's currently in the center to the right side, maybe into the e5 square in the center of the board. That's what I'm expecting, unless there's something, more aggressive.
And his most recent move, Hikaru, receiving the exclamation point, but I'll admit, to my untrained eye, feels a bit like a peculiar move because we've exposed a diagonal that our king could potentially be attacked on. Well, maybe not immediately. I still see a light squared bishop exactly on the board that could potentially line up for something a little tricky.
Yes, on the flip side, if we back up one move, compare the position, here you can't breathe. Right, as black. Like, here you have nothing. And if you make another move, like, let's just put pawn to h6 on the board, David, like, can you play pawn to d5? Like, can you just play it? And now you're, like, almost winning, right? Like, this is actually the problem. So if white, because if you look, and just for everybody watching at home, you have 4 pieces pointing at your pawn. Rook, knight, bishop, queen. Generally, it's going to be the right move because you have so much support, right? It's like the kid that goes to college, supported by the whole family. There you go. Like right off, leave the nest. So d5 is fantastic. Now that Hikaru played it, it's a very different kind of flavor of position.
Yeah, but that family reference doesn't really work because that kid would be off the board for the rest of the family to come into play. So they're kind of sacrificing the kid there.
All right, well, now I'll let you get butchered in the comments, because I was going for
so
positivity.
It's more like sending him off to boarding school, never to be seen again.
He misbehaved. He's going to boot camp.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, boot camp.
But I think that's the key point, right? You have to fight against that idea. Otherwise, your king with the bishop and the queen lined up, targeting that tender b7 spot. You don't want open diagonals and files in the position. And optically, to me as well, James, I was with you, that this creates all these dark square weaknesses for the white knight to jump into, right? It's the c5 square. It's all the squares that are red alert right now. But again, Hikaru has the option also to develop his own knight in front of that rook to try to take control of the squares and at the right moment strike in the center with the pawn adjacent to the one that's just moved forward.
And there's always something interesting about how, you in any game, but obviously in chess as well, learning the fundamentals and sticking to the fundamentals. But then there's I imagine, a point in every chess player's journey as they climb the ranks where you hit that point where you have to learn when to break the fundamentals, when to throw them to the wayside, and understanding where the exceptions to the rules are. And that's maybe what separates, great from exceptional, from world class.
Yeah, and of course the players, all 10 of them, we see in that playing hall, world class. They know when to break the rules, when to play these slightly odd-looking moves, and when it is really necessary.
And wouldn't you know it, as we are sitting on Hikaru Nakamura versus Sindarov, we do have the results from the question we asked earlier in chat about who would come out the victor in this one, and overwhelmingly in favor of Hikaru coming out with the win, so probably happy to see an equalized board position with 60% of the vote, 24% of the vote going to Sindarov, still believing that he's going to pull this one out, and then 16% feeling that this one will end in a draw.
Do a geo-targeted poll in Tashkent and Samarkand, and see how
those results change.
I think the Uzbeks just haven't been exposed to chess, too many chess broadcasts yet. All right, let's get them here.
Does Hikaru lose any poll when it comes to Twitch ever?
No, exactly not. I mean, well, look, of course, he's number 2 in the world. He's probably still top 3, top 5. You got to take him in like rapid blitz bullet. Not at the recent World Championship, but at least overall in performance and results. Javakir's a bit new. And like I said, I'm not sure how many folks in the chat were from Uzbekistan. So let's not get too carried away. But at least as far as the opening goes, yeah, this is as good as Hikaru has gotten so far.
All right, well, in this moment, I'm seeing the door fling open, and we are happy to be joined by 2 very special guests. We've got the Botez sisters slotting in to join us on the couch. Andrea and Alex.
Guys.
Thank you guys so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Oh, a fabulous day of chess for us. How about for you? Were you spending time inside the player hall checking out live games?
Oh, we did a little bit earlier. I was watching a bit of the stream. Levy, you got a lot of capitals that started with B.
Oh, well done. Of all the things that I said in the last 2 hours, that one was definitely the most mild. We definitely forgot one, though.
No, the story about the kid and the boogers bleeding.
Oh my gosh, don't start it.
That one.
But you've made content also about playing kids recently. Didn't you go to a tournament? You played like 10 kids in a row or something?
Practically every tournament I play in America is just me losing to a ton of kids, so that's why we don't play in America anymore.
And we're preaching to the choir here. She has like
Welcome to India.
Yeah, I was telling Jules, like, this would be wrong and we probably couldn't do it, but they should just start age gapping tournaments so that we don't have to play kids under 18 because they're always too good and I'm tired of losing to young children.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Charlotte Chess Center, which literally puts on tournaments for only people over 21. You have to be legal drinking age.
Yeah, good. Yeah. That's what I was proposing.
But I agree. It's heartbreaking nowadays. You know, when I started playing or competitive chess at its peak, I would always be one of the younger players, and every match I would be paired against somebody older to me. Now I go anywhere, I'm playing someone half my age, and it's just annoying. They're so good. They know all the opening moves. You know, they've memorized theory. I think we need to get freestyle chess into the opens and take them on without the openings.
I feel like I would still lose. Like, I feel like I'm going to talk all this crap, and I'm still going to play some 11-year-old who's not going to know any openings and still beat me, and I'm going to be like, okay.
Probably true. All of us.
I mean, I played like Andy Woodward when he was, 22-50, and now he's the youngest grandmaster in America. But I managed to win that game. That was like the last time that But I remember during that game, I was winning 5 different times, and he just kept defending, and I was like, who is this child? Well, now he's, GM. So that's probably what's going to happen to a lot of our opponents.
It does make us feel slightly better when they go on to do well, though. Then you can feel it more at peace with your losses.
Yeah, I beat Gukesh when he was like 10, so it was bullet. He mouse slipped on like move 5. But I'm still going to frame it on my fridge.
Have you farmed that video and put it on YouTube yet?
Yes, I lost every other game we played.
Okay, good. You analyzed that bullet game?
Yeah. That was the highlight of my career. Speaking of Gukesh, we should probably put his game on the screen, right? I feel like it's been a while.
What's been the most exciting thing you guys have seen today? Maybe chess-related, maybe not even chess-related.
Wait, you guys were there yesterday when the players did their pick, right? Did it surprise you as much when Javakir went for Hikaru?
Oh, the picks?
Yes.
Andrea started clapping.
I was clapping.
And then Aronian looked at her and started clapping.
I love Aronian. He always makes me laugh. He's so funny. Yeah, I thought Fabi was very bold going for Gukesh. So I was pleasantly surprised when they also went for Hikaru.
But Fabi doesn't understand content. If Fabi had chosen Nodirbek, Magnus plays Gukesh. I mean, does he understand we would have quadrupled the view count of the tournament if Magnus and Gukesh played on that? Somebody had to speak to Fabi. Like,
I think Fabi understands it better than anyone. Now that he's a podcaster, he termed Gukesh as, I want to play the world champion. He knows there's this big Indian audience watching.
Yeah, he's thinking for himself.
Fans, yes.
This morning, basically a celebrity.
He's the biggest superstar.
Biggest celebrity in India now.
He can't step out of his house without getting mobbed right now.
That's crazy.
He's been awarded the biggest athlete.
I saw he's getting all these awards.
The highest sporting honor in our country, which is given by the president, the Khel Ratna Award, right before he played the Tata Steel. Since the World Championship, the entire month after that, it's been these commitments and media and awards and not being able to go out. He's a massive superstar.
Wow.
And he's such a great guy.
That's awesome.
Very sweet.
But do you think faces a higher level of fame going outside of their house, Magnus in Norway or Gukesh in India? Probably
That's
Gukesh.
a good question. I'll tell you one thing. India loves Magnus. When he comes for any tournament, whenever, and I think any of you guys come to India, you'll face the same thing. But it's just fans everywhere. So it's tough to say. I think we've seen Magnus in Norway as well. Of course, he's the biggest name. But Gukesh, he's still got a legacy to make, right? He's just getting started. So we'll be able to better answer that question in 5 years from now.
Well, they were talking about doing this big boxing match recently in India. The very famous family, the very wealthy family, I forgot the name, with an A. Anjani something.
Adani.
Yes, Adani. Yes. Yeah. And well, why that? Just get Magnus and Gukesh. They don't have to box. Let's just organize one match. We don't have to call it any championship. We don't want any any trouble. We'll just call it some name and get it there. That would I'm sure they could sell out like a stadium, probably. Like,
it's funny you say that. Yesterday I was talking to Peter and Judith exactly about this. That just waiting for someone to organize a Magnus versus Gukesh. Norway goes wild. India goes wild. The chess world goes wild. But speaking of chess boxing, how's that going for you, Andrea? Are you still boxing a bit?
I'm pretty retired. If there was like a really great opponent for chess box, I would love to do chess boxing again.
Is there an opponent you have in mind?
Hikaru. She wants to box him.
That's not true.
That's a bold pick. Javakir, now Andrea, what's going on?
I do not want to box Hikaru. Yeah, I think I would get rolled. But I wish, if I didn't love my sister so much, I would fight my sister, because that would probably be the most hype matchup, which I feel like chess boxing with headgear, after doing a real professional boxing fight, which was so terrifying, I was like, I never want to do that again. I feel like the risk of getting actually injured is not that high in comparison, but I could still definitely not. Well, honestly, after this trip, maybe I could throw 1 or 2 jabs.
Oh, yeah.
Body jabs, not to the face.
Who's got the reach advantage, though?
I do.
That's
I'm taller.
I would love to see her in the
destroy
ring.
you.
I'm fast. You might be taller than me.
They wouldn't even
but
let us be in the same weight class, though. So
that's not true.
You'd have
No,
to,
they
like,
absolutely
negotiate.
would.
You'd have to get
They
different
would.
management and
Yeah.
then come to a catch weight.
No. They would. It would be the same about Michelle and I. You would water fast a little bit, and I would put on some weight. It would be easy. How about you guys? Who would be your ultimate opponent?
I'm not made for boxing. I feel I couldn't. I'm too terrified of any contact sport. I love watching it. Big fan of everything you guys did with Ludwig in that match. Really enjoyed watching you, Andrea, in it. But yeah, chess
That's who I'm
boxing's
calling
not for
out.
me. But you know, there is this new format.
Ludwig.
Oh.
I feel like him and I are pretty
Oh,
similarly
now that you say
rated.
it.
You guys kind of look similar.
You don't even
too.
have to play chess. Well, I mean, you can, I guess. You're pretty similar in chess strength.
Yeah, that could be a good match.
Yeah, but
Ludwig, if you're out there.
I think the last one lost too much money, and then the next one got canceled, so he decided not to even go through all the trouble. But yeah, and I've also said, like, for me, it's way too much risk. I've told this to you when you've offered sparring sessions.
He was too scared to even spar.
Yeah, I was too scared to even spar. I sparred in the gym like 1 or 2 times, and I was getting hit in the head and was like, why am I doing this? Like, this is really like people who need to fight in life for like, you know, self-preservation and everything when they're young. Like, that's the people who are like really admirable, and those are fighters. I'm just doing it for like some fake chess boxing thing that may or may not happen. So I've always said, like, if I do it, it has to be just giant. I don't know. It has to be against somebody like Magnus, Hikaru. I don't know. I can't just take like a random person in the chess world who's my level, because then it's way too much risk for me. Like, I would never do it against Canty, for example, because I would wake up in the hospital. So, but
what about like a mismatch? Someone who's lower rated in chess, but maybe has the advantage in boxing, like Tyler 1?
I mean, he's like 220 pounds, so probably not. Like,
but you're also how many points higher rated than him in chess?
I mean, I just have to like, no, he'd survive long enough in chess. That
yeah, he might like that cow opening.
Yeah, I'd have to wait for the muscles to tire out. You know, so.
But you know, there's chess boxing, and then there's also chess and boxing. That's the other format that everyone's looking at, where 2 people team up, a boxer and a chess player, and they're kind of playing simultaneously.
So lame.
Really? Well, that
we
one.
We need to put the chess players in the ring.
Yeah.
But I think the solution would, which the crowd wouldn't love it, but it's like you just don't allow hits to the head. You just do body jabs only. You see all the chess players having to run around in the ring, because even just like throwing punches and trying to do body jabs, they're gonna get exhausted. It'll be pretty entertaining to watch like chess players. I think like what's so entertaining about chess boxing is the training regimen and seeing everyone get in like the best shape of their life. And like the truth is, on fight day, your punches are so much worse than anything you've ever done in training. I feel like we just have some mutual agreement. You just heads are off limit, and everyone must go anyways.
It's insane. You know, you look at Andrea, and she looks like this really sweet, nice girl, super friendly. And then on the inside, you're just a badass killer, Andrea. What's going on?
I grew up with this one. Honestly, I'd say it's more Alex than me.
Well, my pitch is that we should just have all of the top chess players get super jacked, because I think that would go really viral.
It'd be pretty good for chess.
I think
that's what I'm saying. We need
also
like
good for their
the motivation.
It'd be good for everyone.
Yeah, I think this actually keys into maybe a bit of a larger conversation that I think is interesting, though, just about kind of the evolution of the chess world in the last 5 to 10 years. Obviously, my reintroduction to a game that I was taught at 5 years old was finding people like yourselves on Twitch and kind of rediscovering it. Then to see investment into other formats like chess boxing and now freestyle chess, I wonder for the two of you just kind of what it means and how it feels to have been major stewards of a fair bit of this evolution in the chess world.
Take it away, sister.
No, you were the first. You led the way for all the ladies here, so.
I remember when I went full-time into chess streaming, I had 200 views and everybody thought it was really stupid. I never expected chess to get to the point where it is now. So honestly, sometimes, like, obviously you can work really hard at something, but the timing was just incredible. Obviously the pandemic was tough, but making everybody stay home, watch things online, Queen's Gambit came out. It was just one of those things where the timing ended up being perfect for when everybody started streaming. And I actually remember Levy was one of the first Twitch streamers to be like, nah, I'm going to YouTube. And he started hustling on that so early. He clearly knew what he was doing.
No, I've always described it like good luck met hard work, I think, for a lot of us. Because, I remember way back in the day, I mean, if Hikaru crossed 1,000 live viewers, it was like a big deal. Now anything less than like 10,000 is bad, basically. And
I think this stream is at like 7K.
Yeah, no, I'm saying for him, not for the. I'm not trying to start contra. I'm saying for him, like when he streams, but like, yeah, it's crazy how much the whole thing's grown. And we've relied on external stuff for a long time. We relied on Queen's Gambit. We relied on a cheating scandal. We relied on like random short form algorithm explosion. But now hopefully this year, and like with events like this and investment into chess, we can sort of push our own needle like more rather than relying on external stuff.
I gotta ask you to something. I don't know where it was, but I've been reading that on the internet, some beef between you and Andrea. But I look at you both of you sitting here, and it feels like secretly are you guys really good friends, and is it all for content?
The only beef that I have is with the French chess community, and that's not because of me, But I've talked about it openly. I'm Batman, and there's a Joker out there, and he will go nameless. But no, Andrea and I are pretty cordial.
This is not true. He kicked me under the dinner table, and no one heard what he said, but he called me names the entire trip. This is actually the first time he's done that.
This is like when Hans Niemann got on camera and started acting,
I have to say, I love to shit talk Levy, but the first time I deeply sympathized was when I did watch that interview, and it made me
Hans Niemann fan.
Yeah, exactly. That's where I was going with it.
There's only love here in freestyle chess. In WEISSENHAUS. Everyone gets on with everyone.
Yeah.
Are you guys enjoying freestyle chess?
Well,
Why did you hesitate and look at me as if I need to give you permission?
I got a little bit sick as soon as I arrived here, so I've been slowly coming out of my shell, which is such a shame because, like, the part I'm most excited about, so obviously half of our content here is going to be chess content, which is we're doing today. We're going in the playing hall, but we're also really excited to just get vlog content with like our best friends, with Jules, with Anna, with Levy, my bestest friend.
Oh, we just
with
keep putting
Hikaru,
a camera in his face,
my other best friend. That's true. Levy loves the Botez vlogs, and I haven't been able to do a lot of the exciting vlog activities yet, but I'm finally feeling better today. This morning we were brainstorming, and Fabi was like thinking of an entertaining chess idea. I think the content team.
Did Andrea actually answer if she's enjoying freestyle chess or not? I'm trying to think.
I am enjoying freestyle, but I think there's more to come that I'm going to enjoy even more.
I don't think Nojibek is enjoying freestyle. Not right now. Yeah, this has been all Magnus today.
Well, but no checkmate. Oh, there is the rook lined up with the queen. David, a lot has happened. Should we jump into this one?
Let's do it.
Let's bring it up. Let's get Magnus on the camera as well to see how confident he is feeling right now. We see the evaluation bar on the left side of the board there shooting through the roof, saying that white is completely winning. Over the last few moves, he's built up a pretty nice battery here on the A file. It looks like he's about to infiltrate. The white knight is going to join the party, maybe stepping into where the white queen is sitting right now. Maybe the white pawn will step forward, the bishop might join in. It just looks like an overwhelming attack. This looks huge, maybe decisive in the next few moves.
Yeah, and it all stems from that open A file that was exposed from nearly the second move of the game.
Yeah, this is so harmonious for Magnus. It's like he's been conducting like an orchestra, just so impressive. Kind of he brought his king up, his rook, which was activated from much earlier, has slid across, his queen, which was posted up so long ago. I'm not sure where the knockout blow is. I'm not sure why Magnus's heart rate is so low, considering the fact that he must be getting excited about the victory.
Nojibek is just like vibing.
Yeah,
Nojibek's been vibing the whole game. He's just, I'm getting cooked. Whatever. Like sometimes it happens. I mean, you can't like get too flustered even if your position's bad. I think he's at the lowest heart rate pretty consistently.
Whoa, and he does decide to get the knight.
Yeah.
More firepower into the attack. And this is the other
Knight
thing.
C6, BC, Queen A8, Rook A7, right?
Oh yeah, let's show that. Let's make a non-move here. Magnus setting up a big trap in the position.
Yeah, if black does nothing, just pushes a pawn, then knight takes C6's check. Forcing moves, always the first ones to calculate, and another check followed by another check, and multiple ways to win this one, but you can close it out with a beautiful pawn checkmate right at the very end. So yeah, he doesn't want to go for a king walk, Nojibek, but how does he survive? How does he protect the square, escape? This looks over. This just looks hopeless.
Yeah, Nodirbek knows that.
To my eye, the only defensive resource for that pawn is the rook sliding over, but that doesn't really solve many of our long-term issues.
Mm-hmm. Maybe we can check it out, see what happens if black does play that move, James. Just defends the pawn.
Might be the only one. Can you actually give a check with the queen on a7 and then bring the rook into the attack as well? Try and threaten ideas along the 6th rank once you've pinned that pawn to the king?
Computer says yes, Tanya. The eval bar still up in white's favour. This pawn is now threatened, the rook untouchable, there's a pin. And black can only postpone the inevitable by starting to run away. But white starts gobbling up pawns. And like a pack of dominoes, it all starts to collapse.
Well, look at Magnus. He's checking out the other games. He knows he's winning or about to win in the next 5 moves.
Yeah, exactly. Looks to be dire straits here for Nodirbek. Going to spend that remaining time that he has, no reason not to, right? To see if you can find a way to reason yourself out of this position, but probably well aware that it is lost. And Magnus, ever so confident, coming away with that, or near coming away with victory. White pieces on day 1 just means that he's set up beautifully for tomorrow in the 2nd round, as these 2 players will swap to sides of the board and go at it once more.
Big trouble for Nodirbek here. Andrea, Alexandra, is there a player that you guys are rooting for in this one? Do you have a favorite player here?
They're both diehard Nodirbek fans.
Well, either in this matchup or across all 10 players.
It's hard to pick. I have a lot of favorites.
Nodirbek was on their parlay, so, we have
I've been slowly making a list of everyone who answered some of my more silly interview questions. So there was one who answered, actually, I probably shouldn't even share this one on the stream. How many times do you go number 2 in a day? So there was only one player who answered. I won't say who. He was my favorite. But then Aronian was also really funny, and he was also entertaining my questions. So it's a hard tie. But also, I'm a really big Hikaru fan, so I feel like ultimately I have to be rooting for Hikaru.
Aronian's coming to poker night. He's the only one confirmed so far, so we gotta cheer for him here.
He's the best. We're trying to convince him to do commentary with me tomorrow. Hopefully he says
Andrea
yes.
hasn't asked him yet,
But he'll say yes. We know. Yeah.
Isn't he playing tomorrow?
He's playing.
He's got
After
one.
his game. Oh, sorry,
Okay.
Tuesday.
Right.
It's Sunday. Yeah.
Yes,
Tuesday.
okay. There we go.
No, maybe he is playing. I don't know. Maybe he will do commentary. Just he'll like go in and out. Go make a move.
If there was any pro player most willing to do that, I feel like it would be Levon. Yeah, go. Oh, I need to go make a move. Excuse me, and now I'm back to comment on my own game.
He's so easygoing. How about you guys? Who are you rooting for?
Well, as commentators, I think we're, you gotta stay. Yeah, you gotta stay unbiased. You want the event to win. You want freestyle to win. But I think Javakir's story here has just been incredible, right? Coming into this tournament, we've spoken so much about that, and I think if there's one player who's impressed me the most so far, it's Sindarov.
I would agree with that in terms of who has impressed me the most so far in the tournament. But definitely, yes, as broadcasters, the correct answer is we're rooting for the viewers. The best chess
Community stream
that will deliver exactly the most entertaining games for the viewers. And I think Freestyle Chess is already kind of predisposed to doing so. These players have delivered in a number of ways as well. With that, I don't want to take too much of y'all's time. I know that you guys are enjoying the WEISSENHAUS Resort and probably have some other commitments to get to. So I'll thank the both of you, Alexandra and Andrea, for joining us here today. And I'll let you guys go enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you guys for having us. I'll be tuning in as a viewer. I'll hopefully more capital questions. That was really fun.
Yeah, for
we'll
sure.
cover all the countries in the world by the end of the broadcast. Or Levy will, I should say. Ethiopia.
We'll get back with that one.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you guys
pleasure.
so much.
Goodbye,
it's our
chat.
pleasure. So keeping our attention here on the Magnus Carlsen and Nodirbek game, as Nodirbek still looks for some kind of resource that might be able to pull him back into contention, but not looking so great. So perhaps we zoom on out and take stock of all of the boards. Look for another one that perhaps catches our interest, because as it was a number of the players with the white pieces advantage through the middle of the day, it seems like a few more players in the black position have wrestled some small advantage, or at least gotten themselves back to an even game state.
Yeah, earlier we checked in with Alireza Firouzja, Vincent Keimer. We felt that it was the local hero, the German Vincent Keimer, who was starting to turn things his direction. That game, there's only been 2 moves since we were last there, so moving at a snail's pace. Firouzja down under half an hour, so potential time trouble looming. Sindarov against Hikaru Nakamura. That game, I guess, is the one you're referring to there, James, where Hikaru starting to turn the screw, starting to turn things his direction. Gukesh against Fabiano looking relatively balanced, but yeah, all to play for in that one. And Aronian, we should mention, in 9th to 10th, he has an advantage, but out of the running for tournament victory.
Maybe we jump back into that Sindarov-Nakamura game, just because for me, I'm looking over on the right-hand side of the board. Well, the Carlsen game looks to be decided by the left-hand side. It seems like with the pawn positions here in Sindarov versus Nakamura, and a question mark being given to that most recent move by Sindarov, just a completely different attention in terms of the important areas of the board and the squares from these players as compared to Magnus.
You know, you're looking at the pawns on the right side. I just want to make a strategical concept in this position on the left side of the board. Hikaru's got this connect 3, as you like to call it, David, going in the center of the board, and it's all on the light squares, and it appears that it's kind of diluting that light squared bishop that Javakhir has. But it's also taking away the advantage of the other bishop, the dark squared bishop, by forcing white's pawn not to move ahead and activating it. In a sense, Sindarov's got these 2 bishops, but they're kind of staring at these pawn walls, right, with no activity. And you need an open position, you need open diagonals to really show the power of the bishops. And I think Sindarov's not finding it very easy to find those squares and those diagonals for his pieces.
Yeah, I'm normally so in love with the bishop pair that I was even tempted to get a tattoo of 2 bishops, but these are probably the worst bishop pair I've seen in a while. Here, Tanya, you're right. They're just staring at brick walls.
Do you have a tattoo, David?
No comment. Maybe after this.
Anyone, yeah?
We'll catch him in the sauna later, and I'll report back.
I wanted a tattoo of my dog's paw. Like, I wanted to get my dog's paw, like, and I wanted it here. And I'm really scared of needles, so it would be a big thing for me. But maybe I'll get one, you know, next year.
Close your eyes, throw some music in some headphones, nice and loud, and then eventually the pain just kind of melts away after a little bit.
All right, I'll try that.
Yeah,
but I might faint, so I think I'll still.
Well, there you go. That's another way to deal with it.
Yeah, they won't
just have them shake you away when it's all done.
The tattoo, though, if I'm unconscious. Yeah, this is great from Hikaru. He's just going to break apart these pawns, but that's not going to change the situation with the white bishops because they're still going to be staring at a brick wall. Like they're looking in the wrong direction.
Yeah, really nice move from Hikaru. And yeah, it just looks like tactics are working his favour as well. There's some nasty checks against the white king if you're not too careful.
Right, it feels like both of these bishops want to be 1 square diagonally up and to the right from where they are each, right? Like those would be much better diagonals in the end, it feels like, in a number of ways. So that H-pawn maybe coming forward, making some space, either offering that trade against the bishop or at least playing along that sight line. And then maybe as some of these pawns are traded off, perhaps this bishop can find a way, yes, 1 square farther forward. And now it actually has a bit of a threat on the king in the long term. But it's just a total traffic jam right now.
I hear you guys, and I see that blue mark appear. Great move by Hikaru, but I'm still trying to understand. To me, it just looks like you're giving up a pawn. White can first grab the pawn that's just moved forward, get rid of that central pawn, and then the bishop and the pawn on that right side are also targeting the h5 pawn. Isn't that just an extra pawn? What has Hikaru set up here?
Yeah, let's try to work it out. So first, I guess you need to kind of restore the material balance. You need to grab a pawn. Let's say that black takes with the knight, for example, and
pawn to g4.
Yeah, I think it is this move. This is the tactic.
And then there's a and the bishop is protected on the square it's currently standing, but not if it takes the pawn. And yeah, you lose a bishop.
Whoops.
With the king. Okay.
Stunning.
Yeah. And if the bishop has to retreat, black has very many tempting moves here. The knight can jump forward. You can, at the very minimum, restore the material balance. You grab a pawn back, retaining all of the advantage. I just wanted to highlight the white queen in the corner, which never really got going, and that's the one thing we've learned from freestyle chess. Queens need some breathing space.
Now, what if we taken a different order? We're going to go for the H-pawn first. Right, offering, if you can't take that back with the queen because it's still protected by the bishop. So what would be the response here from Hikaru?
Yeah, and now I guess he would connect his pawns and Again, the bishops aren't so great, but the pawn structure now definitely favourable for black. It's two connected pawns. They're often just much more flexible, much stronger long-term than two doubled pawns, especially isolated pawns like this.
Okay, so while even positionally, not a good situation for white, because I would see that, okay, I have a passed pawn. One of the things we hunt for more than anything, right, as winning chances would be that H pawn, but just unsupported enough to be relevant.
Unsupported, yeah. Passed pawns are normally best when they're protected or when the board is already relatively clear, so they have a clear run through. But this pawn's not going to survive too much longer. The black queen will just hunt it down, or, I mean, it's easily going to be blockaded anyway as it advances. I'm not saying this is lost for white. This might be one of his best tries, I agree. But it looks like either way at the moment, it's not a pleasant choice for Sindarov.
Good finds here for Hikaru. I know that a number of players were definitely looking forward to and excited for that switch into the classical time controls, right? Giving themselves just that a bit more time to really work through some of the calculations where maybe they feel they will get advantages over their opponents that they had to play without or live without in the rapid setting. Nakamura taking a quick stroll around the room, took a quick look at Carlsen's table, probably recognizing as well that Carlsen is on the edge of victory.
Yeah, the two players who were enjoying their position, they're just sort of sitting there chilling, well, not sitting, standing there chilling, looking at the other boards. And it's been really interesting, their stories, right, this whole tournament. They start day one very shaky. 3 losses for Magnus, Hikaru also down on the leaderboard. And then they come out and they're completely back on day 2, scoring 3.5 out of 4. They come into the classical, well, dominating their game 1. Hikaru with the black pieces, Magnus crashing through with Norderbeck. What switched Levy after day 1? What happened there?
I think it just takes a little longer in chess, but it's kind of like the first set of a 5-set tennis match. It's very often that like Djokovic just loses 6-2, and you're just thinking like, okay, wow, that was really weird. I mean, he just got clobbered, and he just wins like 3 in a row. Sometimes he loses 2 sets, and then he wins 3 in a row. So I guess in chess, it just takes longer. Like a set can be an hour. Okay, in chess, you have to lose for an entire day and be like, washed up, career's over, blah, blah, blah. And then he, just shows up, plays a beautiful classical game. I mean, I will say Magnus is probably about 10 moves away from actually winning the game. This one is not, it's not to that level.
Yeah. Javok is still in it. He can still fight back. Early days here. The clock maybe not in his favour, not his friend right now. But I wonder whether we go back to the Magnus Carlsen game just to see if it ends, how it ends.
Yeah, there has finally been a decision made over in that game by Norderbeck. So let's hop over there because he thinks he's found his best resource for staying alive. And I say his best, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it is going to ultimately keep him alive in this one. Dropping the knight back to try and lock out that A file so the queen can't infiltrate the way that we were talking about before to that A7 square.
This just feels like... don't even know how to describe it without being too harsh here, but it feels like you've got an enemy army running at you. White here with the queen, the rook, the knight all attacking, and you've put your weakest soldier kind of without any weapons just on a really flimsy square like this. The black knight is not going to hold the tide much longer. It can just get kicked away.
So what's stopping me, even though from here still going for knight takes pawn on d6? Because if you recapture, I now take the hanging knight on a6, no?
I love it, James. I think that
D6 would be illegal. That would cause some issues, but that would be a great move.
Knight takes C6.
Yeah, C6. But C6?
Thank you. Sorry.
C6 is a fantastic move.
And that's why we have David over here being the one to draw the arrows, understanding what I meant.
know what you meant.
yes, but Knight C6 is, I mean, it's completely winning.
Yeah, it's completely winning. It's just about how Magnus wants to win this and how much resistance he wants to allow. Just to put this on the board, Knight takes C6 is a deflection tactic. The black pawn is overstretched here, overworked. If it does take the knight, I think the one downside here is it does allow the black queen to swing across, but Magnus still extra pawn, big attack. He tries to be even more ambitious. This would have allowed black to defend maybe just a few more moves. He instead plays the move pawn to b5, just totally eliminating this defender. And Tanya, this just looks like it. Well, where does Norderbeck find the resistance? Is it over?
Well, Magnus was taking a think, right, before pushing this pawn, because to all of us, knight takes pawn felt like the tactics you really want on the board. He's calculated something true in this line. And to me, it's really not that obvious. It looks like a very powerful move. Nordebek will take it, as he does. And now the thing is, I want to grab that pawn back with my own pawn kicking the knight away, but it opens up a line towards the white king, which the queen can then once again slide over and force a trade. And that cannot be Magnus's idea. David, you're highlighting the move, the rook sliding over, but even the queen coming over to that square, forcing a trade. So what does Magnus want? Because if it's not a recapture with that pawn, how is he following this last move through?
Can we recapture with our queen, setting up a pin on the pawn towards the king, and then the knight jumps into that c6 square that we were looking at?
Yeah, good point. Just to show Tanya's idea quickly, I must admit I missed this one, queen to c7 check, getting the queens off the board, and this one, at least black survives a bit longer.
Maybe queen b6 is the idea now.
Whoa. Instead of taking on b5.
Yeah, just to put James's move on the board as well. Queen takes pawn.
Yeah, they're both
very healthy.
Yeah.
Attacking the knight now, threatening to jump in with a knight check, the b pawn pinned. But Levy, I think your move probably just winning as well. Queen to b6. Maybe.
And he goes for that. He goes for Levy's idea. And I think I spotted the difference, that after queen takes pawn, it might again give Nordebek's queen the possibility to dash over to defense, offering a trade now from the d7 square, David. So queen b6 just perhaps doesn't allow that, because if you try to replicate that idea, bringing the queen closer to the black king, white can jump in with a rook, capture that knight, and defend the queen.
Let's show it. You do not need to trade queens until you win a knight first. And rook takes knight, and the black b-pawn pinned. And white will emerge with that extra piece, even if it is an endgame. And Nordebek will not continue that on much longer. He would resign if he loses a piece. And
well, this is the benefit of Magnus's position, right? Almost no bad moves for him to make. And for Nordebek, almost only bad moves at this point, as he still looks for any resource available to him to weasel his way out of it.
They're good moves. They're just at the wrong moment. There's nothing you can do. Like, you know, if the position is bad, are your moves bad? Or can your moves be good, but the position stays bad?
I guess that's a good point. You can make the best move in the bad position, and it is still effectively losing.
Yeah,
in the end.
He's in a lot of trouble here.
A lot of trouble, and I'm just thinking, right? To me, it almost appears like a flawless game by Magnus. After Nordebek gave him that chance out of the opening, the one that Levy brought up earlier on, he hasn't given him any moment to really bounce back into the game. I'd love to check the accuracy on this one from Magnus Carlsen, David.
Ooh.
Do we have it?
Yeah, it's high.
It's okay. Let's take a guess before David reveals it. What do you think it is?
I saw it.
I'm staring at it. I've also looked at it throughout the game.
I know. I'm sorry.
My goodness.
I ruined your game because I saw it, but it is an astronomical accuracy.
99. I mean,
that's massive.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
Just how good the guy is.
Especially in freestyle chess. We've seen the first 10 moves in the round robin stage. The first 10 moves, often the players were down at like 75-80% accuracy, but give Magnus a bit of time on the clock, he finds all the best moves. I just want to say as well, Nordebek didn't use his time wisely. He had a lost position. He had nearly an hour on the clock, and he was dead lost already. So clearly adjusting to this time format was a struggle for him.
Well, I mean, best player in the world, right, is going to be the kind of person who, when you give him just the slightest advantage, is generally going to be able to navigate to a finish while eliminating as many mistakes to hand it back as possible.
I'm actually going to let you guys continue without me, because I think I'm going to be interviewing players one by one in one of the other booths as they finish, and I'm sensing Nordebek will not think for 41 minutes before. I mean, I sense this one will be over probably in a few moves. So maybe I'll drop back after the game is done. But
I think that's more than fair, my friend. Thank you so much for lending your expertise.
Still haven't
and
told
your
me
ideas.
The capital of Ethiopia, by the way.
Well, you know,
Addis, no? Addis
Ababa. You're British. You're well educated, and
sorry.
we're American.
Yeah. Admittedly, my African geography is probably my worst.
In 7th grade, we had to memorize where every country was and then fill it in.
Wow.
Did you guys ever have to do quizzes like that?
No, see, it was so insular. It was, can you name all 50 states, like, do all 50 states, but we never, no one ever
not even sure.
decided to look outside the country.
I never went to school. I was playing.
Yeah, you were you both were child prodigies and so on. And...
Yes, but right, but for you, I could say any position on a board, and you'd be able to visualize it. And for me, I can't do that either.
The castle in the
right?
position. Here it's Magnus's queen on b6. But to your point, world #1 for a reason, right? That insane accuracy of 98.7. But it's also the precision that he's shown over the last few moves, just converting this to a win. Instead of grabbing that pawn, instead of going and giving Nordebek chances perhaps to offer a queen trade, he's sort of done this clinically, flawlessly. Just shows what a beast he is. The other thing I will tell you about Magnus, and perhaps, David, you know this better than anyone else here, he loves to play against these youngsters and beat them. There's this added sort of motivation in him when he's playing this new lot, whether it's Gukesh, whether it's Nordebek. He especially enjoys these battles.
Yeah, and just that look of surprise yesterday when he found out he wasn't about to play Hikaru Nakamura. I think that gave Magnus a big boost. We see his heart rate now just dropping. He's very calm, very relaxed. He knows he's about to bank the victory. Okay, the White King is checked, but that will not change anything in the position. The White King is just going to move. I'm not sure exactly where. I think all moves are pretty much winning here. One square not to use, I should mention, is to step forward. Do not step forward to this square, because now you're within checking distance, forking distance, and a black knight would jump back, sacrifice itself, be replaced by another knight, and you would lose the game. But every other move for Magnus Carlsen would win right now. I think you'll see that one.
He's made a decision. The king slides over one step to the right, and Nordebek resigns. That's it.
There it is. Our first result, our first decisive result of the day in round 1 of the quarterfinals, and it's none other than Magnus Carlsen taking the win over Nordebek Abdusattorov. So a fantastic start for him, but again, as we said at the top of the day, this is not the end of the quarterfinals or Nordebek's run here at Freestyle Chess 2025. These two players will be playing up against each other tomorrow, swapping sides of the board in a new position. But let's dive in, hear what they have to say following the match. Again, something that I think I will always massively respect in the chess world is the immediate coming together from opponents to colleagues following even a decisive result, to immediately evaluate the position, maybe where things went wrong, and to talk it through with each other. I think it's spectacular.
It shows their incredible sort of respect for each other and also love for the game, to really understand what happened. And regardless of the result, we see that happen at top-level chess, which is always really nice. And David, perhaps to some, it might feel like an abrupt end, right? Magnus moved the king, and then Nordebek reaching out for that handshake, just resigning. If we've got a moment, could you really show what were the problems and why Nordebek resigned and just decided to end it at that spot?
Yeah, let's do exactly that. Let's just jump in and recap those last few moments of the first decisive game of the quarterfinals. First, we see the emotions during the game there of the players.
Action shots first, analysis to follow. Oh, head and hands has to be perhaps one of those turning moments. Nordebek realizing the dire straits of his position. Magnus, of course, looking and feeling confident throughout the course of the day. Even so confident as he had the ability to take a stroll around the player hall occasionally, checking out that big screen and some of the other matchups. He'll have the joy of being a spectator to the rest of the games as they finish up. But as we return to the desk here, perhaps we can dive into that analysis, show you how it was that this game ultimately came into the favor of Magnus here down the stretch.
Yeah, the king of chess for so much of the last decade or more. He ended it with a king move, and as Tanya said, it does look a bit mysterious. Why would black resign here? There's only one immediate knockout threat. White queen taking this pawn with a check would later win the black knight. The problem is you cannot really defend this. You cannot bring your queen to the rescue. Sliding the black queen across here would allow a really nice deflection tactic. The white rook would then sacrifice itself, with a check luring the black king away from the defense of its queen. And this is a decisive material advantage. Other ways of defending this pawn, maybe with the black queen, would allow white multiple ways to win again. I'm not sure even which one Magnus would have gone for here, but just to show one flashy tactic, knight takes pawn might not be the best move, but it would set up tricks such as, okay, let's make black play a different move, rook to d8. It would set up this trick, rook to a8, check, yet again, sacrificing, tricking the black king into walking into this kiss of death. And this combination of threats encouraged Abdusattorov to resign.
A lot of different beautiful ideas to finish it out. And of course, Nodirbek kind of went for what was his Hail Mary attempt, right? Throwing that knight forward in the frontal assault, saying, perhaps my opponent makes a mistake here and gives me an opening. But alas, that won't be what Magnus Carlsen does this time around, so gets that victory. But from here, I think we go right back out to that broad scope and take a look at the other boards, take stock of the fields, because there has been plenty of action across the boards. And while Vincent Keimer and Hikaru do have slight advantages on their board, I think one we haven't checked in on in a while is Fabiano versus Gukesh. So I say we go there, check in on how the world champion is doing up against Fabiano.
Wow, and we've been playing for 2 hours and nearly 20 minutes, but we've only had 12 moves on this board. This is long chess, classical chess, James.
Yes, but in some ways it ties beautifully into the point you made about Nodirbek, right? In that these players are really opting to use all of their time before they find themselves in a losing situation to work through. Perhaps Nodirbek feeling a little bit like he needed to push the pace, and unfortunately in doing so left something unthought about or unconsidered that Magnus could take advantage of.
And in the meantime, we see these two titans of chess be introduced to us. Fabiano, the world number 2 for much of the last decade, just a real giant of the game. And he chose the world champion. He chose to play Gukesh. Heart rate higher than his young opponent, though. And this position, first, just to gain our bearings, it is this familiar territory of kings kind of sitting on the same flank that's happened throughout today's games. But this one, at least the white queen, a bit happier on a nice long diagonal. The white knight posted up really nicely, but maybe countered by a very strong black knight in white's half of the board. So a bit of a mirror image there. Tanya, instinctively, who do you think is the happier of the two players?
You know, it's one of those positions that's so hard to judge just at first sight. But if I had to make a call on that, I do like White's prospects here, and being completely non-biased, I promise. I've got reasons. I just feel that White Knight, you know, you pointed out, well, the two MVPs in the position, the most valued pieces for both players. For White, it's the knight on c5. For Black, it's the knight on f4. There are these dark square holes, right? Weaknesses around the black king because of these pawns that have moved forward. And it just feels that the white knight can reroute itself to some of those holes, falling back to that central square and then eventually targeting that d6 one that you're highlighting. The bishop can slide up as well and take more control of those exact squares that we're pointing out from f2 all the way across, take that spot where the knight has just jumped on. Meanwhile, that super nice knight that Fabi has on the right side of the board, I'm not seeing so many entry points for that piece, not seeing so many holes or targets that it can actually get to. So if there's a pick that I have to take, I think it's still pretty much in the balance. Long way to go. You said it, only 12 moves made. Gukesh down to 27 minutes, Fabi down to 25 minutes, just shows how complex and difficult the opening moves have been. Very early to say, but just that slight edge for Gukesh, I'd say, right now.
Yeah, at least in practical terms, easier position to play, even if the computer tells us it's dead level, that Fabiano is completely fine. James, earlier you were talking about budgeting on the clock, budgeting time. It feels like these two have budgeted a bit too much for the early stages, a bit too little for later in the game, but at least healthier than what Nodirbek ended up doing.
Time will tell there. Another opportunity for us to tell the viewers at home, of course, that this is a 90 plus 30, right? So with every move made, they do gain 30 seconds back on the clock. And I think a number of these players pretty confident in endgames, maybe, that 30 seconds is all they need to find a move. But we are in a weird position where at a certain point you might transition from what feels like a classical game of chess back into a more rapid style style of chess as those clocks begin to tick down. As we did earlier with the Hikaru game, we also threw a poll out to our audience for the results of this game. And this one, I think, much more interesting because of the closeness of the results. Fabiano getting the edge by just a single percentage point from our voters at 40% in favor of him to win. Gukesh getting 39% and then 19% for a draw. It doesn't add up quite to 100, but I'm guessing there's some rounding happening there. Either way, just as the evaluation bar seems to indicate, the fans at home believe the same, that these two will go blow for blow with each other all the way through.
And the position kind of mirrors that, right? It's sort of in the balance, and it might be equal, but it's as far away from a draw as a position can get. It's a game for all three results. We see Fabi, he's playing the Knights game. The Knights are moving forward. That Knight might even find itself the one that's just moved to the center of the board, even closer to the White King on the next move as the arrow that David's highlighting. So it really feels as if it's a game where you're responding to your opponent's move, building your own ideas. David, really hard to pick a favorite right now in this one. Move 14 is what we're at. I think for Gukesh, the next question will be, how does he improve his queen? You know, we talk about the queen all the time in this game. Do you just want to lay it there, say I'm on a good diagonal? Do you want to centralize it to that nice juicy square on the center of the board, or perhaps somehow find greener pastures for Her Highness?
Yeah, relocate the queen and then also find a way to dislodge that really strong knight that you're talking about. I think that's why I really like this move from Fabiano in bringing the other knight as a reinforcement. Having the option to jump to the B4 square that you highlighted before, but also replace the knight if there is a way that white can find to remove it. Initially, I was thinking the most simple way of doing that is sliding our dark squared bishop up into the right over here onto g3 to target that knight. But of course, now I don't know if I want to trade that resource if I'm just going to be staring into the face of another knight after that.
Yeah, something we mentioned yesterday, superfluous knights. Like, actually, this knight in the middle is kind of waiting to jump to a better square anyway, so helping it to kind of trading off, replace that other fellow knight might be counterproductive. Yeah, really interesting. I quite like your move there, Tanya, jumping in with the white queen into the center. Another move would be developing this white bishop just to clear the back rank, just in case you do want to castle later. Still a legal option for white towards the right flank. At least the white king can jump the long way a bit later in the game.
Okay, so how about that? If we look to bring the light squared bishop up and the dark squared bishop up, we can kind of hit both knights at the same time effectively. How does black respond there to what we're setting up in terms of the trade and looking to remove these powerful knights from the board?
Quite like it, I've got to admit. I'm not sure which one to start with even.
Right.
But just to show our viewers at home, this would at least put some pressure on this black knight in the middle. If black plays like a kind of waiting move, then the other bishop slides up. And also, once things start to clear, these two diagonals, you could see an attack potentially against the black king. Not feeling entirely safe over on that side. But Tanya, I mean, my eyes earlier, they were just fixed on that kind of heart rate monitor, because we know Gukesh, he's so famous for meditation, for kind of, he has these tricks to calm himself, especially in classical chess. It was just really impressive in such a complex position that he was, there we go, 66 heart rate.
What?
Look at that differential.
What's his resting?
And a lot of that comes to the work that he's done for his World Championship match against an incredibly famous and well-known mental coach, Paddy Upton, who's also worked, I believe, with the Indian cricket team as well. And in preparation for the match, you know, that was a big part of Gukesh's training, how to calm the nerves, how to take control in these high-pressure situations. So I think this heart rate that we're seeing, 66, he's learned those tricks. He's learned that ability to keep control on his nerves. Is what we're seeing right now, because the position is incredibly tensed, but the heart rate doesn't give that away.
I'm honestly fast. I'm aghast at this. It speaks to, again, though, something that I think is consistent across all high-level sport, right? And you hear many top-level pros in any sport talk about the work that they do in terms of perhaps meditation or visualization. Obviously, visualization is a big part of chess, even when you're playing it and thinking about the board itself, but just thinking about the way in which you want your day to go. So often you hear pro players talk about literally thinking about that race they're going to run the next day, or how the play is going to play out on the football field or the court the next day. And I have to imagine very much in the same way Gukesh is well practiced in that now, and it's going to work out for him in the future. as he can sustain these high, within these high pressure moments, right? We have to talk about stamina as well as you crest into classical chess. These are long games. It's exhausting to sit here and force your brain to work at its essentially max capacity for an extended period of time.
I mean, it's just fascinating to me because chess has become so much more professional since I was young. I mean, when I was young, I would turn up to tournaments. You'd see grandmasters in the pub till kind of at the bar till 2 a.m. in the morning, drinking, turning up the next day. Now, I mean, this young generation, they're looking at all these small details, nutrition, meditation. They're just trying to give themselves an edge. And Tanya, I mean, you were commentating on the World Championship match as well, and we all saw Gukesh with his eyes closed for minutes at the start of every round. But that was a concrete that's concrete proof that it does work. It does help, gives him a small edge, especially late in the game when the clocks tick down, when the nerves really kick in.
And David, you were there in Singapore as well for the match, and I think while calling the action, it was so evident to everyone that yes, he would go into the zone at the start, sort of calming his nerves, but even in those critical moments, sometimes you just see Gukesh take a pause, close his eyes, just focus on his breathing so many times. And I think he was also asked in the press conferences later what goes through his mind, and it's just really about centering himself. And these are techniques that he's picked up over the last years, and he's just 18 years old. He's already the world champion, but it might also look like the best, and it's weird to say that the best is ahead of him. His career is just getting started, and it's right at the top already.
Yeah, golden year 2024, but like you said, I mean, he's just 18. Imagine him in 10 years. I mean, traditionally chess players, I would say, peak in their late 20s, early 30s maybe, and yeah, still so much to look forward to from him. Okay, first, he needs to win this game today.
We say peak chess players, right? It's interesting, though, because much of our understanding of maybe the peak is also largely attached to standard classical chess. Mm-hmm. I'm curious to see how, as the months and years go on here with freestyle chess, if any different patterns start to emerge, right? If there is any strong distinctions that we can draw between the two formats, and maybe where certain players excel in one but less so in the other, or what the longevity of players is in a format like freestyle as compared to standard, or if there's no differences at all.
It's funny you say that, because last year right here in WEISSENHAUS, it was experience that prevailed over youth. You had Magnus taking the first spot, you had Fabi second, and you had Levon Aronian at third.
Exactly.
And they just dominated it. And you had all these youngsters playing. You had Gukesh here, you had Nordebek. And completely agree with the point that standard chess, we've seen this generational shift where players in their, teens are at the top of the game already, and, they are there to stay. It's not a fluke. It's not a one-off tournament. You see them at the top of the rankings and ratings, and they're going to be there for years to come. But in freestyle chess, so far, it feels like the experience, this feel of the position has gone a long way. And today will be proof of that. Like we spoke, 3 matchups where we've seen it's experience versus youth. One has already gone the experience way with Magnus's win.
That's a very good point. So 1 point on the board for the experience, but still plenty of points left to be scored here. And Gukesh is going to do his best to fight the good fight for the newer generation. But maybe this is a good opportunity for us to actually step away from this game for a moment and get a quick word from Fabiano as he concluded his group stage just yesterday. Let's hear from the veteran.
I'm really excited, and I think it's a really great initiative, and also it's very fresh. Freestyle, in our entire careers we've been playing classical chess with the standard configuration, which of course is great, has a huge history behind it, and we've learned a lot. But now we have something that we haven't learned so much about when it comes to the starting position and some of the opening patterns. At some point, of course, it just becomes chess. The same skills apply. But when it comes to the opening, creativity, and learning some new patterns, that's really unique. And we don't have so much experience. We've played a few events here and there. I played one in St. Louis every year. I played this event in freestyle here in WEISSENHAUS last year. And there have been a few world championships that, for example, when last time in Reykjavik, which Hikaru won, and then in Oslo, the one which Wesley won when there was 4 of us playing. But besides that, it's been very few events, so it's really fresh. And the field is very exciting. Pretty much all the strongest players in the world, and there will be new players, of course. So all the top players are kind of in the freestyle club and have a chance to play. And I'm looking forward to playing as many events as I can. Hopefully I qualify after this one, and hopefully doing well in the whole tour. I think like most of the skills apply the same way, and that's why you see the same top players for the most part. I do think that you have to kind of rethink your approach in the opening, especially when it comes to time usage in the opening. That's very different because we're not relying on our knowledge. We can't rely on knowledge. We don't have much for, or even any for most positions. And we also can't rely on memorization because you can't remember 960 positions. Or you can remember it, but you can't remember like the starting moves or what to do beyond maybe move 2. So it's very different in that sense. All the different stuff is really in the opening, but a lot of that carries over. How much time you use in the opening maybe means you're in time trouble in the middle game. So there's a lot of carryover, and I wouldn't say it changes it really fundamentally. Like you're not going to see, Magnus losing to an FM in a match. Let's say you're not going to see like totally different standings in the world, but you will see different approaches and perhaps a bit more variance at the top. I would still say that if we're calling us the older generation, I still like take a bit of exception. Like, okay, well, I'm not old yet, but if I guess the more experienced generation for sure. I mean, Magnus, Hikaru, and I, and not to mention some of the players who are even more experienced, like Levon. We've been playing chess at the highest level for the last 15 years, let's say. For some even longer than that. Magnus played probably his first World Championship cycle in 2007 when he played Levon in the candidates matches. And if we go back to some other players, even longer. And we have these young guys who, they don't have much experience, right? They've been playing chess at the top level a year, 2 years. Gukesh managed to go from that to becoming world champion in a span of basically like a year and a half, where he was just trying to enter the top level, and then everything kind of cascaded from there, and he won the candidates and so on. I don't think that they have an edge over us at the moment, overall. Like if you had like an all formats included match between the old generation versus the new generation, I do think we would, with great difficulty, win. I think it would be very close, but I do think we have an advantage. Of course, part of that is that Magnus is still showing the best results in the world overall, I believe. But it's close. I mean, Gukesh is showing incredible results. The candidates win, probably the most significant and impressive achievement in the last decade, I think, in chess. And then also after he won the World Championship in Tata Steel, he did play a really good tournament as well. So he's not slowing down at the moment. In this format, I do think we have maybe a bit more of an edge. I don't know for sure, of course, but there are some advantages that the younger players have that are maybe a little bit neutralized in this format, and part of that is their like ability and eagerness to work really, really hard, which is perhaps not shared by, and I think it wouldn't even be too controversial to say that Magnus doesn't share the same enthusiasm in preparing for classical chess that Gukesh or Noterbeck perhaps have, right? But in this format, it's that takes a bit more of a back seat, and it's more just down to like the practical skills during a chess game. And in that, maybe not for long, but maybe for now we still have. I really like this place. For me, it's kind of, again, it's a very individual thing, but for me, it's really the ideal place to play chess is a secluded and peaceful place without much noise from the outside world. I've played a lot of events in big cities, and that's, when we say like we want to take chess to the next level, it's very often been like, okay, let's take chess to New York or Madrid. And we played the World Championship in Rapid and Blitz in New York. I've played the candidates in 2022 in Madrid. And it's great to see chess in a big city. But from the point of view of a chess player and like what I wanted in my surroundings, of course, I prefer to have less distractions and more just being at peace. So here we're in nature. There's nobody from the outside world is here. It's just chess players, chess media, commentators, representatives. It's all contained, yeah, it's all chess, which I think is nice. And last year I really had a great time here. So I was able to relax and I think put forward pretty good chess and concentrate at an ideal level, which sometimes has been a struggle. If my concentration drops, then my level can drop significantly. So for me, that's quite important, and I hope that my feeling will be the same this year. I would say maybe it sounds a bit weird, but maybe a bit mercurial, because I think that I can have a really high and a really low, and maybe at some point I found a middle ground for that. But I really do think that my quality at my best and my quality at my worst is a big gap, and maybe more than other players. What I've always missed compared to Magnus has been consistency. My best tournaments can compare to his best tournaments, but he's had less bad performances, and I think it's something that I maybe remedied a little bit at some point, but it still is, I think, one of my downsides, that if I'm not in good shape, it can go pretty wrong. Chess is great. Because I've been playing so poorly recently, it has to go good at some point, yeah. Don't think just because my last tournament that I'm an idiot. maybe I won't be.
Welcome back to Freestyle Chess. What incredible insight from the man himself. So much that we can get into there. I think first of what he said that I want to get into is, of course, his interesting self-assessment. That he says what the thing he feels he lacks is consistency, being able to compare maybe his best to the best of some others, but that when he isn't in form, he feels like that he can really suffer as a result. So I'd be curious how he feels maybe coming out of the round robin or finishing today, where he feels his form is at, and if this is shaping up to be one of his best, or if he's suffering from or feels like he might suffer from some of that inconsistency.
Well, I mean, it sucks, right, when you compare yourself to Magnus Carlsen in any field. I think compared to the rest, he's probably the most consistent player around, Fabi. I think it's only in comparison to Magnus where maybe that doesn't quite line up. But he seems in top form this tournament, Tanya. Last few months have been tough for Fabi, but it looks like he's back.
David, you say it sucks when you compare yourself to Magnus. I'd say you're doing something right in your life if you're comparing yourself to Magnus. But yes, I mean, I think he made a great point there, Fabi, what he said. And this is something that we've spoken about, what has defined Magnus's domination as well. You know, Fabi, he's been the world #2 for almost a decade now. He's been right at the top of the standings. He's also played a world championship match against Magnus. But like you said, you know, that his quality at the best of his day and the worst of his day, there's a massive margin between that, is what he feels. But for Magnus on a bad day is probably still the second best player in the world. First being Magnus on a good day.
Right, exactly.
So I think that gives a lot of insight on how the top players feel, because that's the differentiator, right? When you're not feeling your best, how much of good chess you can produce. And speaking of good chess being produced, we've had some turnarounds in this one. I mean, David, I'm looking at this position. That pawn that Gukesh has, you know, that pawn that the world champion has right now, it's 2 steps away from Black's 8th rank, and it looks incredibly dangerous to me. And very often in chess, the big question in these situations become, is that a strength or is it a weakness?
Oh, should we have a vote here? I think it might be in the middle somewhere, but I think more likely to be a weakness, just because it's going to be so difficult to promote that pawn, and the only real defender, other than another pawn which is likely to replace it, the only defender is this knight, but that knight is about to get kicked out of the center.
Okay, well, I have a little bit of breaking news to deliver. As we've been checking out this board, we actually have a result coming from one of our other boards, but it's in fact the 9th place matchup between Aronian and Fedoseev. Aronian coming away with a decisive victory in this one, so putting himself up a point in the matchup, of course, to be played again tomorrow as they flip to the other sides of the board, with Fedoseev having a chance to respond.
Levon's first win here at WEISSENHAUS, you know, it's too little, too late, but I think he was very, very upset with the way the round robin went. You don't see Levon sad too often, but I think yesterday one could feel right after, not in the best mood, but then he picks himself up. You know, at dinner, he still had the high spirits, as Andrea said, the first to sign up for the poker tournament, and I think this win is exactly what he needed.
Yeah, and just to talk about the final position, this was where Fedoseev as black resigned. It's actually a queen sacrifice from Levon Aronian to end the game, because his queen can be captured, but if the queen were captured, here Levon would have taken the black rook first, the black knight now up for grabs, and if the black queen defends, just a few moves down the line, you can even give up your rook. And next move, you bring your knight in, you attack the queen, you make a new queen, and too many extra pieces. Levon Aronian finishing off in style.
Wow, spectacular finish there.
James, you know, you mentioned earlier you love watching the players discuss right after. They got into the position, so many tactics that David was describing, and the arbiter had to step in. He said, you know, guys, there are other games going on. You got to take this to the analysis room.
Yeah, but I love to see it, right? I mean, that to me, again, just speaks to the passion and love that each of these players have for the game. It's an endless puzzle to solve. Even referencing back to Fabiano's interview, where when asked about the major differences there in freestyle chess, obviously the players can't fall back on as much preparation, and even more so can't fall back on any memorization. There are just too many starting positions, too many possible lines, that it really is step up to the board on the day, and with just a few thoughts in your head from that maybe 10-minute precursor that you have, put your best foot forward in terms of playing pure chess. And this time around, it was Levon who came out on top. But we're going to hop over to that Alireza versus Vincent Keimer game to check in with it, because Vincent Keimer still holds what looks to be solid position here for the black pieces. But it was Alireza who I think took the most unique approach of all of the players playing white from the beginning of the game, reminding everybody that it was kind of about throwing all of the pressure to the right-hand side of the board, launching those pawns out in front of his queen. And while some of the space has been cleared, actually 3 open files with which to work here, David. It looks to be a very tricky position with lots of different pieces getting pinned to others.
Yeah, I mean, this one is a mess of pieces. We literally have to look at every single one in isolation in order to kind of figure out who has the advantage. And I would pick black here mainly because of the white king. It looks nice and safe right now, but actually it simply gets in the way of its rook. He simply forgot to develop that side of the board. As you mentioned, James, full focus on the right here. And long term, white is essentially playing without a rook, without a piece. So everything else being equal, Vincent has the advantage also on the clock. Tanya.
Absolutely, and those 2 pieces that you're highlighting next to the white king haven't made a single move in the game so far. Not a single development move. And maybe, David, you can confirm if I'm correct or not, but I think this was the starting position of the bishop. 3-8-1, this is where it started. And that just goes on to show that how difficult, well, it's been for him to find that harmony. Meanwhile, each and every single piece of Vincent is in play at the center of the board. And that's perfect harmony. You know, you've got that beautiful knight, the rook lined up for a trade and capturing that open file. It almost feels as if right now, Vincent has 2 extra pieces.
Okay, well, while Alireza decides where he's going to shuffle his pieces next, we're going to do a little bit of a shuffle ourselves here on the caster desk. We're going to let David go. He's got some interview duties that he's got to take care of, and Tanya's going to slot over to be my lead here in analyzing the position and trying to figure out where we'll go next. Now, as I look at the time on the clock, once again, Alireza only working with 6 minutes here, as he has to find a way to get those pieces activated off of the back rank in their starting positions, which I think is going to be quite difficult at this point, because, correct me if that bishop feels trapped just because of the ability for the black queen to slide down onto that back rank at the moment that you decide to develop the bishop.
Exactly. You've got all these first-rank problems for the white king to deal with. It feels like you're just not going to have the time to get your king to safety, to castle, to connect these 2 rooks. I think Alireza has a big defensive task ahead of him right now. It's not easy for me to see how white actually managed to get those pieces into the game. You know, black's got all kind of ideas. I would say even if queens were to get traded in this position, if you get the queens off the board, endgames would also suit Vincent just fine. It's advantage Vincent in this one. James, I want to pull our attention back to the World Champions game, because I think we're going to reach that stage where Gukesh and Fabi will have so many moves to make with very little time on the clock.
All right.
And you know what that means.
Your wish is my command, or rather production's command. Over to Fabiano Caruana and Gukesh. We are going to go to check back in with this game, as Alireza will use the remainder of his time to figure out how to mount that defense. Right into it we go. checking back in to see how the position has developed since the last time we were here. We still have all that tension between those pawns that are relatively pushed forward. As you mentioned, only a couple squares away from promotion. Still waiting for the answer of the question you asked. Will that be a weakness or a strength in the long run?
It's not an easy question to answer because one of the pieces strong holding that pawn is the knight in the center, but it can be easily destabilized, right? One can imagine Fabi pushing that central pawn 2 steps ahead, attacking that knight out of this really strong post and creating the weakness, which is why I think David earlier felt that there's a bigger chance that these pawns might be targets rather than find itself actually promoting. But David, James, the bigger question here is...
You know what? If you're going to confuse me for David, I'm a happy man.
You've been predicting great moves, so I think, I think your chess strength is rising with everyone around David. But we see 14 minutes on the clock for Gukesh. And I will tell you one of the things that I think Magnus has also mentioned, that for Gukesh, handling the pressure when the clock is low is one of his weaknesses because he relies too much on calculation and not as much as on intuition.
Well, I mean, so then we'll keep our eyes on that heart rate monitor as well in the bottom left-hand corner. Still calm, cool, and collected as a cucumber is Gukesh. But while those seconds tick away, we'll see if anything changes for him and if the time pressure ultimately results in a mistake being made. Still a relatively even position, but one that feels like can break apart at any moment. Let's evaluate that D5 push that you were talking about to push the knight away. One thing I'm looking at that, of course, that allows us to maybe reposition the knight back onto C5 since there's no opportunity to push it away once again and still defended by the queen against the queen of our opponent.
And I think that's where the knight belongs. But the only thing that white needs to keep in mind is that if you do it immediately in the position, once again, you lose control of the f6 pawn. So black, because you've got 2 attackers, can actually end up winning that pawn. But David, sorry, I'm gonna
keep it up.
James, I think eventually the knight will land there after the move of d5. Sorry, back that up way too long. But you just simply insert pawn takes pawn first.
Okay.
Trade those pawns off the board, and once the queen recaptures, I really love your idea of getting the knight to a very active square. You could also look at other pastures, but knight c5 looks like the way that I would go as well.
Yeah, because then I'm thinking maybe we look for trying to get a position of one of our pieces onto that g4 square. The queen slides up, lining up with the knight for an attack on the king, obviously defended right now by the queen and the knight, but maybe something we can consider long term. But also still maybe some arguments to be made around similarities to the Alireza Firouzja game, where there's a lot of pieces for white that are kind of stuck on that first rank.
Rook, bishop, king, rook, and a queen right now. But it's not a very different story for Fabi as well, James. You've got your queen and the heavy major still on the first rank as well. You know, you mentioned something about the knight and the queen combining. And I think Fabi is also trying to get those ideas on the board as well. You know, we're talking about that D pawn next to the black king moving 2 steps forward to destabilize that center knight. But Fabi, because of that lack of development that Gukesh has that you just pointed out to, can also think about sliding the queen closer to the white king and eventually combining it with that knight on the left side of the board. Moving forward, we'll get our board just up to demonstrate how he could do that in this position. There are ideas that black has of getting the queen ahead and then get the knight joining in for an attack.
Yeah, I mean, so again, something always to think about, right, is switching the pressure to different sides of the board. I think I'm always so locked in, or rather players at my level, we get so focused on a singular idea. Well, we maybe just got what we were talking about this whole time. So what will Gukesh do as a response to this? Obviously has to find either a way to protect the knight or retreat it away, and or look for, as we mentioned before, pushing that or taking pawn for pawn, pressuring the queen, danger levels. Queen has to react first, and then the knight has freedom to move.
He does it, right? An in-between move, as we call it. You don't immediately have to move the piece that's been attacked. You can look for ideas that you can throw in first before making the obvious jump with the knight. So Gukesh calculates his way through, keeps that pawn defended by trading it off the board. And now Fabi, he takes a pause. And because he hasn't made immediately the most natural move, right? And he does it. He recaptures. Oh, he doesn't!
He doesn't recapture.
James! He's getting in the other idea that we were mentioning, trying to combine the black queen and the knight to put an attack on Gukesh's king, trying to come in for the checkmate. It comes at a cost of a big pawn.
I feel like we deserve full credit. We had both ideas separately, but the players choose to combine the two ideas for a beautiful result. Wow, what brilliant attacking chess here. And now all of a sudden, Gukesh has to think a little bit defensively. It feels so odd to have a pawn just one square away from promotion, but to feel like you have no real resources to get that promotion through.
And did you see the speed with which Fabi responded? You know, that seemed to imply to me that he's just grabbed the pawn. That's the hand move that you want to make. In this previous position, where Fabi could have just gotten rid of this monstrous pawn on g7, he doesn't care about the pawns. He's coming for the king right now.
It's gorgeous play. So for Gukesh, I mean, what's the consideration? Once again, this comes back to the evaluation of, you know, is my opponent's threat as large as it feels? Is it something I need to respond to? Or is it more of a, you know, a distraction technique? Is it something that I can allow to persist for a period of time and continue playing towards my original objectives?
Well, let's just show how dangerous that can be, right? Let's say that your objective as white is to promote this pawn one step ahead. And you want to do that by not only defending your knight, but by jumping in to attack with tempo and also get that pawn moving in. And Fabi, in this position, could James ignore the entire board and maybe even go in with his own knight, combining the threat on that pawn. And it's just not one pawn, right? Because there's also the other pawn. Look at how dangerous the queen and the knight play a role against the white king. You can even give up big material, recapture that knight, and now there's no way for white to actually defend the checkmating ideas that are there, you know, just to show that, to bring that up on the board. We love playing out a checkmate, but let's say, or actually let's make a move that actually defends it. You go with your rook forward.
Okay.
And this is a move that will come to your mind. And James, now the most natural idea, pick up that pawn with a check. And this is just too strong an attack, a combination. You could simply slide over your rook, pick up this pawn. Look at these monstrous knights. No harmony in Gukesh's pieces. This would be busted for white.
I was so focused on that b2 pawn as the one that needed to be targeted, forgetting, of course, that there is another square of access towards the king, as that d2 pawn could also be targeted. And that's what's so brilliant about the knight jumping in to support the queen and her current position, targeting both of those pawns at the same time.
That knight is coming in, right? And let's not forget, with this last move, Fabi has gotten rid of the threat of the white pawn attacking the queen. So it's not only the knight jump, but also now the white knight hangs. So Gukesh has a lot of threats to deal with. Because yes, if it was just one, you'd say, you know, I'm going to push my pawn one step forward, defend that square, stop you from your idea. But that's not the only problem on the board right now. There's a knight hanging, my friend.
Yeah, so I mean, this is looking like a tough decision. I'm trying to work through right now what it feels like my response would be, considering everything that we just threw out.
And look at Fabi on the camera. He's...
What if we...
We do have a move.
We do.
So Gukesh comes to your rescue. He moves the knight. He moves it well on the left side of the board so that it can fall back to defend the king at the right moment.
Okay, and it was that square we were talking about. The knight would love to be positioned in the long term, but it's really just a pit stop on the way to the defensive position now that he's looking to drop back to. Knight retreating moves in defense, but even still, now I feel like we're playing such a responsive and reactive game, and Fabiano really feels like he's the one with the initiative in this one.
That's actually a fantastic move by Gukesh. It's a square you pointed out earlier, James, and I think it's super important to understand why Gukesh had to choose this one. You know, we often talk about the knight and the queen being the deadliest attacker combination on the planet, but the knight is also a king's best friend. It's also a beautiful defender, and I'll just demonstrate that. If Fabi continues with his plan of bringing the knight forward, once again attacking not one, but two pawns next to Gukesh's king, now the knight that has just moved forward falls back to that defensive square. Notice how it blocks the queen, but also defends the other pawn.
Gorgeous. That's just beautiful. And understanding that he has just enough time right? Just enough time to respond and land in that position defensively. Even if we play this logic through then, where does Fabiano continue to poke and prod, right? You know, let's follow this line of calculation. If we're in this position, how do we continue to refute the defense here from Gukesh? My initial thinking is perhaps to now start trying to find a way to get the rooks involved, right? They're still very passive. While this is going to maybe take us some time, maybe the F-file being the most obvious way to get them involved. However, that pawn is going to be very tricky because it's guarding the F8 square. So first we have to manage at least getting up to the 7th rank and then over to the F-file. Is that just too slow? Are we giving Gukesh now too much time?
I love your train of thought, and I think it's so logical to follow that, right? You see a plan, you see these ideal spaces for your pieces, and you try to get to them. In this position, because Gukesh is so tied down, Fabi could just simply bring that rook one step forward, grab that pawn, which is so advanced, and then free up that square that you were talking about to get into the only open line in the position, to get the rook to that active F-file. This did not happen. Fabi has made his decision. So after Gukesh made his intentions clear of wanting to bring his knight to that defensive square, Fabi holds on. He starts with the move, pushing the pawn one step ahead. And, you know, I see the question mark appear. And it appeared in my mind as well, to be completely honest, because I am slightly surprised with this. It just felt the line that we went through made so much sense. This pause. What does Fabi want with it? Well, one thing is easy to understand. Is he vacating a square for the knight to eventually land to? Is that the idea? It does feel like it gives Gukesh just that little time he needs to regroup, to find that defense. It's a struggle to find exactly what that is, though, I'll be honest, James.
Yeah, the only other thing I can think of is trying to support an eventual e-pawn push and trying to break the structure that way. Right, exactly. Either loosening the pawn directly in front of the king or that d-pawn that we were trying to attack originally with our queen and knight. The engine, for whatever reason, doesn't love it.
I really like the idea that we were discussing earlier because it felt like such a straightforward line, and even if there was something better for Fabi, and even if it's not the best move in the position, at this moment, just bringing the knight to combine it with the attack and then go with your plan of improving the positions of the rook, you know, just win the pawn back. Very often in chess, when you have a dominating position, it's not about giving checkmate. It's just about getting your opponent's pieces in bad situations where they can't move and then just improving every single piece of yours.
Yeah, it's a good question. When it feels like Fabiano, more than any moment in this game so far, does have permission to take that one extra improving step of bringing that rook up, targeting that pawn, he elects not to do so and feels like continuing the pawn pressure here on the left-hand side of the board is more a recipe for success for him. And by that token, Gukesh will still finish the defensive idea, though, and bring the knight back.
He does. I mean, the last move also disconnected the queen from defending that knight, so he did have to take that time out to once again protect the piece. Queen takes knight was an idea. But the point was that anyway, Gukesh wanted that knight on the square, right? And Fabi just provoked it. So what was the deeper concept of his move? Because Gukesh happily brings the knight back. And again, it's given an accuracy. There was a better move in this position, and I will take a sneak peek to check in at what that was. Oh, it's a beautiful idea, James.
Okay, please.
And it's really the only moment that you can strike with it. The point in this position is that the black rook is overloaded. You have to defend the pawn as well as guard the square, the queening square, a key central pawn. And here Gukesh had this one opportunity, one window of opportunity to deflect that rook by promoting it.
Wow.
To sacrifice itself, but then get your own rook, pick up a key central pawn, and on the way defend that knight.
Incredible. Incredible. And then it gives you another target now. That pawn that was just pushed by Fabiano now feels like it's a little loose there on the D square as well, and something that could be targeted in the future. But both a way to activate a piece while defending another with a deflection. What a beautiful sequence that would have been to have been found, but unfortunately isn't this time around. Just elects for, I think, a much simpler and maybe even more natural feeling move in retreating the knight, and again completing that defensive idea that you had from before.
And because we found the problem with Fabi's position right now, Gukesh is still setting up the idea of promote, give up the queen, and capture an essential central pawn. It might be time to get your concept on the board, James. And he does it. It's on the board.
Okay. So this allows him still to protect that promotion square with the other rook that's sitting on the 8th rank, but now guarantees that he won't lose the defender on the e-pawn as well, if and when that move is made. So Fabiano perhaps recoiling from his previous move and recognizing that there was that tactical option, and now defending against it, a bit grateful that it wasn't abused or taken advantage of before.
And we've got David back on the scene. Not just yet.
Well, he is back in the room, but we can't hear him just yet. We got to get his audio all flipped on, but as soon as we do, we'll make sure to get his insights inserted back into this one, as it has been a pretty glorious few minutes here between these two players. And once again, now we're getting into that sub 10 minute, and while they do have plus 30-second increment, it's just like you said, both players are going to start feeling the pressure of time, and that's where we see mistakes made. And maybe we go back to that conversation that Fabiano was having in his interview. Consistency, consistency, consistency. And time trouble is where you can lack consistency and you're prone to make mistakes. So,
and 19 moves to make to reach the 40 move mark. That's a lot of moves, right? In a position like this, where each and every decision is a high responsibility decision. You have to be so accurate with your defense as wide as Gukesh here. Look at the pieces. They're just completely misplaced. Only the knight on the 3rd rank for Gukesh here. Fabi knows he's got the upper hand, but can he just tighten the screw? Can he manage to convert this? The bar in front of us says this is balanced. James, I'm shocked to see that.
I mean, myself as well. But I guess I'm shocked at almost any evaluation bar when it comes to the game of chess. Luckily, we've brought David back in to help us understand some of these positions. Welcome in, my friend. You've missed some exciting stuff in this game. I don't know if you were able to catch any tidbits of it out the corner of your eye while you were running some interviews.
Yeah, I mean, I was chatting to Levon Aronian and Vladimir Fedoseev about their game, but I did have a screen. I was getting a bit distracted. I felt guilty.
Yeah.
It looks chaotic. It looks like missed opportunities for both. But it looks like the biggest twists and turns still ahead, potentially.
Yeah, some missed opportunities, some really fun ideas that we could explore, even if they weren't ultimately pursued, recognized later by Fabiano and protecting against it. This is an intriguing move for me, bringing the rook up and just kind of settling it in as a blockade to that e-pawn. But it doesn't look good to me as a player, because I feel like the rook wants the freedom of movement in most cases, and we've completely tucked it in between 3 of our opponent's pieces.
Yeah, I guess here the good side is that the rook restricts the movement of some of the opponent's pieces, so I agree, James. The white rook probably doesn't want to be blockading pawns. Knights are the best blockaders, not rooks, but it stops the black central pawn from marching forward. There's a pin, so the black queen would be vulnerable. I'm also, you've probably talked about this, but I can't take my eyes off that heart rate difference. 40 between it. Caruana up at nearly 120. Gukesh under 70, despite how complicated this position is, despite the clock situation.
Oh, I'm glad you brought it up. We said we were going to check back in on it, and actually Fabiano is the one whose heart rate is climbing here.
And this is what we saw in last season as well, right? The very first event of freestyle chess in WEISSENHAUS. Fabi's heart rate reached 160. He was the one who was completely out of control.
Do we have paramedics on standby? Do we have
we have everything else, don't we?
But also the position, right? He realizes that this has got to be an advantage for him. But coming back to the point you made about this rook lift, placing it on this train square, you know, the pawn formation that Fabi has, it does leave these light squares to get your pieces into. It also comes with a little bit of a trick attached to it. This pawn of Fabiano Caruana, in some ways, is overworked. It's defending 2 pieces at the same time, the pawn on the left and the knight on the right. So Gukesh setting up a tricky tactic here. David, if Fabi is not careful, let me just show that perhaps, you know, with a move, let's say you bring your rook to this side to start capturing the pawn, and then suddenly Gukesh can capture that central pawn, deflect the defender here, and then eventually go on to win that knight. So it does come with a trap attached to it, putting some pressure on Fabi. How does he react?
Yeah, and I think for Gukesh, the fact that his king is still stuck on the back rank, maybe that is the one thing he has to worry about. For Fabiano here, he has to worry about all sides of the board, especially that white pawn. There's just this urge to eliminate it, right? If the pawn is one square away from promotion, you just want to get it off the board no matter what. Maybe that's what is causing his heart rate to spike like this. But of course, it comes with a downside. Your center starts to disappear, and White's pieces might look passive, but they could spring to life any moment.
It is hard, though, to see a world where that rook sitting on A1 eventually gets involved into the game. Obviously, you know, eventually, if we could retreat our knight and find a new position for our knight, we could slide up to A3 and then over, but that feels like it takes too long. The king, of course, essentially blockading the rook from getting out the other way. And since we don't have the option of moving the B pawn, then it seems like only the C pawn is really a relevant, you know, way to kind of lift the king out of the way and eventually allow the rook into the game. Not suggesting that that move happens now, but
yeah, it's possible.
It gets complicated.
Another idea for Fabiano to worry about. C3 also profits from that pin. You mentioned Tanya, but yeah. I think we should remember that rook in the corner. If it ever does enter the game, it could come with great effect. It's going to be surprising to Fabiano. It's going to be like reinforcements to the battle. It's going to be like the Riders of Rohan joining last minute just to save the day. That white rook in the corner. I don't know about who you prefer, but I quite like Gukesh's chances suddenly.
Let me ask you this. We've kind of been looking at two very specific points on this board, right? Obviously, the threat against the white king, but also the threat of that pawn eventually promoting. And we have continual threat onto the white queen, or king rather, as the knight jumps in. But
the knight jumps in and the bar shoots up.
Yeah.
And the question mark appears on the board. To me, this looked like a very natural move, David. You bring your knight. You're also sneakily fighting against the trap that we had earlier mentioned, because now the knight and the queen combine to give a huge check, pick up a big pawn next to the white king. A very natural move. Why is this a mistake?
Well, this must be a deep reason that this is a mistake, and a hard reason to fathom with only 8 minutes left on the clock. Maybe it's just the fact that Black's position is a bit loose, that white pawn so close to touchdown. You might have some tactics based on that one. I can't see it immediately, Tanya. I must admit, it's a very mysterious kind of evaluation.
I'll peek at the engine just to see what the first suggestion of a move is, and it's queen to F1.
That would not be in my top 10 moves on my radar. I mean, this is some super GM level chess or stockfish level chess. Queen to F1. David, are you as surprised as I am?
Yes.
Let's have that on the board.
I mean, process of elimination, the white rooks don't look like they're going to move. The white knight can't really move. The white bishop's a bit stuck. Don't really want to move the king or any pawns, so queen is the only remaining option. Maybe you do get there by process of elimination, or you get there by being a genius like Gukesh.
Is that what he just went for?
It hasn't been played.
Oh, no, okay. I was like, my goodness.
I'm also trying to understand what's the deeper meaning. What if Black plays the most natural move? That knight has just jumped in. It's defended the central pawn. Now the rook is free to capture that monstrous pawn of Gukesh. So what does Mr. Fish have in mind after rook takes pawn?
Rook takes pawn. Are there some potential sacrifices? Is it this pawn to C3?
It is pawn to C3. You force the queen away, right? And she can't drop back in defense of the knight in any way.
Wow. And if you play pawn takes pawn, if you try to capture here, the white rook suddenly looks like a genius move. It's suddenly lining up with everything on the fourth rank.
So what I gather from all of this, the reason why queen sliding over one step is such a strong option for Gukesh right now in this position is because it threatens a deadly c-pawn moving one step forward. The black queen can't stay connected to that knight, which would result in losing a lot of material for Fabi. He needs to spot this idea and then fight against it.
But what happens, Tanya, if the black knight that was vulnerable in those positions, what happens if it drops back to attack the white rook in the centre? I think this is Fabiano's kind of fallback option, his secondary idea behind his last move. Does the white rook retreat? That is the big question, because if it has to sound the retreat, all of white's pieces are just locked at the back of his position there on the baseline.
Yeah, that doesn't feel good.
Doesn't feel right. You're also giving a free hand for the pawn eventually to move forward once the knight is defended. You know, black can continue with the idea. The other idea for Fabi in this position, always, given the chance, is to slide the rook over and pick up this pawn on G7. Firstly, for Gukesh to find the queen slide by one step with how many? 5 under 6 minutes on the clock. Does it even happen to start with?
The two of you both kind of commented it felt very unnatural, or not like it would be in the first number of moves that you would even consider in this position. And when we consider, again, time trouble, do you go that far down, you know, your list of possible moves to even entertain the idea of a queen f1 before things that might feel more natural?
I think it's far-fetched. I think it's so unlikely. And I think you just have to be practical at some point. Just play any move at this point. You have to kind of budget that time. 5 minutes now left for Gukesh. I'm just curious about whether his heart rate will ever rise above 80. It doesn't look that way. He looks super calm, but he needs to find a good move here and now.
So what if we put the queen f1 move to the side? What is stopping us from just launching an attack either on the queen or the knight to dislodge them with one of our pawns right now, as opposed to the queen f1 move? Mm-hmm. Either a c3 push or a d4 push, just to try to get them out of the picture.
Yeah, pawn to c3. I think this might be what Gukesh is looking at. He loves his forcing moves. He loves looking at the most direct path. Helps calculation. But Tanya, the black queen could drop back. Maybe white has weakened himself in the process. The other black knight has a nice juicy square to jump into at some point, now that white has loosened up the position somewhat.
Oh, and we could technically we could start with that check too, before moving the queen if we wanted. Yeah, forcing the king.
That's the idea behind the queen sliding across, actually. Now it's revealed itself. The white queen protects all the light squares, prevents all those knight jumps.
And only then push the pawn one step forward. And for Gukesh, the clock keeps ticking, right? You still have 18 moves to make. This is going into extremely dangerous time pressure territory for him. And to your point, right, he's a calculator, Gukesh. He just sits down and works his way through these labyrinth of variations, and he's doing just that. But it's TikTok, and he's got to be more mindful. He's got to make a move. He's got to make a decision. He reaches out, and he finds it.
And of all the moves to find, he finds queen f1. Oh my goodness.
He's
stunning. Stunning play.
Wow.
My goodness. And I kind of want to see, did you see a reaction from Fabiano in that move? Does he even really realize the brilliance of it in this moment?
I don't think he does. And Tanya, world champion for a reason, Gukesh, but Fabi was almost world champion himself a few years back. Can he kind of turn the tide back now? Massive threat on the board, as we mentioned. Pawn to c3 is a winning idea for Gukesh due to the looseness of the black knights. The black queen almost trapped, actually. So Fabiano needs to switch gears now.
Well, he will spot the concept of this pawn moving forward and the queen not having a good square, staying connected to the black knight. To me, your idea of falling back with the black knight, hitting the rook that's on the center of the board, felt extremely natural right now. You defend it, you also do it with attack. Is Fabi going to be thinking on the same lines? And what does Gukesh have in mind for this? David, my spidey senses are tingling here. And you get the feel that there has to be some sort of a sacrifice where Gukesh is going to give up his rook for perhaps a monstrous knight. You know, you could think about giving it up by taking a central pawn or giving it up instantly and playing for compensation because your G-pawn is still alive. And that's a monster of a pawn.
That is a monster of a pawn. If you can keep it alive, even at the cost of material, it might bank you the victory later in the game. There's also a queen sacrifice.
I was about to say, I know we don't want to go too deep down all the crazy lines, but according to there's a queen takes f4 sacrifice. You were talking about giving away the rook. The engine likes giving away an even stronger piece for it.
Wow. If that happens, I think we'll all be falling off our chairs.
Yes.
Fabiano might fall off his chair.
I'm out of here if that happens. And let me just show that, David. We've got to have that on the board. Queen takes knight is the best move in the position. Giving up a queen for right now just a knight, Fabi would capture it back. You win the rook with a check, David. The king has to move forward. If you go back, you block the defense, white promotes and wins. What's the continuation here? How do you have an advantage here as white? You've just given up an entire queen.
The queen is stuck. Can we go c3 now? Oh no, because then we trade pawn, and that opens an escape for the queen. No, the queen is still trapped.
Queen is trapped. I wonder whether pawn to c3, if there is an exchange now of pawns and the black queen, she can slide one square across to the right. I wonder whether that white rook in the corner finally plays a role in the attack.
Oh my. How ironic would be if this rook, which hasn't moved the entire game, is the winning move at the end for Gukesh. Find itself lined up against the black king. And let's not forget, to David's idea, if the king slides over trying to sidestep, thank you very much. You line up against now the bishop, which hasn't made a single move in the game. And it's on the board. The knight has come back. Will Gukesh give up his queen right now?
Did not find the queen sacrifice first time around. The question is whether it's still viable the second time around. He first pushes his pawn forward, attacking the black queen. No, says the computer, not the best move. I saw his heart rate rise. Look, he went up to 90 from around the 70 mark on the heart rate monitor. So I was about to say he's seen it. He's seen something, but he didn't quite find the best move.
At the very least, it kind of tells me that he understands the strength, has an intuition for the strength of his position, right? And now kind of maybe feels like he has to push and capitalize on the advantage that he's built.
Look at Gukesh's heart rate. Suddenly it's over 100.
For the first time.
Why is it spiking? He must have seen this queen sacrifice. Maybe he can still play it next move if the black queen shifts out the way now.
And this was the big missed opportunity right here that Gukesh had. He could have given up his queen, taken a rook and a knight in trade for a very strong attack against Fabi's king. Instead, he chose the move to attack Fabi's queen, which now is offering a trade in the position.
You know what he's missed? I think what Gukesh might have not realized is now the queen sacrifice is different because the black queen covers the promotion square of that white pawn.
So the king can move backwards instead of forward.
Right idea, wrong order. If he'd done it the other way around, the black king now had to step forward. Now he can step back, and the black queen is the savior. Small details.
And again, you know, from a human perspective, so hard to work out, James.
Okay, the one thing I noticed there is we could then maybe attack the queen with knight takes b5. But he first has to play this move. Whoa.
And he decides not to. He's gone for the end game instead.
Okay.
And it's given a double question mark, a big blunder on the board.
Well, we're removing pieces, right? And in some essence, it feels like we're giving Fabiano a chance to kind of consolidate his position a little bit and remove some of those threats.
Yeah, I think that was, I mean, the double question mark there shows it was a mistake, also a missed opportunity. And now that white pawn that almost became a new queen, that pawn on g7, is destined to fall off the board in the next couple of moves.
And I also want to add to your point, I think it only gets a double question mark, this move, is because Gukesh had still the huge opportunity to go and give up his queen, and it would still not be winning though, but incredible play for the white pieces. You win the knight, you win the rook, and you know, you've got activity against the black king. Your pawn still remains alive in those lines that we checked out on. But instead, with low time on the clock, Gukesh plays it safe, plays it cautious, misses out on an opportunity. Fabi immediately recaptures, and here we are.
Wow. From a winning position to an equalized position. Still plenty of pieces on the board, though, and plenty of dangerously placed pieces on the board, right? Wanting to deal with that pawn still. That is sitting from just one square away from promotion. Again, I'm still disliking the position of both of these white rooks. I understand the purpose of the white rook sitting in the center of the board, but it just feels like I'm running out of options on the white side for piece movement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fully agree. And I think, I mean, that was just so difficult, right? That winning opportunity. But you do sense a shift in momentum. I think Gukesh now might start to realize, oh, whoa, trying tactics here. Knight takes pawn. The black central pawn was pinned. Forgot that for a moment. But yeah, all is well and good here. But there are some tricky knight jumps for black to suddenly have to worry about. What is the best reply for Fabiano? Can he turn the tide? He is a couple of pawns down now. Judging by the count here, it is 7 pawns against just the 5 pawns for black.
A 2-pawn deficit. And yes, this one you can pick up any time, but that would still be 1 pawn. I think it's so much of it relies on the lack of coordination for Gukesh's pieces. David, a big question for Fabi. You know, you were talking about knight jumps. There are 2 very tempting ones. You could go forward, you could go backwards, and he's got under 3 minutes to take this decision. Who do you think is the better speed chess player right now out of these 2 when the clock ticks low?
Oh, this is funny because when Gukesh broke onto the scene, people were saying he was like a mini Caruana. they're both calculating machines, but you need time to calculate. Speed chess, blitz chess especially, neither of them really shine at their very brightest in that time format. Fabiano, probably with a better track record, I would say, in recent times of speed chess. He drops back his knight to attack that white rook in the center. Unless that white rook sacrifices itself, it's going to have to step back, keep the central tension on the E-line. But Tanya, you knew Gukesh very well. Do you think he can kind of finally shake off this tag of not being as strong as the top players in speed chess?
It requires experience to do that. You know, even in the 2018 World Championship match between Magnus and Fabi at that stage as well, Magnus took so much advantage of the fact that Fabi struggled with little time on the clock when it came to speed chess formats by taking it to the tiebreaker. So it all comes down, and then Fabi changed that narrative. He played more tournaments. He proved himself as a fast player. He worked on that technique, and I think Gukesh so far has focused mainly and primarily on classical chess, on classical time formats.
Ties in brilliantly with that interview that we had with Fabiano earlier, where when asked the question in this kind of format, taking the experienced older generation against the newer generation in a tournament, who did he think would come out on top? He said he'd give the edge just barely to the older generation, while of course it would not be an easy battle and it would be made made difficult. Does go for that rook sacrifice that you had proffered up there, David. For me, this just looks a bit like I gave away material. So I'm trying to understand the value of that sacrifice.
Yeah, maybe if we have time, we can just go back one move, Tanya, because I think it was semi-forced there. His hand was forced. If he had stepped back one square with the white rook, then he would have been hit by the black knight that he actually ended up capturing. The black knight could have dropped back, not only attacking the white rook again, but also defending his own rook, defending the black rook, breaking the pin, and now you can capture the white knight in the center safely. You would have won a piece in the process, and if we go back to where he did sacrifice the rook, dropping back the whole way would have walked into a fork. Rook back to e1 would have allowed a knight check, a nasty knight check, and he would have lost. So essentially no safe squares, so he needed to give up the rook for the highest price possible.
Gotcha.
And if you do the math in this position, after he has given up the rook for the knight, which has just been recaptured as well, you know, white has got those 2 pawns and a piece, and you add that up, that's 5 points. A rook is worth 5 points. So mathematically, it still adds up. But can Gukesh hold on to this pawn that's on the other side of the board? That's the big nail in Fabi's position, is the big question. Right now, immediately, you have to watch out for ideas of a fork. You can't pick that pawn up just yet, as the white knight will jump forward. I think we're getting moves fast and quick. Gukesh brought his bishop into the game. The first move by this piece, he's now threatening to push that pawn one step ahead. Fabi doesn't have time to capture this pawn. Once again, just I'll quickly show the idea. You can't do that. It's a move that you're itching to make, but the knight jumps in and wins the rook with a lot of interest.
And he's beautiful. He's actually allowing a big check as well, Gukesh. But he just doesn't care about his rook in the corner. We were talking about that piece for so long, but it's doing nothing in the corner of the board.
Okay, and so while we have been hyper-focused on this game and we are in low time, I want to go ahead and make everyone aware of a result that just came through. It was actually Vincent Keimer with the black pieces managing to come away with a decisive victory over Alireza Firouzja. Again, I'll remind people the state of that game. Alireza taking a different approach than most of the players with white in this one. Perhaps a bit of an all-in attack that was thwarted and ultimately turned in the other direction. So a phenomenal win there for Vincent Keimer that perhaps we can go to in a bit. I kind of hesitate to jump away from this game while the players are in low time and we expect some moves to be made. We can always return to the Vincent Keimer and Alireza game in just a bit to recap how it all broke down.
Great result, though, for local fans, for German fans here cheering in WEISSENHAUS. Yeah, who would have expected that one?
Yeah. Especially after the round-robin stage, right? Alireza tops it, and Vincent Keimer barely makes it into the knockouts. Alireza picks Vincent Keimer as his opponent for the quarterfinals, and it's home favorite who takes that first win, which means Alireza has to win on demand on their final classical game tomorrow.
Yeah, with the black pieces, it will not be easy. Yeah, proving a point there, Vincent, that he shouldn't have been picked, showing his strength.
Do you think that actually makes the players angry when they're picked?
Yeah.
I will show you.
He turned into the Hulk. He was like, oh, you picked me, I'm going to smash now.
I wonder if he got the green jacket on today as well.
It has to be a bit of a motivating factor, right? The idea that someone chose you as the person they will beat, you know, and now you want to show them up. Returning to this, the bishop move, obviously, as you mentioned, supporting that promotion square that the pawn wants to get to. So for me, it would feel natural that Fabiano is looking for a way to double up the defense of that square, and instead he elects for a king move. Sometimes those, I think, the hardest to understand in the late game. I understand, as it has been told to me, the power of the king as more pieces fall off the board, but I think it's hard to fully, grasp that concept at the lower level when there is something as obvious as a threat like a promotion on the board right now that I feel is more pressing.
Yeah, I'm equally surprised, I've got to admit. I thought black might jump in with the black rook to give check. Essentially, he's walking out of any checks from the white knight, so he was threatening to pick up that strong white pawn, which is now promoted. Basically, Gukesh's hand was forced, so he was like, OK, I'll take that pawn unless you make a queen now. He gives up the rook for it, but he's going to gain that white rook in the corner back now, Fabiano, and we see the computer, the eval bar there, just leveling out. The rook drops. It's suddenly, if we count again, rook versus bishop, but white has a very dangerous now pawn on the g5 square. 3 squares from touchdown.
Okay, so let me ask you here, which position, if you had to play through from this board state, which side do you want to be on?
Oh, that's such a tough question. We've got the eval bar saying Fabi's doing fine, but if I had to pick without the knowledge of what the computer evaluation here is, I would want to play white here. This pawn looking incredibly dangerous. The h-pawn joining the party as well. My knight at the center of the board. What side are you taking, David?
Yeah, instinctively white as well, partly because I saw Gukesh's heart rate is so healthy compared to Fabiano's, but also, like you said, pushing pawns is the most natural thing to do when you have no time on the clock. For him, Gukesh, it's simple. For Fabiano, it's like, where do you even start? Which pawn do you go after? Which piece do you move? Black's rook a bit sidelined now.
And look how quickly Gukesh's heart rate from over 100 has dropped down to less than 70. Getting his nerves back in control here.
Now I understand why playing chess burns so many calories, bringing it full circle to what we were talking about before. I agree. Instinctually for me, it's the fact that the king for white does feel very safe. Yes, maybe less active in the position in the endgame, but I can't really see a way for black to ever apply threat towards that king, so white feels like they have the permission to focus on promoting those pawns as the main objective.
Yeah, and at least we understand as well Fabiano's kind of his strategy with moving the king across. Yes, it's more vulnerable, but he's trying to stop the advance of the white pawns. A king is actually a great defender against pass pawns, but right now Gukesh needs a little bit more. The rook, although it's not doing too much right now for black, it's the best hunter of those pawns long term. So, okay, this one could turn. I mean, one blunder from each side now, and it's just over.
Well, how about that? Yeah, a4 is hanging. No? Why did we elect not to take that on this previous move?
I think it was just a prioritization topic there, kind of prioritizing stopping the white pawns from marching forward rather than gobbling up these weak pawns that might drop a bit later anyway. But Tanya, despite the kind of presence of those pawns, if Fabiano can stabilize, rook versus bishop, both long-range pieces, but the rook clearly more powerful.
Absolutely agree. So time is really of the essence, and that's the one luxury Gukesh doesn't have right now. He's touching the 1 minute mark as well. With this last move, and again, it's given a question mark, but to me, it looks like a very powerful move because it really discourages Gukesh from making the most natural move in the position. Push that g-pawn forward because the black king is beautifully placed to plant itself on the dark squares, kind of trapping that bishop there and taking control of any pawn movements. So getting the king to defense here, keeping the rook active. David, is Fabi ambitious? Do you think he's going to play this one for the win? Despite, well, it is in balance if you do the math right now.
Yeah, that's why both of these players are so popular. They're both ambitious, like, just in general. I mean, if you give Fabiano a chance to play it safe here, I don't think he takes it. I don't know if there is a way to play it safe, but I don't think he takes it anyway. I think both players are really desperate to win. But I'm just, look at that clock now from Gukesh. Heart rate still very healthy, but he's under 20 seconds.
Oh, my goodness.
So with that concept you just mentioned, though, the king coming over to defend against those squares, feels like we have to evacuate our bishop. And as I say that, Gukesh disagrees, choosing to reinforce the g-pawn.
But this pawn can also be extremely vulnerable. We spoke about the power of the rook, right? It's a long-range piece. It's not only eyeing the A-pawn, but it can slide over to the other side of the board. And Gukesh will at some point have to find, or at least prove, this pawn push. How are you actually defending that pawn from falling off the board? Because yes, you can come back with your knight, but that knight is also not safe. It can be destabilized by the black rook. In fact, I think Fabi can pick up one of these two pawns.
Yeah, very surprising move. I would have maybe prioritized trying to get rid of the black f-pawn. The only way black is going to win this game is by promoting a pawn of his own long term. So I think he's maybe too focused on his own pawns here, Gukesh, but that black f-pawn, if you can eliminate it, you pretty much eliminate the risk. If the white king can go and grab it, if the white knight could go for it. I'm not sure whether he could have gone for that idea, but now the black rook is indeed coming.
Well, with sparks flying on this board, we're going to take a moment to welcome in one of our victorious players from the day, Vincent Keimer, coming to join us on the couch. Maybe take a seat right next to David there. First of all, welcome to the studio. It's a pleasure to meet you, and congratulations on your victory today.
Thank you very much.
How are you feeling coming out of it? Playing from the black side, you were one of the few players that had to stack up against a white opening that was quite different from the rest of the boards. How did you evaluate Ali Reza's approach to the white position?
Well, I think the first few moves, it was the same as two other boards as well. I just took a different road as black, which I was kind of happy about, and also in the game it worked out really well. Of course, I cannot be sure whether it was actually good, but in general I was happy with the way the game went.
And maybe broadening out from the round robin into the quarterfinals. You know, obviously the big thing in the round robin is just securing a top 8 position, and then from there it's a bit of a clean slate, if you will, as it's just knockout chess from that point forward. Yesterday we had the reveal where the players picked opponents, and Ali Reza selected you, and yet you're the one who came out on top. How did you just feel about the matchup stylistically between you two as players?
Yeah, I actually think we are quite different. Like, we also played the match in Oslo during the CCT when I had many good positions, but always in time scramble I was clearly he was the better player, and he managed to win that match. So that was why today my mission was not to go too low on time, because I assumed that this would be like, he would have the upper hand there. And yeah, I think strategically speaking, I was doing well in that match and also today, and we didn't really get to the point that he could use his strength.
Speaking of low time, we have a game up on the boards right now between Gukesh and Fabiano. Low time for both players. I'm curious how familiar you are with their game, of course, as you were playing your own. Have you had an opportunity to check in on some of the other results from today, or even the games that are currently playing?
Yeah, I saw the results, and pretty much of all games I saw the opening. I think, Fedoseev got into huge trouble out of the opening, it seemed like. Actually, the funny thing is that when discussing the position before the game, I was kind of worried that exactly what happened to Nordebek would happen once we play f4, f5, because I thought that there's some imbalance due to the opposite colored bishops. And yeah, I'm not sure how objectively real it was, but Magnus seemed to have played a great game dominating that. And the other two games are still going on from what I can see.
Yeah, because we have you here, Vincent. We'd love to actually just get your thoughts. And it's a very big time scramble with Gukesh, a player you know incredibly well. You were a second to him in the World Championship match. Can we dive into this endgame with you, and you can share your thoughts with us?
So, yeah, it's complete mess, but it should be that Fabi is pretty safe, like objectively speaking.
I want to, just before we get into variations, we've been talking about Gukesh perhaps not feeling very comfortable with low time on the clock, which is true for every chess player, but I think sometimes it's said more about him as perhaps something where you can strike on. Is that something you feel as well, that because he relies so much on calculation, it could be a weakness?
No, it really depends. Like, there were also tournaments when I was in a lot of time trouble, and it never was a problem. For me, it really depends on the kind of position that I'm playing. For example, on Black and Z, I often had the problem that simultaneously I got into time trouble and my position was kind of destabilizing, and then it's very difficult to play. If you have like a normal, decent position, it's not that difficult to make a good move for 30 seconds on the clock. But the position we see here on the board is really not the position that's easy to play with that amount of time.
And Vincent, I mean, great game from you today. Was it extra motivating to know that Alireza picked you specifically? Did it make you want to prove a point?
Not really, no. My most important thing for me was to kind of make up for those all the missed wins that I had during the CCT.
Oh, chess players are a grudge, right?
Yeah, more against myself than him, I have to say, because like it was fully my fault. Yeah.
And how about playing here in Germany? Is it nice knowing that it's your homeland, you're the home favorite?
Kind of, yes, but I also think it doesn't really matter too much here since there are no real spectators and we are kind of in the bubble. Of course, very beautiful place. But yeah, I enjoy playing here, but I don't think it changes too much that I'm in Germany here.
And okay, the chess is heating up. Some tactics on the board.
Gukesh made that last move with just 2 seconds on the clock. The knight at the center of the board, hanging. He wants to just try to promote, and Fabi doesn't grab the knight. The pawn would have pushed forward. The bar says it's completely lost for Gukesh. Why is this such a big advantage for Fabi, Vincent?
Yeah, I guess there's a good way to push the pawn, but I'm not yet sure how. Maybe just king f6 is actually a good move. But king f6, knight g5 doesn't seem that clear.
A big threat on the board right now.
Yeah, I mean, generally maybe just, of course, we have to calculate whether f2 is winning, but I don't see yet how, because king e2, rook h2, there's knight g5. Maybe knight g5, king d5.
I might play spoiler and let people know that you just cited the entire top engine line.
Wow.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. Like, it's not easy to see how exactly he's supposed to win this.
Well, he finds that king f6 move, so he's going to entertain the idea.
Yeah, I guess knight g5 will be played simply because there's not much choice. But
at this moment when you're playing seconds, right, for the players, they don't have time to really evaluate the position. You're just thinking how you're responding.
Yeah.
What do you think is going on in Gukesh's mind right now, and how much is Fabi thinking that he's close to getting this win?
No, for sure. He understands that his position is either winning or very close to winning. But he also knows that he needs to be precise, because like this is a very concrete matter here. So you really need to be precise and make the right moves. Otherwise, white might save the game.
Maybe you can speak to where within the game there's a mindset shift when it comes to low time and these endgame scenarios, and it feels like players that sometimes are moving more on intuition than having, you know, the benefit of long times to calculate. Is that something that you as a player in the moment are having to kind of activate in your brain, a distinct shift in the way that you're approaching the game, or do you feel like it just is something that's kind of baked into your understanding of the game, and it happens naturally as the clock ticks down?
No, it actually is a shift. Okay. And actually it sometimes happens, especially in, for example, rapid games, that when one side has been low since, let's say, move 25 on the clock, and of course, when you have more time, usually the situation is very comfortable, but then once you catch up, the other guy is already way more used to playing low on time, and then actually these moments are very dangerous, because you might need a little bit of time to get used to this other yeah, like the amount of time you have left, well, the other player is already used to it. So this is certainly a shift that you need to take care of, and I see on the board that now this should be over.
This is a stunning last move by Fabiano Caruana as he brings the rook to assist this pawn to promote on the next move. Yes, Gukesh can also make a queen, but that doesn't help. Fabi promotes, not just getting a queen on the board, but delivering checkmate if instead of that. And there we've got handshakes. Gukesh, the world champion, he resigns. What a game by Fabiano.
Yeah, fantastic performance. He found those concrete moves that he needed towards the end. It was in the balance for a long, long time. Both players clearly fighting for the win, but it was experience that won out again.
It was experience that won out again. That's a very good point to call out a conversation that we've been having where players feel like an advantage might be had in freestyle chess as compared to standard chess. That with that experience, of time and thousands more games played over their lifetime, do you feel like freestyle chess maybe lends itself to just the longevity of a career and having more comfortability in more known positions? I say in air quotes, the feeling of having seen something before and knowing how to operate within it.
I think it's possible because, as far as I remember, also last year we have seen that. Like the more experienced players won the first matches. I'm not so sure whether it's only experience, but also the way that top chess is being played. Because if you look at the way it was played 10 years ago compared to now, I think it's completely different. And I could just imagine that the way that people used to work on chess right now is not as beneficial for freestyle chess as it has been 10 years ago.
I mean, even that, is a point of curiosity for me. You may be one of the players who has had the benefit of coming up within a new era of chess where different tools are available to you. How do you maybe expect to see the world of freestyle chess evolve year over year over year, and people try to develop tools to get better at their understanding of all of these different starting positions? Of course, too many to commit to memorization, but do you feel like we're about on the verge of some serious development in the way that people analyze and approach freestyle chess from the get-go?
No, I mean, we have such a strong tournament here with so many top players that it's very logical that at some point people will start thinking about how they can improve even further, what they can use to win these tournaments. And of course, it would make sense that like some new ways of training or whatever are being started. And then, but we're so at the start right now that I think for me it's very hard to imagine what exactly that will be. Simply there's so much new to learn and so many things we don't know yet that it's very tough to say in which direction this is going to go long term.
Now, before taking too much of your time, perhaps while we have you just a bit longer, Tanya, we can hop over to Vincent's game now that we've had the conclusion to this one, so we can get a bit of your explanation as to where you maybe thought some of the key moments were and where you ultimately were able to come out on top with a decisive victory on the black pieces, setting yourself up very nicely for tomorrow.
Is there a particular moment you'd like to start with?
The opening was... I was kind of surprised actually by playing e4, but it made some sense because there's this kind of problem with the rook on e8, which is kind of weird. And for example, after fe rook e4, there's always the idea of white going bishop h5 because I cannot really play g6 due to bishop d4. So actually this rook is kind of trapped. I guess this is also one of the reasons why many of the players played bishop d5, but I thought that I can play c6 because after bishop h5 I can go bishop d5 then. This was my whole point. And yeah, I guess this kind of annoyed him because he was already feeling quite confident. I mean, queen h2 is a move he can't have been very happy to make. I'm not saying it's really bad, but after that I'm sure that I am already on the better side of things. And yeah, this was just, I think, going back and forth. It's not really clear to me, what else I could have done. I mean, queen g8 also seemed quite normal. He played knight e3, right? Yeah, and here, of course, it's an interesting moment. I have many moves, and nothing was clear. I mean, of course, if I go d5, he would just take on e7, and then g5 rook c7. This is the idea. Mm-hmm. So because of that, I was considering to go king b8, simply to make sure that we have this idea.
A lot of moving pieces on the board, a lot of moving pieces here on the broadcast. We're actually going to take a moment to let David slip back out. He's got another interview responsibility, and then we'll kind of work through the final bits of this game before thanking you and letting you go rest up and prepare for tomorrow. Just in general, the sense I got from this game, now understanding that I'm a much lower rated player, was just that Alirez's approach to this game felt very all in, that it was an aggressive attack, that if defended well and thwarted ultimately left you with the opportunity for a victory, as opposed to maybe a more cautious approach where a draw was more possible.
Yeah, I think actually in freestyle it's very hard to have a solid approach or something like that. You just have to play which moves you think are best, and what happens happens. It's because we don't have this like evolved theory or anything like that, which of course gives us less stability than we have in classical chess.
Was there one particular moment where you felt you had the win in your hand here in this game?
Not yet, no. I mean, I was, of course, annoyed that rook e7 didn't seem to work after knight takes e7. I'm not sure. Maybe there was win.
But Vincent, if we just go to that one moment where you thought that the first game, a sort of a turnaround moment for you in this game one.
Yeah, it was actually very close to the end only.
Oh, so, wow.
I mean, of course, I was aware that my position is very good and that I am, like, pushing. But to claim that it's winning was a bit much for me still.
Mm. So even now you felt like white has play and you have to be careful because...
Yeah, for sure. I was not sure. And already, as Engine suggests, I seem to have made also quite some mistakes. But of course, my play is so much easier. Yeah, his pieces are still tight down here. Yeah, I think as soon as I played queen h4 and I realized that he has no real move coming next. Actually, we can maybe show that instead of queen d3, of course, normal move would have been rook f3 to chase my queen on this third rank, and also then I go bishop h5, rook f1, rook f1, and there's no way to prevent this beautiful mate.
And this would have jumped in, and this was really nicely converted after getting that opening advantage. We do have one more game going on. Vincent, this was brilliant. James, do you...
Oh, we should jump there, but I do want to ask one final question before we let you go, which is just about tomorrow. You've set yourself up beautifully by taking the victory here. It's just one game that stands between you and qualifying into the semifinals. You'll, of course, have the privilege of playing the white pieces tomorrow. What's your confidence level going into it? And maybe without strategically revealing too much, does the decisive result today kind of change the way you ultimately want to step into the game tomorrow, or is it more of the same?
I think it changes it only barely. The reason being that, as I said, we have no official theory. Like if we play a classical game, I could say, okay, I'm more going for a rather solid idea, maybe something that gives him less fighting chances, because of course the draw is great for me. But here, that's not really possible. So I will just have to play a good chess, and yeah, then we will see what happens.
That's a really interesting point, because in freestyle chess, a best of two really becomes a best of two. There's no way to actually shut down the game. Even though you've got the white pieces, you know it's going to be a fight on the board.
For sure, yeah.
Well, we look forward to that.
We look forward to it. You played confidently today. I hope you take that into tomorrow. Congratulations again on your victory. We'll let you go. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Get fueled up and prepared for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And as Vincent Keimer slides out of the studio, we are going to refocus into that final live game of the day. It's Caruana-Sindarov up against Hikaru Nakamura. And honestly, Tanya, I couldn't think of a better game to end with, all because of the story that was Caruana even electing to jump into this matchup against Hikaru, confidently calling him out. This is who I want to take on in the quarterfinals.
And then he comes on, he gets into trouble very quickly in the game, but still manages to hang on, create his own chances. I mean, even right now, we look at the position on the board, right? Hikaru Nakamura has one extra pawn. It's 4 versus 3. But the blockade on the light squares that Javakir has set up with the king and the bishop don't allow those pawns to move in very easily. And that last move given a double question mark here. And Hikaru realizes it, that it has been a missed opportunity by him. I'm going to back up just one moment here. Yeah, this is impossible. Apparently, in this moment, Hikaru had to keep the knight in the center, just improve the position of his king and play slowly, waiting for his opportunity to push the pawns. He falls back with the knight, and
if I understand that correctly, is the idea to walk the king all the way around the right side of the board for Hikaru?
You have to time it really well, because remember the 3 versus 2 majority. This is how tricky Javakir is, right? He set up that potential advance of a pawn and queening of one of them if the king slides far too right on the board. So it's not an easy convert. It almost looks like these 2 pawns, they've got to be deciding the game. But white's pawns are really distracting black right now on that endeavor.
Yeah, and look at that eval bar at the bottom of your screens, y'all, just to give you an overall picture of the state of the game, fairly even from the engine's perspective, until Hikaru had found a nice advantage. But just like that, for every easy advantage that can be found, it can be thrown right back here in freestyle chess. And the right move seems to be found here by Javakir, getting that exclamation point as well, forcing the trades. And I imagine in my head, actually a question of I was going to capture towards the center, not towards the outside. So maybe you can help me understand why capturing towards the outside is the motivation.
Well, in this position, yes, if it was a middle game, this is what you really want to do. But let's not forget, we are at the final stages of the game, and that's all about creating a passed pawn. What you really want to do by capturing from the center towards the side is to make sure that the black king can't run too far away, because then you'll push the side pawn and convert a queen. Now, imagine that exact same dynamic by capturing with your A pawn, with your side pawn. It's that much harder to push your C pawn ahead, because the black king will stay closer. So you really want an outside passer when it comes to the endgame. The further the pawn, the better it is.
Yeah, the idea of creating space between yourself and the opposing king. This is also the kind of situation. Yeah, heart rates, by the way, spiking. You talked about Fabiano getting up, I think it was, to 160 in previous events, and now both of these guys spiking well up into the triple digits. They're feeling the pressure of the moment.
Absolutely. And, you know, just a few moments ago, I mentioned that, wait, the players have got a number of moves to make to the 40-move rule, and then I realized there's no increment. This is it. It's 90 minutes for the entire game. And that completely slipped my mind. There's no 40-move mark. This is all they get.
Well, they get 30.
30 seconds per move.
Yes.
But there's no added time. So in standard chess, classical time controls, very often after move 40, you get an additional 30 minutes added to the clock. Here you've got 90 minutes for the whole game and then 30 seconds increment from move 1. So the players are essentially just playing on the increment now.
Yeah.
There's going to be no added second time control here.
And that's generally where I would look at a player like Hikaru and his prevalence in any faster-oriented game of chess to say, okay, maybe I give him the edge. But at the end of the day, this is also one of those positions where typically, as it's been explained to me, less pieces on the board. You're going to favor something like the bishop that's got longer sight lines and more mobility than, let's say, the knight. Either way, though, not too many pieces left to put to use for either player. And, of course, at this point, I'm thinking maybe we even put the king to use. King to d3, now threatening that pawn.
It makes a lot of sense, and now this just requires a calculation, and I think that's exactly what the players are doing, that what happens if black steps in with a check, and if you capture the pawn, black pushes that pawn closer to promotion, forcing white to give up the bishop, and then is this position a draw? Now, if the pawns are traded off, it ends in a draw. Black doesn't have sufficient material despite being up an extra knight on the board. If the pawns are off the board, you can't give checkmate. That's game over. So is white going to be in time to perhaps either trade the pawns or make sure that black's king can't escape the bind without the trade? By the way, I think Javakir has worked that out. He's saying, yes, he's ready for that endgame. As he invites Hikaru to win a piece, he's gone up with the king. He's collected the first pawn. He's about to give up the bishop for that second pawn. As he does it, Hikaru will recapture.
Almost as if they heard us ask the question, they say, well, let's give them the answer. Let's figure out whether or not the white king is in time. Instead, he's going to retreat back even to pressure the knight, maybe away from the situation on the other side of the board.
Well, he's just pushing the knight to the far right so that he can then start marching to the far left and then assist that pawn from trading. Also, to your earlier question, remember which pawn to trade on with that capture. Because Javakir took it with the central pawn moving backwards, it forced Hikaru's king to step back rather than get active, to stay closer to the outside pawn. Which is why in these endgames, you know, you have to make that decision of the right recapture, and very often it's not the intuitive one, where from the side you move towards the center.
Yeah, from here, I wonder, I mean, with the king positioned where it is, regardless of the knight being in play, what would be the mechanics of finding a pawn promotion, or is that even possible? Is this something that, if we were to remove the black knight from the field, is that a defendable position for the black king?
If white has got just these two pawns against one?
Yes, yeah. Like, if for whatever reason the knight were to fall off the board.
Well, imagine if the knight was to be just picked up right now by Javakir and thrown off the board. Right. White's the one who's pushing.
An illegal move, but...
You'll have to time your trade extremely well, but it should be a winning position in many of those positions. So Hikaru cannot blunder this knight away. Also, look at that heart rate monitor. I'm worried about Javakir right now.
That's what I'm saying.
He's touching the 150 mark, but he's looking very chill on camera. That doesn't look like a guy who's got 150 heartbeat.
I tell you what, though, he was yawning earlier in the day, but with that kind of a heart rate, I feel like he'll sleep well tonight, regardless, as he comes down from what is the rush of adrenaline of this matchup against Hikaru. Hikaru giving some thought to this next move. 10 seconds on the clock. Obviously, the knight is what we're looking at. It's just about where he wants to reposition it to. Opts not to give a check on the f4 square, instead going for g3. Now the king is on its way to go support the pawns on the other side of the board.
And Hikaru reroutes it so that after white's king moves forward, he can give a check, making sure that Javakir doesn't have enough time to push that a pawn. But I still see this as a Javakir hold and not a Hikaru win. Simply because black's king is so inactive, white will keep chasing that black knight away and keep reinforcing the threat of trading. So it'll be a bit of a yo-yo dance, you know? Hikaru preventing the threat, then being forced backward, then having to prevent the threat, and with that, not being able to make progress.
Now, I noticed that you're favoring the d4 square for a check, but there's also a check on d6, which Hikaru ends up going for. I just wasn't sure if there was maybe an advantage to one square over the other.
I don't believe it. I think both equally strong. If you want winning chances, you have to get one of those two checks in. And Hikaru gets another check in on the board as he falls forward with the knight. And I think we're seeing a repetition. He can't allow the a-pawn to move forward. He gives a check, few moves away from handshakes.
There we go. The pens will hit the paper to denote the final moves, the handshake between opponents, and it will be a draw in our final game of the day. Sindarov and Hikaru Nakamura both at half of a point. We'll get a quick listen in.
I'm not so sure about that. What I made. Probably anyway.
Pens clicking, the major thing I got there. I'm not so sure about that, but that seems to be the theme of the tournament. I am not so sure about that and the beauty of freestyle chess.
Oh, guess what? That's because position 381 hasn't occurred in your training before or something that you looked up to. So you're not sure about any of the moves on the board.
Without a doubt. And in fact, though, of all of our quarterfinals, this will be the only one to end in a draw. The other three finding their way to a decisive finish. So while these guys will step to the table tomorrow in equal position, both looking to find a decisive victory and end there before pushing to a tiebreaker, the onus is on a certain person in each of the other matchups to strike back tomorrow, which I think makes for a very different dynamic, just when you consider the way that players will step into the matches tomorrow.
Yeah, a must win for 4 of our players. And to your point, I think that's also the beauty of freestyle chess. In a classical standard format, you would get a lot of draws and just a couple of wins in. In freestyle chess, most games end decisively. The players, the patterns are new, the motifs are new, the first moves are very new in the position. And the other narrative, right? Youth versus experience. It was the day of experience today, James. 2.5, 1.5 for them.
It seemed to be, but there's still plenty of freestyle chess to go, and maybe the youngsters will have their opportunity to strike back tomorrow. Let's just get those results up onto the screen so that everybody can get a good picture of how things broke down today. It was those 4 decisive victories for Keimer, for Caruana, for Carlsen, and Aronian over Fedoseev. And then, of course, that draw between Sindarov and Nakamura. But that's where I'm going to go right back to the interview that we had with Keimer and that bit of insight that he talked about. While a decisive victory would be lovely to have in a best of 2 in standard chess and very much maybe affect the way that you approach the second day of play, you don't have that luxury here. You can't necessarily step in and say, I'm just going to play solid chess. I'm just going to try and push us towards equalization and maybe a draw offer. It's so rare to happen here that instead you have to just come prepared to play your best chess and then hoping that at worst you end in a draw.
There is no such concept of solid chess here, right? It's move on, it's game on, gloves off from the very start here. So to his point, and like you said, there's no real way to shut down a game. Usually in standard chess, you get that 1-point lead. It's a best of 2. You're looking for opening theory ideas where you don't allow your opponent any chance for counterplay. And because of how much theory has been studied, it's not that difficult to find those portions, especially when you're playing against with the white pieces. Winston starts tomorrow with the white pieces. But that's not going to be enough. Alireza with black, this is the best format to have for that comeback. It's going to still be a boxing match.
Yeah, if you look at this, we had 2 black wins today, right? So while the, conventional wisdom wants to say, white has the advantage, and even by the computer standards in the majority of freestyle chess positions, sure, they might have a slight edge. In actuality, in practicality, it doesn't always work out that way. Now's about the time, though, where we turn our attention and our focus to you at home, and we ask you to pick one of our 10 players here who put a show on today for the most valuable player of the day. Go ahead and throw your votes in chat with exclamation point followed by the player name. We'll collate those results and we'll deliver them to you in just a bit.
So 3 decisive wins by Magnus, Fabiano, and Vincent Keimer. Hikaru ended in a draw. If you had to take a guess here right now, who do you think our chat's MVP would be with the results we've had and the gameplay we've had?
I feel like people might go for Magnus in this case because he seemed to be, and maybe I'm hinging on the confessional that we had from him, but it seemed that very early on he had identified that he felt he had an advantage. He had kind of identified a bit of a trick that would garner him an advantage in his game, and from from there, pretty cleanly played it out to a victory as compared to a lot of our other games that had some ups and downs while including some brilliant play.
Over 98% accuracy is what it showed, right?
So how do you vote against that?
That's just amazing stuff. And he's playing against the world number 6. He's playing against one of the biggest stars, Nakamura Abdusattorov, and he gets that one opportunity. And exactly, right? He comes into the confession booth, and it's almost like he's worked the whole game out, because the path he chose to victory, we saw all those plans being played out eventually, just because Nakamura rushed on move number 3.
Rushed on move number 3. And again, this is classical time controls. We saw many of the other players eating up their time, maybe only making it to move 10, 12 with 20 minutes on the clock, as opposed to in that game finding a, quote unquote, lost position, but still having an hours of time to work with. Better to use that time and avoid the lost position altogether than to be in a lost position and have a lot of time to try and figure a way out of it.
I will also say, though, right, one of the players who did figure the way out, which for me would be a big candidate for the MVP, would be Caruana-Gukesh. And the reason for that is, yes, that's the only game that ended in a draw, but he did this super gutsy, brave, Sigma move of picking Hikaru as his opponent. He starts, he gets into trouble, but he's so tricky. He keeps the fight on. And in those final moments, sacrificing that piece, finding the perfect defense, that was impressive stuff by Caruana-Gukesh.
Yeah, I have to wholeheartedly agree with you. It seems almost every move that Caruana-Gukesh's made at this tournament
on and off the board.
Yes, exactly, is one that should encourage people to become fans of his if they aren't already, right? Again, I think the way that he has shown up, assuming the shoes of another great, having such an incredible group stage and round-robin performance, and then to have that call-out, I just feel this is a player who might be finally coming into an element of confidence that I'd like to see displayed more and more in freestyle chess. And we'll welcome David Howell back in one more time to help us close out the day and reflect on the results of the game. Go ahead and scoot on through, my friend. Welcome. We just took a look at the final result of the final game. The only draw of the day is Caruana-Gukesh versus Hikaru. Again, I know you were interviewing, but I also know your predilections for peeking over at chess games on second monitors. Did you see how it all ended up?
I did. I was surprised. Hikaru is normally so efficient, so brutal in those kind of winning endgames, and really surprising to see him let it slip at the death there. Sindarov proving that he's a bit of a warrior at this point, showing that he wasn't kind of too courageous in proving Hikaru.
I'm going to put David on a spot because James and I were discussing, our chat has to pick, our community has to pick the MVP, the most valued player of the day. James made a case for Magnus, a very strong case. I made one for Caruana-Gukesh, saying that he held on to his decision, saved a very difficult position, just been a star on and off the board. David, what about you?
I'm going to say Fabiano Caruana, not just because I played Avalon with him last night and he went on to defeat the world champion today, just because he kept his nerve in such a crazy-looking position. And Fabi, it feels like he's brought his best here to WEISSENHAUS, which is really nice to see. It's been a tough few months, but it feels like he's back.
Well, as you give us your answer, I have received the results. Ooh. And guess who's right? One of us three is correct on who chat chose. And I will reveal that it is one David Howell who is correct. Caruana coming away with chat's vote for best player of the day, taking a look at his results across the entire tournament. But I think one of the players that we had our eyes on because of his performance in that very first day of the group stage, and again citing what he talked about he felt was one of his weaknesses in his chess play, is consistency. And so I think the question left for all of us to wonder is, will he find that consistency that he feels like when he has it, he could be compared to the world's best?
I mean, it feels like he's been so close so many times. Of course, last year in WEISSENHAUS, he coming close. That practice match against Magnus in Singapore probably stood him in good stead. I'm not sure about consistency, but this tournament alone, it feels like he's definitely one of the favourites at this early stage.
Yeah, and such a strong statement, right? He comes on yesterday, says that my pick to play is the world champion, comes back on, and it was not just the score, but also the quality of his play today. It was just a very dominating win with the black pieces. He didn't allow Gukesh to ever get going. So, I think David's pick, our community's pick, it really holds strong as the most valued player indeed.
Well, again, a lot of these players have set themselves up well for tomorrow, but I think the continued conversation, David, is how this is nothing like standard chess, where you cannot come in tomorrow resting on your laurels of having a victory from day one. You have to come out and play the same type of chess that you played today, because anything can happen.
Yeah, the biggest problem for the players is how to pass the time before the next game, right? Do you look at any chess knowing it might not be relevant? Do you study? Do you take your mind off things? Do you have a glass of wine? That might affect your sleep. So many questions, but we'll only know tomorrow during the games.
Maybe you play some Avalon. Seemed to have worked well for Fabi.
Yeah, true. That could be good preparation. So as we did on day one, we took a look at a move of the day. I'm curious for either of you, as you reflect back on these games, lots of moves to consider. Was there one in particular that stood out to you as the most impressive find?
Ooh, some difficult decisions there. I'm going to say maybe Vincent Keimer playing a move he mentioned when he joined our studio, the move Queen to G8. He kind of bypassed it as if it was nothing special. But to me, that was already an early sign that he was tactically aware, that he was in the mood to set some traps. And he later was able to bamboozle Alireza Firouzja. So maybe not the most dramatic move, but a move that's kind of proved ominous in that game later on.
Yeah, perhaps we'll pull it up on the screen here, and we'll work our way towards it. So G8, yes, okay. Help me understand once again, because this feels like just a simple repositioning move of the queen, nothing spectacular about it. And yet sometimes those small moves can be the most effective.
Yeah, a silent move here. It looks like the queen is barely better here than she previously was, but it's all based on this trap. White's last move was attacking the e7 pawn. The white rook, white queen are lined up together on the same pawn. But this trap now that he'd set to try and ensnare Alireza, if the white rook were to take this pawn, the reason, it all becomes clear. Queen to G8, it supports this pawn push to G5, severing the connection between the white queen, the white rook. This pawn is protected by the black queen, so white's queen cannot take. If there is an exchange, then the white rook would drop at the very end, and black would have an extra rook. But not just that, it sets up en passant, which everyone loves to see, right? I don't think we've seen an en passant in the classical portion today, at least, of freestyle chess, but now the knight would jump out with a nasty fork. Yes, white could potentially save himself by trading rooks, but the black knight would snack on the white queen or a pawn afterwards. And for me, it was just the vision, kind of the 3-4 step sight into the future that Vincent was already showing this early in the game to set him up.
Beautiful find.
Really nice, and I think another queen move that impressed me a lot was from our MVP, right? You remember that moment when Fabi, instead of grabbing Gukesh's pawn, went ahead and just dashed with his queen towards Gukesh's king on that b4 square, and that created so many problems for the world champion as well.
Yeah, that's true. It completely shifted the focus right into that bottom left-hand side corner of the board, where we saw the majority of the game play out around until we finally found a way to trade pieces off.
James, speaking of move of the day, well, okay, the board's gone, but that last position that we had, also a spectacular finish here, David, by Fabiano.
Oh, yeah, this was worthy. Yeah. Maybe this was more...
I agree.
A better choice. A flamboyant,
We've changed our mind.
Look, we're spoiled for good choices. That's what I will say. But yeah, as we explain this one more, maybe I'll attempt to explain it. Essentially offering up the rook, right, in exchange for the promotion. No real options here for the white king, because even if you don't take it, I can now promote with a protected pawn regardless. So,
yeah,
there it is.
If the white king had stepped back to try and blockade that black pawn, the black knight then would have leapt forward and forced the promotion finally. So the queen about to appear on the board forced Gukesh to resign. That was the last move of the game.
Yeah,
Rook
this
F3.
wins it. This is the move of the day.
Deal.
All right, we found our way to it, folks. But again, like I said, spoiled for choice here at WEISSENHAUS in 2025. Looking at tomorrow, before even looking at tomorrow, looking at results today, did anything feel from you guys like it completely went against your expectation? I mean, we do expect to see a lot of decisive results here, and all of these players obviously very capable of beating each other, but obviously we had the world #1 take his victory. Fabiano as well comes to victory. I think maybe Vincent Keimer being the surprise of the day over Alireza.
Yeah, I think especially because Alireza topped the round robin, he was the first pick. He got the option for opponents. He chose Vincent Keimer, and Vincent kind of proved that to be a foolish decision. I think Vincent maybe the happiest player of the day. Other than that, I would say that the experienced players, of course, Vincent against Alireza is kind of a clash of youth, but the more experienced players tended to have the upper hand in the other encounters.
And I know one commentator who's going to be very happy. We've also got our pro stream on, right, where we've got Peter Lecco, Judith Polgar, two absolute legends of the game commentating. And Peter Lecco, I mean, Vincent is Peter Lecco's prodigy. He's the home favorite. So I know Peter's going to be happy with this win. The round robin, a lot of missed opportunities for Vincent to come back with this power statement against Alireza, the player who topped the standings. It's just the confidence you need to go forward in the knockout stages. And that means Alireza must win on demand. It's the only result that works for him.
Well, with today's results in the books, let's pull up that tournament bracket and take stock of how things stand. Of course, nobody has moved forward or down just yet, but we can see what will happen as tomorrow's results conclude. The winners of those 4 matches that you see up on the top of the screen will move solidly to the inside of the bracket, while the losers drop down and continue to play each other for each respective place, just as Levon Aronian and Fedoseev are doing now for 9th. Important, again, to remind everybody, we are playing for circuit points and prize money. This is a year-long endeavor. It doesn't just end here in WEISSENHAUS. While there will be a champion of this event, there will also be a champion at the end of the year. So you want to fight for every possible point that you can, because you never know what will make the difference come December time.
Yeah, imagine if this one game for Levon Aronian, this one extra point he can gain, is the difference between winning the season-long tour or coming second. Yeah, every game, every move matters.
And look at that, a lot of money on the line. Of course, people's eyes will naturally gravitate to the top position, but every step along the way, plenty of dollar signs to be playing for on top of those all-coveted circuit points.
Not too bad.
Not too bad. Not too bad. It wouldn't be a bad week in any of those placings. Regardless, that's going to do it for us today. Things are heating up on the chessboard, and tomorrow 4 players are facing elimination from the knockout stage. Again, still to play for placing, but we are beginning to narrow things down. So while we shut things down here in WEISSENHAUS, we thank you so much for joining us here for an exciting day of chess. We invite you back tomorrow, same time, same place, for more exciting over-the-board action. And until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other, all right? Good night.